through connections. I wrote them down. Now I should remember what they are. Wait a minute, stop. So friendships, collaborations, sponsorships. Launching a movement on here and finding out other things that people are doing that inspire me. And then today I launched a course on here, and I've seen other people.
Yes. Now that I think everybody who hosts should have a course eventually. Yep. Whether it's low priced or high priced or whatever. And I mean, that is like 3 Blab, part 1, part 2, part 3 in and of itself. But keep going, Sandra.
And then one more hint, and this is good for everyone that's in here. I started using lead pages, which I'm brand new to. I'm a little behind the curve. So I'm highly creative. I love Canva. I like creating things that are different than everyone else's so I can stand out. That's what I'm all about. And so I have lead pages, and I created my first freebie, right? And it was something that I created a long time ago, but it wasn't on lead pages. It's called the Intention Tracker. And all my friends, clients, everyone kept going, I love it. Oh my God, it's great. I use it in my business, la, la, la. So I'm like, gee, maybe I should host a Blab and we can talk about setting intentions, right? Because that's what I do every day. I set intentions. So not really even like planning this 100% or having any strategy. Sorry, now my phone's ringing. What I did was my show was called Set an Intention and get more work done or something like that. And I had the intention tracker. I held it up. I had 2 of the other women entrepreneurs that were with me filling in the blanks of the intentions. And then in a non-salesy, creepy way, I stuck the link in the side. And first people said, oh my God, I want one. So I'm like, oh, by the way, here's a link, stuck in the side. I got 20 opt-ins that got the intention tracker. And now they're all tweeting about it, taking pictures, and I'm getting feedback. So really, really cool things. When you give value, other people can cash in on it right away, right in the sidebar, and they'll be learning it from the show. And then you'll also over deliver by giving them something now to connect to you and your business. Does that make sense?
I love it. Sandra, put a link in the side chat, please. Everybody put a link in the side chat to what, is relevant here. I noticed that Tony Iverson put a link to the show cards, and everybody should take a look and see what that is. And we'll talk about that in a second. So for those who don't know, Sandra, what the heck is a lead page or lead pages?
So lead pages are like, it's funny because on the back end, they're so dull and boring. It's like lead pages. Come on, you need something other than blue. They're just these static pages of like thank yous and opt-ins. And you really have to have, it's overwhelming. When I first signed up, I'm like, holy crap, am I going to figure this out? But you take them and you turn them into value, something that you're going to give away to something, whether it's an intention tracker. My course is on a lead page now. So the lead page will have information, really cool pictures. You can put videos. It's really whatever you want to design. And then you'll get it out there through Blab. It worked perfectly, so everyone else should try it. Through LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, every social media that you're on, tweeting it. So when they click on that lead page, they're going to see something very cool that you create, your value, what you're all about, and you're giving it away. Give, 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 give. Finally, I'm finally selling something. But normally I would say, I created this. I want you to have it. So you're now attracting people into your playground, I like to call it. And they're now hanging out with you because they like the shit that you're giving away. And eventually they will probably say, what else do you have? Because I'll buy whatever you have. And today, perfect example, launched it on Blab. So give, 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 give. Use lead pages. It's pretty inexpensive, but it's an investment. But it's just a great tool to collect people because we're all here to gather this list, right? We want people in our tribe, on our list, that we're going to be able to offer our value to and help. And vice versa, we're going to help them back. So I could go on for like another hour, but
oh, I know you could. So list, putting people on your list is for a lot of people a good thing, and for a lot of other people, not so good thing. So we could talk about that forever as well. Go ahead and drop your link in there, Sandra.
Yeah,
to your lead pages. I certainly want to get on your list.
Sure,
definitely.
I'm going to.
So, and I'm sure a lot of other people would as well.
Yep.
I'm gonna send it back over to Preston, or actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask Tiffany because Tiffany. Okay, so here's what goes on behind the scenes. So Preston and I had a one-to-one. Tiffany and I had a one-to-one. Sandra, you and I need to do a one-to-one, but that's okay because we both talk as much as the other person. So We probably know how to unpack ourselves just hanging out in guest seat mode here like this, because I think I got you figured out pretty good, Sandra, and I'm sure you do me as well. So Tiffany calls me this morning, and I'm going to hand it over to Tiffany. Tiffany, let people know what can and should go on behind the scenes when you see people that you think you should connect with, more so than in the texting side of Facebook and Twitter and Google Plus and the rest of them, where it's mostly text-based or image-based. But when it comes to talk, what can really happen behind the scenes, and how can that propel you or cut the learning curve for you? So pick up where you decided to call me. What made you call me this morning?
Dude, wow, now I'm going to get all philosophical. I'll just say that I was prompted by one major curiosity, and I'm a really curious person, and I love people, and just you and I had met on another Blab, and I think we had maybe 20 seconds of conversation, but it was enough to hook me. And sometimes
so let me hold on one second. Yes, because I remember that conversation right now. You were just getting ready to leave. I had just joined the Blab. You were just getting ready to leave, and I said, "Oh no, you can't leave." There was an open seat. I jumped in, and I said, "Oh, by the way, are you thinking about doing blank?" And you recall that conversation?
Yes. All right. So what that conversation led to was cooking shows. I have done culinary play shops, is what I call them, and I did them for many years in Tucson, and that was one of my top 3 favorite things that I did with my clients and my groups, and I really want to incorporate it back in. I didn't when I talked to you, and I don't remember if you remember that I was like, well, I've been kind of on the fence, and like it's something that.
Yes, I do remember your indecisiveness. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, because what I've been doing for the last 3 years was eating disorder nutritional therapy, and I want to take a break on that. I just moved to a new state, so I have an opportunity to really just do everything new here. And the cooking classes on this forum, I mean, come on. Like, so I watched one of Chef Dennis's ones, and I was like, that is exactly what I want to do. Except, and this is before he got, like, now he has like a co-host, and this is before he had the lady as his co-host. I want someone to actually ask the questions to me, like, well, wait, why did you add that? Are you adding too much? Like, why did you substitute this? And this forum, this platform is, I haven't even really been using it so much for business yet. I was trolled so horribly on my first 3 videos that they're in Blab hell now, Sandy.
Blab hell.
Yes, they're gone. And so I need to redo them. But it scared me so much that I was like, it's just not for me, until I talked to Roy, and I was like, you know what? He's interested, and I know that there has to be other people that are interested in this as well, because I don't cook what Chef Dennis would cook. I do unconventional cooking. And so but there has to be more people who want to know that too. And Roy was just enough of a fire under the ass to really like, all right, you know what? I'm going to do it. I need to figure this stuff out. I need to line it all up, because I tend to overanalyze, and I'm really linear thinking. But that's what prompted me. Was he had sent me a message through Twitter, which, by the way, like, I just found out how to do that this week. I feel really far behind on that, but I'm catching up quickly. I'm trying to. So that was how it just kind of all came to fruition. And this morning I was like, well, I don't know who he is on Skype yet, so I can't call him on Skype. And on Twitter, he said he's horrible at texting. So I was like, well, I'm just going to give him a call. And I was like, it's 10:11 here. That's like after 9 o'clock in California. Most people are awake and working. So I'm glad that he picked up. Yeah, and then we're talking about creating, and that's what I love doing. I love creating, and I love formulating, and then the fun part after all of that is actually doing it. So I'm excited to make this work.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all you need is a little bit more fire in the belly. I don't know about the butt. Some people say that.
Fire.
I don't. I'm in the belly. The fire in the belly, right? If I see smoke,
the fire people, the fire.
Fire people.
You know what, Tiffany? And I got to run, but I just want to say thank you and congratulations, Preston. We're in the 100 club. Tiffany,
too.
you have to remember, think positive. You have gifts that other people need to hear.
Thank
And
you.
you need to find those people. They're going to come to you when you set these intentions. But the thing is, start asking questions. I've been telling all my clients last week, like, ask questions on social media. If you put a picture behind it on Canva, that's even better. But ask simple questions and start engaging with people on Facebook. And you're going to know by those questions you ask who's going to be meant and drawn to the services and gifts you have to give. But you got to ask the questions, simple ones. Like last week, one of my clients asked, what do you guys do to relax? She put it on some Facebook page. I told her to do it. She's a Reiki healer. She's like, how do I get Reiki customers? Ask people what they do to relax. Oh, really? You think so, Sandra? Put it on Facebook, put it on another put it on another page, rather. She got like 35 ladies going, I do this, I do that, I do this. Is she selling and being icky? No, she's engaging that with them. They're answering the question. And you know what? Eventually, maybe in a few weeks, she's going to say, oh, by the way, I have a free thing. I'm giving away like a 15-minute whatever, and they're all going to come flocking. But start asking those questions, Tiffany. Roy and Preston, whatever you're doing, ask questions, because questions are going to bring people in, and then you're going to be able to connect with them, and good things are going to happen.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you. Yeah, and
Thanks for stopping by. Sandra, I really appreciate it. You know, we never met face to face ever.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think. But it's good that you're here, and it's good that you're celebrating the same birthday. So
Yeah,
every time that we have another 100 days,
we're in the club. I'm going to be here until I'm 100. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'll be walking in with my walking stick. Here I am on Blab. Yeah, 100 years later. I don't know.
it will be cool when they actually get the mobile to work right. It's going to be really rocking to be able to show people all over the world all the places that you can go to. You know, I mean, that's one thing nice about Periscope and you know, Meerkat is you can take your audience with you, but they're working on it, so hopefully they'll get it.
So congratulations. Good seeing you again, Roy, or hearing you. No pun intended. Good hearing you again. Preston, 100, go for it. And Tiffany, you popped into one of my blabs last week, and you were an absolute joy. So keep spreading your message, and peace. I'll be talking to you guys. I'm Xing myself. I'm going to go fly away. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Bye, Sandra. Enjoy.
You're going to have that bird. There you go. Bye-bye.
That's another thing, guys, while we're waiting for someone to jump in. Oh, there's Tony. Hi, Tony.
There you go.
Lucky 100 day in Blab. Nice.
Woohoo! I feel so special, Tony.
Thank you, Preston, for 100 days in Blab. I hope you enjoy the show.
You did something for me here. Watch this.
See, here's the creativity coming out.
Hi,
There you go.
I just want to
Hi, Tony.
give you props and just let you know 100 days, and my shameful prop is tomorrow's my 100th day.
Exactly.
With that being said, I only have 49 seconds left, and I will explode. So I want to say hi to Roy and to Tiffany, to everybody out there in Blabland, and I see the value in this, Roy. I see the value in Tweeple people. I see the value in
Thanks, Tony.
platform to really expand. It's a whole new world for everybody. If you accept this, like we've accepted the internet, the big boys like ABC, Disney, Paramount Studios, they don't know what to do with all this kind of stuff because they can't grab their fingers and try to figure a way to charge us for this and limit us to what they want to see. So with all that being said, Saranara.
There you go. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
I didn't answer his question.
Well said.
Remember when I said I was on Blab for a while? Of course, he puts in the question in the back there. No, Preston, it seemed like 23 hours per day. It wasn't
I wanted
that
to
bad.
get back. I wanted to get back to the value that Blab is providing for us, and my main point was what Tiffany and I have done, as Preston, you and I have done. Even though we met on another platform, it wasn't until this platform that you and I actually started sharing more insights with one another and doing the one-to-one even a little bit more, as well as doing this, the one-to-many. We didn't necessarily do that over at Google+. It was so confining. It wasn't wide enough. We couldn't find each other. So if I would have seen you hanging out, I would have joined you and then got to know your network, and you got to know my network. And so we get to introduce each other to each other. And that's really what it's all about for me, is that the value that takes place here, which, again, I'm going to let Tiffany say this here really quick. Michael, hi, I see you. 1 second. So the point of me asking Tiffany to share the meet and greet and how we met and all of that stuff is one of the things I love doing is saying to people, as Sandra said, asking the good and right questions. Have you thought about a cooking show? Have you thought about a weekly cooking show? I'm kind of doing something, and I'm putting together a tribe of people who all want to help each other as show hosts, blah, 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 blah. And the next thing you know, 2 heads are better than 1, right? 3 heads are better than 2. So people start to pour into you, and then that gets people excited. So Tiffany, were you starting to get excited when, you know, I started to pour into you what's possible, and you're seeing somebody else that believes in what you're doing and who you are and what you have? So that's got to light the fire a little bit more and get you going. Whereas individually, if you don't hear this, don't have this in your life, then maybe you're like, that might not all be a good idea.
Oh,
Tiffany?
Totally. Honestly, Roy, you were the one person, and that was all I needed. That really was just all I needed was you, the one person, saying, hey, have you thought about that? And I'd like to hear more. And then I was like, oh, people, you, Roy, like they care about this stuff. They care about this stuff. All right, I'm gonna make it happen. It was just one person, you, Roy, that really.
Well, for me, it was kind of selfish, Tiffany. It was kind of selfish because sometimes the wife and I were looking at each other, we're going like, well, what's for dinner? Like I'm sure a lot of people do and say. And if I knew that there was a place on the internet where I could go and there was like someone live, or someone with a lot of live links to what could be for dinner, and if I could hear it, because it's one thing reading all these recipes, that's one thing, but if I can hear someone say, oh, this is what I put together for my family, and it was juicy, it was succulent, it was blah, this is what I'm envisioning for me and just about everybody. So this is a global thing now. So is it dinner time where you are, your mountain time? So it's only dinner time for you in your time zone, but we've got all these replays and everything else. So maybe, and I was telling you this, Tiffany, maybe there's a network that we could put together. So it's dinner time somewhere in the world, right? And we can have 24-hour shows where people can just go and go, oh, what's for dinner? What's Tiffany got for today or tonight, or somebody that is part of her network? That's just what I envisioned. Anyway, I just threw that out. So
no, I totally agree. And I think, so using Blab, since we're talking about the value of Blab and how that's different, because, I could make this a YouTube channel, right? That's what it could be. But you don't get this. I don't get this interaction with 3 other people, or even one other person, like live time, asking the questions. And what I had said to Roy, too, is I learn something every single time. Even if it's a recipe that I've done 1,000 times in front of people, there's always one person asking one question that gets me like, oh, I never thought about that, or I'm going to try that next time, or, I learned through people too, or did you know that beets are for XXX, and that's why I love this forum, because it is, people can't, even if they only have one question, either they can ask the question, on the sideline over there, or they can talk and they can ask. And what I was saying with Roy is, when I'm cooking, obviously I'm looking at what I'm doing, whether I'm cutting or mixing or, whatever. So I can't read that line over there, the questions, but having a co-host or co-hosts there where they can ask the questions, real time while I'm cooking, I do see the value in that. And I do see, and not even just cooking. I think it's great, that we, on every single Blab, I've always learned something. Even if I'm only in there for like 60 seconds, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's another piece of technology that I didn't know anything about, and I can look about that, ask somebody about that later, because I have no idea even what they're talking about. I've learned something from every single person that I have spoken to here on this forum. I cannot say enough. I absolutely love it.
Absolutely. No, I agree. And, that's why I've been here so long, because it's been one of those.
I'm going to shut the blinds.
It's an addiction, but it's a good addiction, right? It's something that you're always learning something new from either people that are coming in or people that you go to a Blab with, or that other people are, part of your world that you're inviting into. I have, somebody that I just recently met that just came in to this Blab to kind of see how it can work, because she's planning to do a show. Not necessarily a show here, but I said, you got to look at this as another way to do this, because it reaches out to a different audience, and but I wanted to welcome Michael, not to cut you off, Tiffany. I wanted to tell you, I wanted to tell you too, though, I had a personal one-to-one conversation with Chef Dennis, and I do know him now, and it was because of Blab. But we're trying to work on some things together, and I'm not saying that he's going to do anything for me or I'm going to do anything for him, but he is really good. And I'll tell you, since you love cooking and I love eating, the thing that really got me excited about when he was doing his shows here is that he actually made it as a show. So he had actual multiple camera angles. Yeah. And you could show all these things. And he did a recipe that I love to death, and it's called tiramisu. So if you ever want to learn how to make it, he already has a Blab on it. Just go to him. So I'm giving him props, but also, you to learn it, because it was interesting watching it. I was like, that's how you make it, because I made it before and I sucked at it. So, hey, Tony, thanks for doing that. If you guys like this, obviously tell a bird, tell your friends on Facebook. We'd love to have more people in. But, Michael, welcome. Thanks for coming in here. Are you 100 days old too now?
Not quite. I'm about 90, 92, 93 days old.
Very close.
I'm about that far away.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Enjoy your day. And I cannot stay on Blab.
Uh-huh.
It's really addicting. I am a Blabaholic.
Exactly.
LOL.
Yeah, and they do have a Facebook page now called Blabaholics. So for those who are addicted, you're welcome to go there and join.
I think the word should be passionate, not addicted. I'm addicted to. No, I'm passionate about Blab. Yeah, come on, let's speak it right. Addiction. People think you need to cut back. No, it's just the right amount, right?
For true.
Yes, right amount for you. That's a good point. Okay, it's a passion. It's a passion because I like people. I like meeting people. I mean, when I was back in Minnesota, I would run networking groups, and it wasn't, not necessarily the referral groups, but it was a networking group where we'd get together with other business owners. We'd have a lunch, and in my case, because I'm a believer, I would actually have a pastor come in who was part of the group, and he was also a business owner, and he would talk about how it is to have a business and how to run a business, and what's the effective way of doing business when you're a believer, because you're out there in the world. You need to be the salt of the world, and and I'm not going to get this into a Christian thing, but it was interesting because there was a lot of groups that came to us because of the fact that we were standing on something unique and different. And so again, when I saw this platform, I was thinking, wow, this is like networking in a whole new way. And I can do it worldwide instead of just on a local region. I have to travel. If I want to eat in front of you, you guys give me your blessings, then I will eat in front of you because we'll be having dinner. But it's like a coffee shop atmosphere. When you get in a coffee shop, you're always involved with people that you're there with. But then somehow, on the side, you have people who are, listening. And in this case, you're welcome to listen because we're inviting you to listen. So.
Preston, what you're saying is so important. Let me just tell you, I've named it. I've given it a name. It's I squared. It's instant intimacy. Instant intimacy. This platform, more so than any other platform in social media ever, is where it is possible to know someone for maybe an hour or two and be intimate. Right? And intimacy, the best definition I ever heard, and I know some of you are getting very, very tired of hearing this, but I cannot stop saying what I'm saying because somebody new is going to hear this and take off with it. So intimacy, for me, the best definition I ever heard was in to me see. And that's what this platform allows us to do, to allow people to see into us. We just show up real. and just dig deep, go deep. And if people are on the same plane as you, on the same page as you, they will respond in kind and go deep with you. And then that's what I mean by instant intimacy.
Mm-hmm.
So you see some synergy here with somebody, you take it to the next level, you take it to the phone, you take it to Skype, and then you really unpack who you are. And then that's where all the magic and the miracles happen. I think I absolutely want to, you know, shout that from the rooftops about Blab. That's the value that I have found from Blab, is that it is this machine that allows us to go intimate quickly.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to end this because obviously I gave Roy the hosting privileges. You have that, Roy, right?
I do.
Okay, good. Because if I go out, I don't want this to end in 15 minutes. Leanne Erickson is here. She's actually a friend of mine that I met on Blab from Australia. Okay, so right now I don't know what time it is. It's late. Or no, it's actually early, isn't it? It's actually Saturday right now for her. But if I'll just jump out and I want her to come in, unless somebody else.
This is your thing, man. We're celebrating you. Let me jump out.
All right.
And bring her in. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I have one question.
Oh, you're gonna say bye to Tiffany?
When is Tiffany show gonna start?
I didn't hear exactly. I'm sorry.
When is Tiffany gonna start her show? Everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, Roy. How are you? How are you, Michael?
I'm fabulous.
I'm doing
I'm excellent. It's
incredible.
actually
How are you?
8:45 on Saturday morning here in my world. So it is, well, it's probably not as early, but I did actually go out last night and I didn't get home until, I think I went to bed at 3 o'clock this morning. So I'm feeling a bit tired.
I'd be interested to know when you first got onto Blab. So when you got onto Blab, what? There were 3 people?
There was a few more than 3, but I've been on 101 days.
Oh, nice, nice.
right.
I thought you were here longer than me, but I guess not. Okay, so
No. How are you, Preston?
Good, good. Thanks for stopping by.
That's okay.
It's Saturday, right there?
It is. It's 8:45 Saturday morning.
8:45. There you go. There you go.
So yes,
So you're 101 days.
I'm 101 days. Yes, I feel very old, and I must admit, after the lack of sleep I've had, I feel actually that age.
Well, you have a passion for this. We know that you're always on.
I am. I must have. Tom just said hello to me before, and he said I haven't seen Tom for a while. But I probably, it's funny, I haven't been on Blab as much as what I was initially. But I mean, I just love it, and the people that we've met and the deep friendships that we've made in that amount of time has just been amazing.
I agree.
would you say that's your greatest value? I'm sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Absolutely. It's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal, Michael. Absolutely. It is just amazing. Sorry, Roy, what did you say?
Well, I'm going in tune with Preston's question. Do you see the value for being on Blab? And obviously you said it's the people and the deep, intimate relationship. So would you say that would be like number 1 for you as far as value that you're receiving from Blab? Not what you're giving, but what you're receiving.
Look, there's probably a lot of things that Blab has done personally for me in the last 100 days. So I've probably found my voice, which had been missing from the public world for a very long time. So I'm not going to sit here and go into like all of the things that I've done in my life, but for a long time I was from a community. So like I lived in, and I still do, I live in a different rural community, but in the community that I lived within, I was the facilitator of all of the adult education in the region. I was on just about every, if there was a committee that needed somebody on there, I would be on it. I've been the chair of economic, economic development groups for our whole region, on educational, ministerial appointed education committees in Adelaide as the rural representative, working out how we dished out funding for organised. So, and back then, if, like I said, I was very public, and then for a whole range of reasons, probably in the last 8 or 9 years, we moved and I was pretty much burnt out. And so I, have been working on our own business, but from an actual public speaking perspective, from a sharing my views, sharing what I know, I've been very literally, under a rock for a very long time. So Blab has brought me out from under that rock in a lot of ways. So, and I was sitting down the other day. Hi, Jared, how are you? Before I sit here and keep waffling.
Yeah, hello, Jared.
Because everyone here knows that I can just keep waffling. I can probably waffle for days. But, I was looking the other day, and I think, at my profile, at the time I had 52 Blab replays on my profile, and, I've got 1,300 followers. And I'd sat down and, added up the amount of, roughly the amount of hours and days and people effectively that I've, spoken in front of and to, and it was over 6,000 people, and that was counting sort of the blabs that are on my profile and not counting the blabs that, I've just jumped into and sat there on screen. And so, like I said, from that perspective, my confidence in speaking and being, like I said, being able to share what I know and my ideas and my views on things has just been phenomenal. And I think also, but the people that I've met have just been just tremendous. And I, like Preston, I know when we talked about, the 100 days that we've been on here, and Roy, I know you've been on much longer. But I think, I feel really blessed is probably, I just feel lucky enough that I came onto Blab when there was a lot of us that came on at a similar sort of time, and we were all learning, and we were jumping into people's blabs that we, and I knew no one at all, and and coming from South Australia and living on a farm, like I quite often say, I just live in my this little bubble, like I live on a farm, an hour out of Adelaide, which most people, when even they think about Australia, they think about Sydney or the Gold Coast, or, so very few people even know that South Australia or Adelaide exists. So, and being able to jump onto blabs with people that I didn't know and meet people and at whole different ranges in experience and what they do. And, one probably stands out just from the perspective of exactly, Tom, I just jump into blabs. And when I was first on here, I was on a blab there was Ryan Steinolfson, Khalik Glover, Stephen Caggiano. And I remember, jumping into this and, Ryan saying, Leanne, who are you? Where are you from? And, yep, I'm a farmer from South Australia. And the looks on their faces, they went, wow, we've never actually met a farmer from Australia. And so, we just started talking, and Khalik is like a music engineer, and, just sort of sitting there talking. And I remember someone saying to Khalik, is that a Grammy sitting on your desk? And he's going, yeah. And he was involved in the Michael Jackson "We Are the the We Are the World," that. So and he was one of the producers or engineers on that, and I the other day he was just doing a test blab, and I just jumped in, and he was just wanting to not have anyone annoy him really, and we just sort of started talking, and I hopped in and I talked to him probably for 45 minutes. I just think. And the people that we've met, we would never have bumped into in the real world in a million years. Never. And I love it.
That's awesome.
I'll stop my rant now.
Well, thanks for sharing, because I mean, you did the first in the history of Blab, I think, is actually bring the tractor to us.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And Preston, I was thinking about that, you know, like when like when you said about the Blab, and I thought, really, you know, like and I remember and probably even was that Blab, that like the first Blab, you know, that just sits in my mind. You know, and they said, you know, what do you do? Yeah, well, I'm a farmer. But you know, I've been online since 1997, and I've done this and this, and I've got a LinkedIn network, you know, and this is exactly how I said it, you know, and I know I'm on LinkedIn a bit, like I've got a network of over 28,000 connections. And I remember the look on Stephen Caggiano's face saying, what? And I said, oh, yeah, I've got 28,000 connections. And he said, Leanne, there's probably, you know, maybe a dozen people that have got over that amount of number of connections. And he said, what's even more amazing is that, you know, you're and not derogatory, but he said, you know, like you're in South Australia and you're a farmer, that, you know, you're not somebody that people have just wanted to connect to because you're famous in some. So, and I think that, again, for me, more people now know what I do online, you know, and make connections and than have done in the last, you know, probably 5 or 6 years. So, yeah, there you go. That's my take on Blab. But I've, you know, but I still think, you know, and business opportunities that that I've made. But again, you know, the really deep friendships that I've made here, and the fact that you can go on Blab anytime, day or night, and usually there's someone on that you know. Or there's someone to talk to, or there's someone to listen to, or, you know, like last night, I was driving home from Adelaide. Morning, Jace. I was driving home from Adelaide at, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning, and it's an hour's drive to get home, and I was listening to a Blab, and I listened to it the whole way, and, you know, it beats listening to the radio, like. And, you know, and there was Brian Fanzo, there was Jed Record, and there was 2 other ladies on there. And it was really, really interesting and good content. And so, you know, that was at 2 o'clock this morning when I was driving home an hour back to the farm.
Yeah, so it's a great background noise, and it's not really noise; it educates you. So I really thank you for jumping in, Leanne. I want to just get to meet Gerard. I have never met him before, I don't think. And, welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Preston. There's actually something you said earlier in the show that I've been hoping to get on and talk to you about it. You mentioned before you know, what's the purpose of Blab? And I'm not I'm not a century person. I'm only been on maybe 10 days, maybe a couple of weeks.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
And the question is, you know, is there a use for this? And there definitely is. The comment that you made was regarding social media. And the thing about social media, Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter and all that, is that they're faceless, in that you don't get a connection. You only see the cream and the icing. You don't see the person. Now, we as humans have been telling stories for thousands or 10,000s or whatever years. And for us to talk together on Blab, we're hearing each other's stories. And that's something that can resonate well within us. And that's how we get to know each other. That's how you establish friendships when you're 1 day old, is that you have that human connection. So is this going to go somewhere? For sure. Are we in a honeymoon? We're still in the honeymoon. People are still getting on and playing with it, and, you know, what's this for and whatnot. But it will find a place, and it will be something that people will use to promote their business, to promote their ideas, to promote their passions. Will it go somewhere? Yeah, for sure. It'll go. It's here to stay. So I guess that's my take on it. Preston, I'm just following up something that you started with, talking about how this changes the way that we now do social, because it really does. It is social now, where before it was just look at me, look at my picture. Now it's real stories. It's human stories. So that's my Blab.
Thanks for stopping by, Gerard.
So Jared, so you're in
Canada?
Canada, obviously,
I'm in
on your screen.
True.
So, what do you do?
Right now, I'm working on a product that's actually right here. It's called Virtual Icebreakers. I've worked remotely for many, many years, and I used to manage a team that was, I would say, around the world, but it's primarily out of the UK and the US, and I had staff in Canada as well. And I wanted some way of bonding with them, doing the human connection a bit more closely than just having the regular conference calls. And I couldn't find anything, and I adopted an icebreaker online. And I finally got fed up and I said, I'm going to make it. So I made Virtual Icebreakers, which is basically a tool to facilitate breaking the ice with your team. With it's mainly meant more around business more than anything, but it can be used for network marketing. You know, if you're trying to motivate or engage your sub team. It's still kind of evolving, and I can see, you know, should we have icebreakers on Blab? For sure, we should have icebreakers on Blab that facilitate the conversation so that we learn about each other. And that's, you know, like that's what, again, I'll go back to the stories, the human connection. And
Exactly.
will you get to know people more than you ever will on Facebook or LinkedIn? You bet you will.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely
Absolutely.
following you because we need to talk after this party here, because there might be some good ideas that I've had on utilizing Blab. So we'll have to definitely talk about it.
I think that's a good idea.
Great. Well, thanks for stopping by. Anybody else want to stop in? I mean, if you guys want to talk in.
Have a good weekend, everyone. We'll talk to you soon, okay? Take care.
Talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Gerard. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Excellent. Welcome to Blab.
Preston, I've just realized you don't have any background.
I know. You
You've
know
got a
why?
real house.
I know. I was planning to do it, but there's something wrong with my computer. I'm having Tony look at it, hopefully this weekend. But he's kind of my tech guy, and he kind of understands how to do the background stuff. And he actually got me passionate about doing that. The problem is that my processor is not fast enough. So I went into an actual Blab last week, and it was with professional podcasters. Not a Blab to go into when you have a slow computer, because they saw the background and it was like staggering, and it was really, and I didn't see it. I saw what I saw, and it was beautiful. Yeah. So I apologize for those guys who don't know what I used to have on my background, but you can look at my maybe other replays and you'll see that. I did, however, as you guys noticed, that I changed myself into a cartoon character. And the reason for that was I've always wanted to kind of play around with that as an idea. I had it black and white, and then I colored it myself. But there was a lady here on Blab, Ari, that was doing a Blab that was talking about basically giving these things away, and you donate to her depending upon what you felt like. And she invited me in, so I had to take advantage of it. And so I'm utilizing that just to see what is the reaction. And some people like it, some people don't. But it's another thing to differentiate me. I think, when I came on Blab, I have a unique product. I mean, those that don't know what I do, please click onto my link. You can't see much right now, but it's high definition webcams. This isn't about me, although I do want you to get to know you, because I do need to, look at the business aspect of this. And there is some great opportunities for everybody, I believe, that are in my circle to be able to do more and more things like this. But I need, as Roy has said, a tribe that, likes travel, that likes tourism, that likes that thing, because if we work together as a team, we're going to achieve more. And there are people here in the travel world, brands that are in the travel world that I want to connect to, of course. So if you know of anybody, please let me know about them, and hopefully we can connect. But there's synergy here, and I think if we can find a way that we can work together where everybody is a win-win-win, we all will win. And not only us as part of it, but if we can even take that onto Blab and be able to win in a big way of bringing more of this kind of conversation to light. Because Roy, I'm so thankful for Roy, because he is so good at facilitating a Blab. I mean, he knows how to say what he says, and people understand what he says. Me, sometimes they get confused with it.
And I waffle.
I want to pick up on something that Leanne said earlier. So for me, I'm going to make a new decision based on new information. And thank you, Leanne. So I never changed my mind, guys, never. Because changing your mind means you might have been wrong. But if you don't have enough information to make the best possible decision for you, then it's just making a new decision based on new information. So for me, the value here on Blab, my number one value that I've received so far is the ability to connect with just about anyone. Anyone who wants to connect with you, you have that opportunity, and you can go fast. And that's what I'm all about, the speed relationship guy. But what Leanne just said, I'm now going to make that number two. And number one for me is finding my voice in a deeper way. So I've already found my voice ever since I came online, so to speak, but never like this. So I like what Leanne said. For her, it was finding my voice. And I think that's probably what it's going to be for everyone, because we may not stay the same in our personality, persona, the way we show up here on Blab the first time we show up on Blab. I think it'll somewhat evolve over time, because you'll realize what people like about you, because they'll say that. Like I just heard Preston say 2 or 3 times, I like what Roy did here, I like what Roy did there, and it's like, oh, okay, so maybe I should do more of that kind of thing. So I think the immediate feedback from people to be able to find your voice, and people will tell you, oh, I don't like what Roy just said, or I don't like the way he shows up, or blah, blah, blah. Leanne, is that kind of sort of what you were saying when you said the value that you found here so far is finding your voice?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a whole range of things. And Preston, I was thinking, and I quite often sound like Billy Connolly, and I'm assuming that everyone knows who Billy Connolly is, the Scottish comedian. But he'll start on one tangent and then go off on an absolutely completely different story, but come back to actually what the original thing was. And I do that all the time. And what made me think before is, Preston, when you said, that I'm probably, I've done, I bought the tractor to, I bought the tractor to everyone. And so just picking up on that, what Roy's just said. So for me, it's being able to really allow people to see all of the layers that are within Leanne Isaacson. And I'm a farmer in this part of my world. I've worked online and in social media in this part. I have we have our own small business, which I that we've had for however many years. I market that totally online. So all of the stuff that I know from, with an online social media marketing perspective, I put into practice in our own business. I've got my LinkedIn. I'm very, very strongly and passionate involved in the breast cancer network here in Australia, because that's another very, very big part of my world from a family perspective. So it's really, and even from the perspective of, like I have kids, so I've got a 24-year-old and a 21-year-old. And so, I've been, and as far as finding your voice, like I've really got to the stage now where I'm happy to jump into and have a conversation with anyone almost about anything, because there are so many parts of me that has, that can teach people, has experiences, has opinions, knows somebody that knows someone. And so, yeah, Roy, I think, from the perspective of saying that I found my voice, it's almost twofold. It's a confidence thing that, I could sit here now and it's probably only been the last few weeks that I've really sort of related it to the fact, every time you come on camera, you're public speaking,
Absolutely. Yes.
And at the moment, while it seems like maybe I'm just sitting here talking to, 3 people on, 2 other people on the screen, and we're having that dialogue, we look at there's 8 people in the room. There's been 77 people come through the room, and every single one of them has had the opportunity to hear what we say, and hopefully there's been something that every one of us have said that someone takes away and goes, oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that, or no, I don't agree, or yeah, I really love that. So having people we're having the opportunity to actually make people think, whether it be good, bad, indifferent. So as far as finding my voice, like I said, it's it's a confidence thing, but it's also being able to share what I know.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Leanne, I mean, you revolutionized the way that I was thinking about LinkedIn. I mean, there's things that you showed me that I've heard about, but I didn't know how to apply it. And obviously, I'm still discovering new things as I tweeted you earlier.
Yeah.
Now I'm out of the possibility of getting new connections. But we'll talk about that offline sometimes. But
And that's
unless you want to.
well, and that's interesting. That's because of your the searches that you've done.
Yeah.
Yeah. And LinkedIn, and that's not something. And for anyone that like is wondering what's Preston's saying, like LinkedIn have got I forget what it's called, commercial search limit or something like that. So if you've done a whole heap of searches, then it gets to a point where LinkedIn says you can't do any more searches. But I'm pretty sure it's only on a monthly basis, Preston.
Oh, good.
And and it would be worth actually reaching out to LinkedIn, so sending an email to LinkedIn Help just to say, hey, I had no idea. Is there a way that the button can be unpressed or whatever to allow you to continue to do some more searches? So, but it's not something. So for me, I don't do that many searches, so I've never had that issue. So the fact that you said that to me the other day made me think, oh yeah, that's right, that is there. So, and I think and I know that, and also about your avatar, like your avatar. I didn't know that was against the terms of the terms of service with like I didn't know that, and then I actually went and looked. I went, oh yeah. So, and I think for me also that's the beauty, like of who we know, who we speak to, and we're always learning. And I think that there's a lot of everyone talks about the experts and the like the use of the term, and I never say that, because we all know what we know about a certain subject, and we do things in a certain way because that's the way we know, or we've been taught, or we've found out. But it doesn't mean that there's not somebody that's sitting in this room that says, hey Leanne, did you know you could do it this way, or I do it this way, and it makes you go, oh okay, didn't know that, and I hadn't thought about that, and I hadn't thought about using it like that. So I've learned stuff from you about LinkedIn, Preston, because they're not something that I've had in my experience using LinkedIn. And I mean, we can't all know everything about every single platform or thing, or Preston, I'm sure there's things about cameras that you don't know.
Right.
We know what we know.
We don't know what we don't know.
We don't know what we don't know. And so like I said, and I don't even know why I started on that rant, but me being able to actually bring my farming world to people, like, has just been amazing. And it's also then started me to think more about, and I've been passionate about the disconnect between where food, between the consumer and farmers. There is such a disconnect between people knowing where their food comes from and how it comes from. And I think that for me has certainly also been, one of the things that I've been able to bring to people, that I sit on my tractor, and, and it's also twofold, that, how lucky are we that we've got this platform, Periscope, Blab, whichever of the live streaming platform it is. And, no doubt there will be other platforms that come along that will suit somebody but not suit another. But, the fact that I can sit on my tractor and show people and talk to people and explain what I'm doing, show where I live, it's very powerful.
Well, and we like your accent too.
Oh, that's right. And I don't have an accent. The rest of the world does.
Yeah, but Roy was talking about that too earlier, and I think you were in here, that we're pouring into each other. I mean, you gave me value when I spoke to you, and we had that conversation offline, not on Blab, and you gave me some things that were revolutionary to me. So I felt to do the same thing to you. You know, it's how do you say that, Roy? Reciprocity?
Reciprocity.
Yeah, thank you.
Reciprocity, yeah.
That's like saying aluminum or some other word I can't
I know,
pronounce.
aluminium.
Linoleum,
Aluminium.
I think it was.
Mhm.
So, but no, I mean, you know, I really appreciate you, Leanne, and I really appreciate you showing us, you know, that, you know, Australia is so far away from us here in America, and of course here in Honduras. And I have, when I was going to school, just to give you an example, one of an exchange student came to our high school, and she was from New Zealand.
Yep.
And she and I, you know, I wasn't boyfriend and girlfriend with her, but we were good friends. I enjoyed talking to her because she told me about the culture of New Zealand. And of course, now everybody knows New Zealand because of the Lord of the Rings, and everybody, you know, hears about Australia because of obviously the kangaroos. And I don't know if I shared with you. I know I shared with the podcaster from Australia too. I don't know if you know him, but
Matt?
Yeah, Matt. I shared with him there was a GIF that I found, and I think I found it on Giphy. You got to look under Australia or something, and they had a little baby kangaroo hopping on the beach, going back and forth between people, and it was just so cute because, you know, us here, we don't see that. All we see is dogs or, you know, horses running on there. We don't see kangaroos.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know, and absolutely, and I must admit, it's certainly made me think about my world differently. That we take for granted where we live and what we do, and we forget that people don't know what we know, and so, like I said, it's made me view the whole world, every part of my life, and differently, because, you know, just for example, was last Saturday morning, I think I'd stayed at a girlfriend's and I was driving home, and as I was driving along, a koala was crossing the road.
My.
And my first thought was, wow, I should scope that because people wouldn't have ever seen it. So luckily where I was, I could literally just go pull over, you know, and it was a really windy road, and so I pulled over and I started a periscope. And so I scoped this koala, and it had crossed the road and it had climbed up a tree. And so I stood there, and, you know, across the road, I stood there and filmed, you know, like this koala, you know, climbing up a tree. And I just, you know, was talking a bit about it. I think there was 180 people that watched that periscope. And like I said, so you're right. And, you know, there are things that we just take for granted, and there's things that I don't know, you know, like Ed Brophy's taken me for a tour on his golf cart around the golf course, you know, like at where he lives in Palm Springs, you know, like, and taking me down the street, taking me into the pharmacy, which sounds bizarre, but, you know, over in the US, in his pharmacy, you know, you buy alcohol, you buy cigarettes, you buy, you know, in a pharmacy, whereas here in Australia, we don't even buy alcohol in supermarkets. You know, we can only buy alcohol in licensed hotels and licensed specific shops. So, you know, what we're learning about the world now, just being able to associate, you know, like have these conversations, is just amazing. And, you know, like I'm planning to go to the US, in January and February, and, you know, like I joke, like I could actually do a world tour with people, you know, and staying probably with people that I've met on Blab.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope people would do that too. You know, I'm here in Honduras, so you're welcome to come, and especially see the beautiful beaches here. That's for sure.
Yeah, and so, you know, like I think, you know, it'll be interesting, you know, as far as from Blab's perspective, how it evolves. I'm not sure at this point, you know, like at this point in time that people are going to, that are coming onto the platform now, are going to be able to develop the deep, large networks that we were lucky enough to have created at the beginning. And I'm not sure whether that's a very bold statement, because I think, you know, like as there's more people coming on, there's more noise and to as such, and so you know, while so there's more blabs to actually go into, and
Right. It's more diversified nowadays.
it's more diversified. So I'm not. I know, you know, it certainly hasn't changed the ability to create those relationships, but I'm not sure that if we were coming on now, we would have the large network, you know, deep networks that we've been able to create over the last 100 days.
Well, that's
That's
an
an interesting question.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead,
So,
Roy.
Preston, you first, and I'll address. I'd love to address that. So,
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
think what's happening, obviously, and I didn't understand this at first because I seen it was probably a month ago where I saw somebody celebrating their 50 days on Blab, and I was thinking about it, and I go, why would you celebrate 50 days? Why don't you celebrate like 90 days or 60 days or something like that? And then she said it was something about being half here, or I've been here for half the time, or I can't remember what it was, but it was like, so that's why I did the 100 days instead of 90 days, because I usually look at anything that I do, if I continually do it, I should evaluate it for at least 90 days. You know, this benefit is, you know, like I talked about earlier, is I'm meeting people from all over the world that I would have never met on social media. The likelihood of me ever going face to face with them is remote at best, right? But being able to actually have a platform where I can talk my ideas and be able to get ideas from other people and be able to actually change my business model because of it is revolutionary.
Yeah.
You know, because
Yep.
how I started on Blab was different than I am today. You know, I still might have a show. I keep on saying that, but there's a lot of work to do a show, especially if Tony comes in, he can advise everybody about this. But there's also the element of, you know, the people here, I like having conversation. You know, and the real conversation happens when there's not necessarily you know, a show, so to speak. And I talked to a guy that came into one of the shows that Tony and I did. We were talking about the screen, you know, switching things because we're waiting for Blab to do it, but they haven't yet. Because screen sharing is important, especially in my business. If you don't know what I do, you have to visually see what I do. I can't just explain it to you that I have HD webcams, because in the US, there's tons of webcams out there. But until you actually look at the quality of it, there's no comparison, you know. But I have to visually show it. So that's why I've been doing these kind of little visual things. But I look at it as the fact that, you know, you have a family already. So the people that have started together are always going to be a family on here, and I think they're going to build their own audience. Like, you have more followers than I do, okay? And you're only 1 day older than me, you know.
Yeah.
But it's because you have been on shows and you've been talking and blabbing, right? That's the great name about it. But you also have given value. You've given value to a lot of people because of your knowledge of LinkedIn. Because most people on LinkedIn who are, quote, like Roy has said, educated, is the fact that they would charge money for what you give for free. Okay, and there's a lot of people that aren't willing to do that, especially some of the big boys. Now, Brian Franzo gives value, and you can tell that. You can tell Enzo, he gives value. You know, you can tell what's his name, Joel Comm, he gives value. But your value is specific towards your expertise because you've had the experience, you know. So I think to answer that question, it was a long, convoluted question answer, but I think what's going to happen is you're going to have tribes of people that start together, that if they can keep the tribe together, so to speak, they'll continually be together. And those people are always going to be together. So we have to ask the people that are starting now what they're going to be in 100 days. And hopefully this 100 days thing keeps on catching on, that people are going to continually do that, so we all learn from it. So, Roy, what do you say?
Yeah, no, that was a great question.
Yeah.
So, Leanne, if I can, let me just unpack it the way I heard it, and then you tell me if that's exactly what you said. So
I can't even remember what I said.
Don't want to answer a question that you didn't even ask. So I think your question was like this. Is it more advantageous for us here in the early stages of Blab as we're growing up with it when there's very few people here? Can those people after us, 100 days from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, be able to build the same type of a foundation with said people here on Blab, or are they less advantageous for them coming on later? So is it the early adopters that have the advantage here, or is it still the same for everybody a year or 5 years later? I think that's what you said. Is that what you said, sort of, kind of?
Yeah. I'm not sure that it's going to be and not that it can't be done, but I'm not sure that it's going to be as easy.
As easy to build that following / tribe.
As easy, yes. To build the large, because realistically we've got, I feel I've got quite a large network that I know closely here on Blab, and from a really broad range of places, industries, backgrounds, all of that sort of thing. So I think that it's not going to be as easy as what it was for us.
Okay, so yes, now that I have the question, I would probably take the stance based on what I know. This is information that I have, because this is actually what I'm helping people to do to make it easier for them a year from now, 5 years from now, to have the same advantage to build your platform here. Let's call it a platform. To build your platform, to build your followers, your fans, your friends, all the F words that pertain to why someone may want to keep tabs on you. So I think it's going to be just as easy, okay, even with more people, because they've already kind of sort of blazed the way, the trail, so others can follow it and say, oh, I see what Leanne did to build her platform. I see what Preston did to build his platform. And I'm more like Leanne. Even though I'm a male, my personality is more like hers. So maybe I should follow her as a role model, and it would be easier because she's already blazed a trail. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just the way I see it.
Yeah. And that's true. I think it's, and I think for we who have been on here, like I'll go into Blabs now, and people are probably not as free to let people into seats as what it was when we all started. In my experience, it's interesting. And one thing, Preston, that just really for me crystallized what about the different people that we've been meeting, and that. And probably because I'm a connector, but when you just said, I was on, about the podcast, the Aussie podcast, or the podcast the other day, I could straight away say, oh, you mean Matt McLeod?
Right.
I don't know Matt. I didn't know Matt McLeod before Blab.
Right.
So for you to be, and I, like I said, as soon as you said it, and I said, oh, you mean Matt? Like for me, that just really epitomizes what Blab has done, because it's about knowing people and who they are and what they do, and being able to remember that. Anyway, like I said, I could sit here and waffle all day.
Let's change the direction here just slightly, if we can. You guys jump in the open seat. Yep. Tell us. Do you see value in Blab? This is what Preston is asking. He's been here 100 days, or what is it, tomorrow actually?
No, today.
Today is his 100th birthday on Blab. And what does that really mean? And do you see the value? So we've been talking about various things. Leanne gave me some new information. I now have a new number one in value. It's finding my own voice, and even more so than I already had on other platforms. So I think that's what attracts me to people, is their voice, the way they show up in the world. If someone has valuable information as far as their content that I need for whatever, but they, in their presentation as a human being, suck at it. Just a nice way for me to say this. I can't follow them. And I would rather go to someone else that I have more of a rapport with as a human being, and then receive from them who probably have the same type of content, because I don't think anybody corners the market on any kind of content. And as we said earlier, there's always room to learn a little bit more about your endeavor.
Yeah, absolutely. Wagner.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you. I don't think I've met you before, but welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm probably newer than some of you guys. Probably definitely newer. I've been on now for about a month. Welcome. So thank you. So it's interesting because my background is in marketing and advertising. Work for an agency in Orlando, Florida, where I'm in right now, and so I look at the platform from its marketing potential, and also from a utilitarian potential, where it's definitely it definitely has the elements of a social media platform. However, unlike other streaming services like Periscope and Meerkat, there is an ability to conduct more serious dialogue. Even like this one. This one is is kind of a thought-provoking type of dialogue that's being had here, where you might not see that so much on a Periscope, where you see a little bit more fun, behind the scenes, unscripted, if you will. So I think that there's definitely a great benefit. I see that with the constant improvements being made on this platform, if it continues in that direction, this will become maybe, in my opinion, the LinkedIn of video streaming. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, Leanne could talk about the LinkedIn part. I think it is a platform. Obviously that's evolving. I think there is a lot of things they can add to this. The issue is, and I've already have voiced it a couple of times to Sean, the owner, CEO, whatever you want to call him. No, he's the CEO. Is the fact that they should have, a couple of things integrated in here, especially for, I come also from a marketing background, an advertising background. And for me, connecting is a big deal, but it's not necessarily about the numbers. I know so many people get so wrapped up and go, oh, I need 50,000 people on Twitter, and I need 100,000 people on Facebook, and I need this. And I'm like,
28,000 on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure. That's not a point you are. Now, LinkedIn, there's a different story with that, though, because everything's LinkedIn, right? And when you have that connections, you have multiple millions of connections because of it. So that is a good thing. Right. Now, but on the other social media
platforms, I was just joking. It's okay. I was just joking.
But what I'm saying is that there's so many people so consumed, and unfortunately, and this is a good question for you, Wagner, a lot of brands are concerned always with the numbers. They're always looking at the numbers, and so if sure. like for instance, if you go to me, and I don't want to again make this, I want to talk to you offline though at a different point, because I think we could have a great discussion on this, and there's some business obviously to be had too. But in my world, when I talk to brands, and I don't talk to too many, but the ones that I have, they always say, look, Preston, if you can't give me 1 million viewers, I'm not even interested in talking to you.
Sure. But that, and I have clients that at times I need to educate as well, whether it's a discussion about broadcast advertising or social media marketing, and their focus is on the numbers, on the number of impressions, on the number of followers. And my response is always the same, that it's quality over quantity. That I would rather, let's say someone is looking for 10,000 likes on their Facebook page. I would rather they have 5,000 quality likes versus 10,000 who knows who kind of likes that are not engaged. So I think the same holds true of this, is that it requires an education to those that don't know better. And from your nods, I know you guys know better. So it's about educating those and saying, hey, listen, do you just want flat numbers that are not going to engage just so that you can see a pretty number, or do you want to convert that into something? And if you do, then you need quality, right?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I created, I very much am the sort of learner that if I learn something, in most cases, if I learn something, I actually put it into practice, and I need to see how it works for myself to then be able to show and teach others and apply it to different things. So just an example. So in my, farming world, we grow cereal hay and alfalfa hay for the horse industry. So it was, we literally bought this particular farm in 2008. And at the same time, I've been online since 1997. So, I was teaching people how to use the internet for, and the potential for business in 2000. So it's been very much a part of my world for, my kids call me a techno geek, a geek, which is fascinating seeing they're 21 and 24.
I'm right with you.
But so in 2008, we just bought a different farm, which we, and I decided that I would create, we'd been general farmers, which probably sounds a bit weird. So, a normal farmer here in Australia, you can grow the best cattle, you can grow the best grain, and at the end of the day, it just, you really don't have a great opportunity to actually market that in your own right and sell it on, sell it on quality. Effectively, you take your cattle to the sale yard, and if the butchers on the day or the buyers on the day decide that they've got enough, well, we're only going to pay you $1 a kilo instead of $2 a kilo. And as a farmer, you have no control over that. So I decided that we would create, that I was going to create a business that I marketed on price, quality, and customer service. So I, created a name, and at the time, I'm probably going completely off tangent, but I was learning about online marketing, and it was a face-to-face. So effectively, what I was doing is what I was learning, I was putting into practice with our farm. So, I created a domain called Lucerne Hay for Sale and installed a website myself. I installed Google Analytics. I played around with Google AdWords, and so, and over the years, that's sort of what I've done. So I've been learning and putting it into practice in our own farm. Bless you. And
thank you.
And so, I've built up a database on, for our farm business. So I have, I think 8, and I've not actively been doing it lately, but, I've got 850 people on a database, in my Aweber autoresponder. So if we have new hay now, I will send out an email to my list, and I can guarantee I'll get sales. So that, so then I can put that learning and that knowledge into practice for other businesses, because I say, okay, well, this is what I did. This is how you do it. This is how it can work. And I know why I started this story, because I was learning about Facebook advertising and creating Facebook pages for business. And so I decided that I would create a page called I Love My Horse Today, because, and I'm not a horse person, not at all. It just happens that that's the niche that our business is in. So with what I was actually learning about Facebook ads and targeting, and so I grew that page from nothing to 10,000 fans in less than 21 days.
Wow.
Because of the I didn't buy the likes from Fiverr. I built that with really targeted ads, and then got in, and then was learning about how to actually engage people and how to, working out what press their buttons and
Yep.
So that's what I was, so it was my learning, and that was what I was using this page for. So that page now has got over 36,000 fans. And
that's great.
And,
quality
every now and then I will, I might run an ad to get some more likes, because from an engagement perspective, if your page has got, more activity, then, more, so, it's all about the engagement. But then what I
Right.
did was, because I was, like I know that it's all very well having, a whole heap of numbers, but if you're putting all your eggs in one basket on one particular platform, then if all of a sudden Facebook just tomorrow decided that they didn't like horses, then my page could disappear and my fans. So then like the principle that I know, you take them to your own real estate. So what I did was then each post I was putting a call to action to have them join up in a fan club. So still and these are principles that I've been applying for however long, probably since Blab. I've dropped the ball on that, but so now I think I've got about 1,300 people on a specific horse database that then I could actually market other stuff to. So
Great.
so from the perspective of having the fan, the big numbers and that sort of thing, absolutely, it's not about the numbers, but when you've got like a targeted and effectively the 36,000 fans on that page, I know a horse, because of the way that I've targeted the stuff, I know they're all passionate about horses. And but after saying that, like I've created all that, have I done anything with it? No. Have I made any money
Right.
from it? No. Not effectively, not a cent from that page, because that was not my original intent. It was my learning. And so have I
Right.
so have I got money out of that page? No. But have I got this amount of knowledge, experience, what to do, what not to do? Absolutely. So like that's what I look at, the time and effort and whatever that I've learned from that page, that now I can just go into any other business or any other industry and say, well, these are the principles of how you do it. It is,
Right.
like I said, I'm not, I've gone one hell of a story, but that, that sort of started from the, is it better to have 300,000 followers on Twitter that, that really take no notice of you, but still at the end of the day, having as many eyes on whatever you're doing is, is certainly key as well. So it is the balance between, are they engaged? Are they not? And it's a bit like my, like my LinkedIn network. Like I created that sort of, that was an attitude and a reason. And I never expected it to get to the size that it is. And, I quite often I'm challenged, well, you can't possibly know 28,000 people. So, no, absolutely. No, I don't.
Right.
But what that allows me to do is if you said, do you know someone in London, do you know someone in Dublin that does such and such, that has got this, so the network that I
Right.
have, like I can really pinpoint, I reckon I probably do. And so it's about the intent and what, everyone uses different platforms for different reasons, and it is about it's about the intent and what you can do with it.
Well, I was going to say, in addition, because I used to be one of those LinkedIn members that was very, very true to just his connections and nobody that he didn't know. And then after, and of course, we use LinkedIn and other platforms here at the agency. And after further education, I learned not only the point that you made in terms of, having those second, third degree connections that you can make, but then also the fact that LinkedIn has been a great source of content distribution and curation. So by you making posts and status updates, those connections are now going to read all of that, and now you've been able to increase your your publishing reach of that content. So ever since I educated myself on that, now anybody that wants to connect with me, I accept. Go ahead. Come on, connect.
And I think, and I didn't mean this to turn into a into a LinkedIn rant, but and I certainly have always, and thinking about it, you know, I said to someone there, like, you know, it's only been since Blab that I've really realized that my superpower is being a connector. You know, at the end of the day, that's what I do, whether it be connecting people to people or people to resources or people to places, or so it's about the connection. And so I made a very conscious decision that I would connect with anyone that wanted to connect with me. And probably, you know, I've been on LinkedIn since 2007. You know, really started actively using it in 2012. So my network has been built majority, you know, pretty much in 3 years. But you know, like I wouldn't walk into a networking meet, you know, like I wouldn't walk into anywhere and have someone introduce me to someone, or, you know, be standing in front of someone and not shake their hand before I knew who they are or what they did. And that, to me, that's my attitude on LinkedIn. It's effectively shaking someone's hand. And and I, you know, I know a lot of people get hung up on the fact that, oh my goodness, you know, what if I connect with someone and they're a spammer, or what if I connect with someone and it's a fake profile, or what, you know, like, at the end of the day, you can unconnect from some, you know, you can,
Yeah, I love that.
you can unconnect from someone. And I take the attitude, you know, I know, you know, let's face it, in 28,000 connections, I would have a hell of a lot of fake profiles. But at this point in time, have they done me any harm? No, I don't think I've even unconnected, you know, like, even from a spam perspective, you know, like, and I hate saying it because I don't want to jinx myself, but, you know, I could effectively have 28,000 people messaging me however many times a day, because, you know, like, from a first level connection to a first level connection, I don't know that there's any limit on how many times you can message someone. So I could have 28,000 people messaging me every day, which I don't.
Leanne, I wanted to touch on what you just said, because I think that you're giving me lots of new perspectives, or different perspectives. So the virtual handshake of which you speak is basically when someone befriends you, you turn around and befriend them, and that's basically the virtual handshake. And then what happens afterwards, whether you unfriend them, unfollow them, whatever the terminology may be, that's okay in your mind. That's perfectly fine, because a lot of people, you know, there's all kinds of different perspectives on should you follow the person back who just followed you? Will they think you're antisocial or being a soc? And there's so many things that we can't possibly all have the same mindset. But I love your mindset. It's the virtual handshake when you follow them back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and I suppose, like, I never discount the value of a connection, you know, and whether that be in, and for me, LinkedIn is just a tool, you know, like, just like every other part of my life is a tool, you know, like, I will be speaking, you know, I met someone at a pub one night. It was a friend of someone else, and we were just sort of sitting there talking, and I think I was probably talking about Periscope. I was talking about, you know, one of the platforms, and I said, you know, I reckon it'd be really useful for you to do, you know, get in touch with this person, because they would be able to help you do such and such. And I said, you know, connect with me on LinkedIn, and then I'll be able to introduce you to them. So, like, you know, I never you know, that's just how my mind naturally works. And, you know, and I figure, like, you never know who knows someone, or who knows some, you know, a friend of a friend. And that connection might not happen today. It might happen in 6 months. It might happen in 5 years. You know, like, there are people that I worked with 20 years ago that I know, I think, oh, hang on a minute, I reckon they used to work there. I wonder whether they're still there. And I know I could pick up the phone and get in touch, in touch with that person. And so, you know, the value of a connection might, like, it might, I always say, you know, like, it's a bit like growing a crop. You know, you plant the seed, you water it, you fertilize it, and then in 6 months, 8 months time, you reap that crop. But then that could still sit on your farm for another 6 months before it's sold. So, you know, the life cycle of that, you know, is quite often 12 months. And that's the attitude that I have to a lot of, connections. Pretty much whatever I do in life, you don't always necessarily see the return or the benefit or the thing right then. It can happen at any point in time. And I'll shut up because I can talk a lot.
That was
You
good
just have
stuff.
good information, though. I mean, it's something that we think about. Obviously, you've rocked Roy's world already on a couple of things. So.
Absolutely, and that that doesn't happen too often. Not to say that people don't pour into me. It's just I'm so prepared for this place that most of it is old hat, but I love it when someone can give me a different perspective. I love it.
Well, and I think and Roy, that's what, like, at the end of the day, we all have the same tools. But we all have different perspectives on what the tools are. It's a bit like LinkedIn. There's people here on Blab that are LinkedIn experts, and but we all have different ways of using things and different perspectives and different personalities. So it's really just, for me, everyone's different and there's no right and wrong. And I think that, we quite often get hung up on, well, if you're not doing it that way, it's wrong. Well, no, it's just different. And and it's the same with, I must admit, it does surprise me some of the, and I know I always talk about LinkedIn because that sort of quite often sits in my head. I hear some of the LinkedIn experts sitting there bagging LinkedIn, and
Yeah, I see that
and I've probably always had the attitude, look, nothing's perfect, nothing. And if we waited for something to be perfect, then that's fine. But you work with what you've got, and that's been well and truly my attitude, sort of, especially with the internet and online in rural areas, because in a lot of cases the internet access over here in Australia is pretty crappy. It's and that's probably an Australian slang, and you won't even know what I mean. That's the other thing I've learned, that we just take things for granted, and everyone does. You live in your world, and even the way you speak and the words you say, that since being on Blab, you go, oh, I didn't realise that you didn't know what I meant, because it's just.
I think we use crappy here a lot.
Okay, good. So the internet here is crappy.
I think crappy is crappy anywhere.
Crappy is crappy. But
it's very universal.
My attitude with that is, look, you work with what you've got, and you make things. You don't not do it because it's not perfect, and so don't sit here and like I said, I figure we work with what we've got, and at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, then what you've learned is, okay, we can't do it that way, so let's see how we can actually modify and adapt what we do to be able to use what we've got. And in most cases, unless you're a brain surgeon, that you're trying something new that you don't know whether it's going to work or not, at the end of the day, most of the stuff that we do, is no one's going to die. What's the worst thing that can happen? It doesn't work. Like I said, unless you're a brain surgeon, it's probably not a good attitude. But with most other things, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
I always term that philosophy, and I did this on Google. There is a guy that I know, and so does Roy. I can't remember his name. Manassi Senior. What's his name, Roy?
Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness! Now his first name eludes me. It'll come to me. Go ahead.
Google and find out. But anyways, we had a one-on-one conversation, and we were talking about, I was using Google, and I was using Google in a new and different way. I wanted to bring value, not only to my business and what I was doing, but bring value to those that were following me. And for some reason, when I got into Google, I got a lot of followers. I mean, I don't got like 50,000, but I got 5,000 or so, 6,000 followers. And I liked it because I spent time there. Just like this Blab, I'm spending time. But I called it a very interesting word. I should coin it. So maybe I shouldn't tell everybody about it, but it's called experimental marketing. Experimental marketing, because you don't know what is going to work, and you can't apply it to every single business, because every business is different. I don't care if you're in the same industry, your business is different, and the reason it's different is because the person who runs it is different, right?
Yep.
And that's what gives us diversity. And I think, when you look at the numbers of people that are, going for numbers and have this, recipe for success, it may work in most cases, but you really have to, as a business owner, be able to look outside of your thinking and out of other people's thinking and do something totally different. Because like you said, what can it do? It can't hurt you. So why not do it, And so that's why I did Blab, that's why I did the caricature. That's why I did a lot of the things. I mean, I'll give you one tip that I did that recently I thought of, and it was because of Blab and conversations that I had. But when, the tweeting goddess, you know where she's from Ireland. Okay?
Sam, yeah,
very good. And she was upset with me. Well, not upset, but she was saying, don't use auto DMs. And I'm like, well, I don't have the time to go back to these people and thank them personally. And, I don't want to type it all out. And I said, I thank them for following me, but there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. And so what I did is I just shot a short video. So anybody that's following me now, especially the new followers on my Twitter, will get a video from me, and it talks about me. I say, hi, my name is Preston. This is what I do. Nice to meet you. Thanks for following. And this is real. I mean, it's me. And then I kind of go into, hey, if you like this, or if you know somebody that does this or whatever, keep in touch. I kept it under 30 seconds. And the reaction I've gotten was phenomenal. People love it. But I did it originally on a DM, which is not a good deal because people don't always check their DMs. But most people will check their @mentions. So then everybody else sees that, and then they might be interested in me too, and that has built my following. And it's good because it's those followers that I want, not necessarily people that just want to follow me to follow so I can follow them. Because I don't follow. Yeah, Kenneth Manissi Sr. I hope he comes in here because he's done a lot of things on Google. That's kind of his platform. But he is a phenomenal guy, and he's done things, I think, once or twice on here on Blab. But yeah, he gave me those ideas, and he's a marketer. I mean, he's a professional business owner that has lost everything in running a business, and then came back, and because of that loss, have learned a whole bunch more, and teaching people more.
Yeah. And Preston, I think one of the things that I was just thinking is that I think being able to say, like I said, like the horse page that I created, I have, from a monetary perspective, I've made very little money from that page. And I think that it's also being open and honest enough to say, well, look, and I quite often say, do as I say, not necessarily as I do. Sometimes I'm, even on LinkedIn, I'm like the painter that's got the, the professional painter that's got the worst painted house in the street. It's always easier to do other people's stuff than this, quite often to do your own. And, I'll look at my, some of the stuff that I've got online. I think, oh, shit, I actually don't really know that I want to tell people that even exists because I'm a bit embarrassed, But I think it's actually about being able to say, okay, this is what worked, but as importantly, these are the mistakes I've made, and this is, I'm not perfect, and I think it's also being able to share that sort of side of you. And I think, like I said, again, getting back to thinking about the value of Blab, and it's we learn from our mistakes and we learn from other people's mistakes as well. And in quite often in public, all you hear about is the good stories and the things that worked, and you don't hear about. I ran a Facebook ad for a webinar that I was running. It was a really targeted ad, really good ad, but with Facebook, like if you when you put an ad campaign out, if you set the budget really high, it almost gets approved instantly, almost instantly. So then you actually pause the ad and go in and change the budget down to what you want it to be.
That's a smart trick.
Yep.
That's a good idea.
So set the budget high, put it in to be approved, and then pause it. It'll be approved instantly, or pretty much instantly, and then just change the budget back to what you want it to be. So really, really good tip, except if you forget to do it.
Right.
And so I had set, I'd done this ad, and I think I'd set the budget to get it approved, say $100 a day, just so I could get it approved really quickly. Well, I forgot. I forgot to pause it. And I also made the other sin of not looking at it every day.
Oh, no.
So it was 3 days, and I thought, oh, okay. And I went, shit, oh, darn, that's just cost me $300. So that's one learning. Okay. But the other thing that I hadn't done, because I'd set it up really quickly, the one particular link that I had, and I can't remember exactly which one it was broken.
Uh-oh.
So here I've got.
You spent the money and it didn't work.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
So, but what I learned out of that was, and I sort of figured, well, okay, so that's a $300 learning exercise. I learned,
brand awareness.
Absolutely, brand awareness. But I learned that ad
That's
worked. People were clicking on it. And like I said, I think as long as the mistakes that we make, we learn from. But hearing other people's mistakes, you learn from them as well.
Yeah. That's a great story though, man. And I think sharing those stories helps everybody. I mean, those who are listening now and those, because you're right. I've done it many times too, where I'm rushing because I want to get something out and I didn't do enough planning, but it came into my mind and I'm like, oh, if I did this, maybe that would get me more possible business. And so I do it right then and there, and you don't always check everything. So like I recently did one too, and it was good. It was a bit.ly link, and it was slash, what was it? Slash, crush it. Okay? Like Vandercheck. Well, when you put those two words together, or in that sentence, that's not what I wanted to say. And you don't think of it, because it's always separate. But when you go on the internet and you use it as a domain name or whatever, it puts it together. And I go, okay, I can't use that.
That doesn't quite look right. And like I said, so I think for me, it's there's a lot of people that come on and they only tell good stories, and they only but you don't hear about the things that went wrong. And thinking about so I run like a public speaking Blab with Rich Waterman, a coach of mine. He's a very good friend of mine over in the UK, and one of the probably the second or third Blab that we'd run, Joel Com jumped, like came into the room, and it was funny, like I said, I could sit here for days, but so he came into the room, and and I just sort of went, oh, g'day Joel, how are you? And that was it. Howdy, Ian. And Rich he actually messaged me and said, oh my God, Joel's in the room. I went, yeah.
You don't know who he was.
Yeah, he is. And and Joel stayed for a while in the room, and then the next one he's typed into the comments, Leanne, do you mind if I take a seat? I've got a couple of stories I'd like to share. I went, oh, yeah, no worries, Joel. So someone else jumped down. So Joel jumped in. Well, the next minute, Rich has sent me a message. Oh my God, I'm in fan heaven. I can't believe he's on screen. I'm going, oh.
You don't know who he is?
Well, this is only a few weeks ago. So, I've known Joel on here for however long. And so Rich said to Joel, he said, this is actually really unreal because, I've been following you since 2008. I've seen you speak, blah, blah, blah. Which for me was, that's really good. I'm glad that that's happened. But, some of the story, like Joel was telling us, some of his bad public speaking stories. And so it, from the perspective, everyone's sort of sitting there going, wow, you see someone like that up on stage and you think that, everything's always rosy. And so, like I said, I think it's as much, it's allowing people to, show the layers, and it's allowing people, when people share their imperfections, and their humanity and humility, is really what's the most powerful thing. because we all learn, you know,
Right.
every word that
That's a good
someone
point.
says.
Everybody doesn't want to be negative, but Wagner, before you leave, or if you don't, you know, I want you to ask.
Yes,
I want
sorry.
you to answer
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Because you're a branding
Sure.
person, and obviously you work with brands all the time. You know, the whole idea is of obviously to tell the story, and the story
Sure.
always has to be positive, right? Or do you tell negative stories? Not negative, but human stories that you know, like what we just said today of our mistakes.
Yeah, that's a very good distinction, because no, it never makes sense to tell negative stories per se, whether it's related to the brand or related to the category of the brand, but human stories that are real, sincere, and not just all glitzy and full of fake positivity connects better to people. And you know, there's a professor, Jennifer Acker. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, but her and her father came up with this theory of 5 dimensions of brand personality. And the idea behind it is that all brands should emit these 5 basic characteristics that humans emit, and so by doing so, they better connect with their audience. And one of them is sincerity, ruggedness, trustworthy, all this kind of stuff, because people connect with people. Brands are inanimate objects. Logos don't mean anything unless you humanize the brand. So the only way to humanize a brand, well, maybe not the only way, because people can be insincere. Human beings can be insincere, but they probably don't have, in the long run, the best opportunity to connect with people. Their insincerity will come out. But sincere brands that just tell real stories, whether they're happy ending stories or not, definitely are successful and connect. That's what people are looking for today. People are done with all the fake hyperbole. You know, they want you to tell it to them straight. You know.
Sorry, can I interrupt that flow for 1 second? I just have to disappear. So, Preston, congratulations on 100 days. Doesn't that make you feel old? Yeah, says me who's 101. Yeah, I know. I feel like that today as well. So thank you, everyone, and thanks,
So good
Roy.
meeting you, Leanne.
Yeah, lovely to meet you too. Absolutely, and Roy, always a pleasure. Preston, thanks.
Always a pleasure as well, Leanne.
And everyone in the room, thanks for listening to my rant. As you know, I can ramble on for goodness knows how long, and sometimes it makes sense, other times it doesn't. That's all right. Everyone can pick out what makes sense and what doesn't. So have a great night, great day, and
Leanne. Enjoy.
Absolutely.
So, bye. So yeah, I'm about to head myself. I'm still in the office here on a Friday. So,
Wagner, do tell about the 5 brand personalities you were talking about. Could you just type that into the side chat there? Yeah. If you that lady you, so I definitely want to look that up. That sounds very intriguing to me. And Ian, welcome.
Guys,
yeah, I'm going to do that.
I
right
gotta
now
go,
for
but
you.
this will continue on. I'm not going to start it off. Obviously, Roy is the host, so I need to go somewhere real quick though. But I'll be back. But thanks for coming here, and we'll be back. So
thanks, Preston.
Perfect.
And I wanted to answer before you leave, Wagner, the bell curve that I posted there, the picture there that I posted. If you guys click on it, it'll actually open up and be larger and readable for you. So it's basically the timeline of adoption for anything. And so, you know, this applies to Facebook. This applies to any of the social media sites out there. This is what happens. But I'm attempting to relate this to what's happening here on Blab. I've seen 5 months of Blab now. And most of us here are innovators. That's the 2.5% of the total people. And then here come the early adopters, the early majority, the late majority, and then the laggards. So what I'm attempting to show here is that if you understand your position here on Blab, right now, since Blab is only about 6 months old, you're either an innovator or an early adopter. Okay, the early majority haven't even yet attempted to show up. So what I'm telling a lot of people is, if you are an early adopter, that's one thing. You're just kind of sort of here, but you really don't know your purpose yet or your place yet here on Blab. Those are the innovators. We're breaking stuff. We're attempting to do stuff. And Ian certainly is. I know Ian. And him and I certainly would consider us the innovators here, because we're attempting to do and find, like Leanne said earlier, that I'm now adopting for myself, finding our voice, finding just who we really are and showing up here. One of my one-liners, my newest one-liners is this: the more people that you meet, and not just superficially, but intimately, gives you another opportunity to find out a little bit more about yourself, who you really are. I think a lot of us are not quite sure who we are, especially when I ask you this question, who are you? And people attempt to answer that with what they do, more so than anything else. And it's like, no, I don't want to know what you do. I want to know who you are as a person. Let me know that. You know, are you a dog lover? Let me know that. I don't care if you're a rocket scientist at this point in time. I may later if I like you as a person. But if I don't even like you as a person, telling me what you do is immaterial to me, because I need to find that out. And I think those are the innovators here. And I just wanted to show this timeline to let people know. Position yourself now, show up, find your voice, find out who you really are, and just experiment with that. So with that, Wagner, I hope that makes sense to you. Do you have any thoughts or questions on that?
No, I think it's fantastic. In fact, as I had mentioned earlier, you know, and I think you had skipped out during that time, you know, I look at Blab's potential in the future of being a platform that combines social media together, video streaming social media together with utilitarian opportunities to educate, to mentor, to connect on perhaps a more mature level than some of the other platforms that are out there like Periscope and Meerkat that are becoming more fun and behind the scenes kind of stuff, as opposed to really having a discussion. So I think that I even made the reference. That's why we went off on a tangent earlier about LinkedIn, where I said that I think that Blab is like the LinkedIn of video streaming. You know, and so I'm very fascinated. Here at the agency, we're planning on starting a Big Eye Live schedule where we'll be scheduling some different topics, and we're kind of plotting that out right now, starting probably next week. We're going to try that out on Blab, and then do a different kind of discussion on Periscope, where we're going to be more fun and culture, but the Blab sessions will be more academic, if you will. So yeah, we're all behind it, and we're you know, myself and the agency, we really are excited to see where it goes. And before we start recommending that to some clients, we want to make sure that we practice what we preach and do it first.
Cool. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
So great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me here, and you know, I've followed both of you guys, and haven't been as vocal in the past, but I'll definitely look for you guys again.
Oh, absolutely, Wagner. Thank you. Yes, enjoy the rest of your day. Hi, Ian.
Hello, Roy. Good morning.
Good morning to you. How morning is it over there? Is it early morning?
No, it's now 10:40 a.m. But I was up for a 6 a.m. Blab, so it's actually a bit later than 10:40 in my head.
So I don't know if I need to consider you behind me or in front of me, simply because it's 3:42 p.m. here, and you're just you know, a few hours behind me as far as time wise. But it's a different day, and I love that. I love the fact that you and I have become you know, quick pals, fast friends, however one wants to put that. And we're practically on the other side of the world from each other, which is just an amazing testament to what this platform here is able to do for us. So keeping in track with the title, 100 Days on Blab, how long have you been on, and do you see value? Because Preston does. That was Preston's title. So Ian, first things first, how long have you been here, and do you see value?
Well, I'll just start by saying the first thing I did was go to my new dictionary to determine how old I am on Blab. And guess what? It's changed already. The beta doesn't show me my age on Blab. It's gone. It's now my new.
It is gone. It is gone. It's gone for me too. I went over there this morning to look to see how many days I've been on, because I know I've been here almost 5 months. And so I was thinking somewhere around 150 days, but it's gone. So I hope they bring it back. That's important, I think. Let's talk about that for half a second. Someone who's been here 10 days and someone who's been here 10 months. Okay, maybe not 10 months, but 6 months, I think, is the oldest for anybody. Jake, actually, if you do at Jake, blab.im/Jake, yeah, as soon as you find out how many days he's been here, that's how long Blab has been public in beta. Is that important for us to know how long you've been here?
I think it's useful to get a sense of how much people may have been involved in using it, but it's going to lose relevance because, like your little diagram before over in the chat box, that early adoption cycle, the early adopters would have been using it. So someone who's been, let's just say, 60 days or more has probably been using the platform because they were early innovators. As time goes on, we'll get people where it means less because they might have got their account the first time and then not used it at all. Because they're not those early adopters, they're not those testers, they're not those fiddlers. So it will lose value for newer people, I think. But I'm up to 60 days or thereabouts. Can't check now. Well, that's it on the mobile, according to Leanne. And yeah, I've been fairly active in that. Otherwise, you and I probably wouldn't have met.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's another thing I wanted to talk about is not only should you be a host, but I think it's even more important to be a guest and be a guest in the beginning before you even jump into the host seat. Let's take that for a second, but the value that you see since you've been here, not the value you bring, but the value that you've received from being on Blab. What would that be? What would that look like? Maybe 2 or 3 of the top points of value for you, Ian.
I think the valuable bits I've seen is interacting with people of like mind. I think, just like we were talking just before, I think the opportunities for not just collaboration, it's actually innovation that we can do when we get like-minded people with diverse backgrounds getting together and discussing something absolutely new. It's very easy to think of a networking group, and you may reach 20 people, 50 people, 200 people if you're really, really lucky. But here, you can actually find somebody who is much closer to a match for you. Like 200 people is not a very big sample, but on Blab, it's an even bigger sample. It's global, and the chances of finding people who can lift the bar for each other is tenfold compared to what you could meet personally. So I think that opportunity to meet people and have solid engagement is fantastic. I think the second value that it gives is the chance for you to showcase what you know, not just as a host, but even in the chat box. Making an insightful comment there can, sure, attract attention, but you're getting into the discussion. You're starting to interact, you're starting to steer the conversation even with some of those comments. And so I think as you step from guest to person in the seat to co-host to host, you are increasingly able to influence discussion and potentially create the environment that allows basically brand new conversations to occur. Not just the old rhetoric that we might read in a blog post that was written 5 years ago, but real thought-leading stuff like right now there's a Blab going, streaming the events in France. That discussion that could happen around that brings serious mind power to one table where we could look at such huge issues and think of new ways of solving them because you're bringing together great minds from around the world. I think the third value we get from it is the ability to just simply reach a bigger audience to grow businesses. And I'm quite passionate about doing that. I think a lot of us are. And there's a huge opportunity here for the right style of marketing to lead to long-term business.
I love it. I love it. And of course, it's going to be different for most people, but people who have like-minded paths and journeys are basically going to have what you just said. And I so resonate with what you just said. You know, one of the things Leanne gave me today, Leanne gave me 2 points of aha-ness for me, gave me 2 new perspectives. So I changed my number 1 value receiving here on Blab to what she said. She said the value she's found here is she's now able to find more of her voice. She already had a voice before she came onto Blab, but to find more of it. And I love that because that's what's happened to me too, but I haven't been able to put it into a sentence or a word or a term.
Yep.
You know, finding your voice. Even if you've already found your voice on other platforms, I think you can go and do what I refer to as a deeper dive here. And one of the things that I think go along with that is, as you just said, the people. The more people that you have an opportunity to not only meet and be at a, you know, shallow or superficial level, in networking terms, that would be received as a weak tie, as opposed to a strong tie, somebody in your network. So Ian, I consider you a strong tie in my network. I consider you somebody that I can do a deeper dive with. I get to know you better. There's more intimacy. And because of me knowing you in that way, that gives me another opportunity to find out just who I am and what I'm made of. So I think the more people that you connect with at that level, you'll be able to find out more about who you are and turn it into that voice that you need to show up with. That, and I say it this way, I say it's your universal assignment. I believe every one of us have a universal assignment. And I say that simply because I know a lot of times what my assignment is not. And it has nothing to do with the medical field. As my wife is in the medical field and I hear her say things and I go, honey, don't even talk to me about that. I can't do that. I just start to faint at the word impale. Okay. That's not my universal assignment. So I'm finding my voice here more so than ever before on any other platform. Ian, would you agree with that? Are you finding your voice more so as well? And are these people who you're doing the deeper dive with, the more intimacy level with, are you able to find out a little bit more about yourself while doing so?
Oh, certainly. I have had a pretty decent network in my physical world and have built a very good network online as well because of the international organizations I've worked with over many years. So I've had a good network, but they're by names of people who I kind of know because of their technical understanding or their knowledge in a particular area. Here, I'm building the relationships with people that, you know, you've been using the word in here, I'm sure, about the friends that we create. And that, I think, creates a whole new dimension. You know, the use of video and live interaction really makes it real fast. And I think that's one of the opportunities we have in Blab that we don't have in any other social media platform that doesn't use video and connection. In fact, I was talking to somebody last night. He happens to run an IT support company here in Melbourne. It's where it's based, Melbourne, Australia. And he supports quite a few customers from Perth in Western Australia across to this east coast of Australia. And he doesn't have a website as yet. He's been running his business for 7 years. And he says, well, I haven't needed a website, but some of my customers are starting to, you know, get old and drop off the perch. And if they're in Perth, I said, so how do you communicate with them? Oh, the occasional email when something's broken. I said, what if you just had and I didn't go as far as Blab. What if you had a monthly phone call with the guys in Perth, used video with Skype, and just said, how are things going? What would the relationship be like? And his jaw dropped. Never thought of it. And you multiply that by the 7 people here, 101 people you've touched over the last, however long you've been running for. It's huge, basically, relationship on which he could build a bunch of referrals on if he started using video at all, let alone Blab.
You know, that segues into what I want to talk about beautifully right now. So for the people that are new, if you want to join in, jump in, tell us what your value is that you've received so far on Blab. I don't care if you've been here 10 seconds or 10 months. Okay, maybe not 10 months. It's only about 6 months old. Please jump into the seats. Earlier, I was going to mention something because we were talking about the number of followers that we had. Now, I love listening to all of the so-called thought leaders and or A-listers in the social media space. That's my niche. I refer to them as heart-centered entrepreneurs. The people who are go-givers, the ones who think about me first and look at me as a person, not as a number, not as a wallet, not as how much money can I extract from you if you join my list, that kind of thing, because there's a lot of that going on. And so Chris Brogan is somebody that I totally admire. I love his stuff. I love the way he shows up in the world. And he did an interview with another really, really, really good person that I adore, Michael Hyatt. And so he just wrote a book called Platform. I highly recommend it, because that's what we're attempting to do here, is to build our platform, and how we show up is going to dictate the people that follow us and the people that we find in our platform. So I just heard Chris Brogan say, just this morning, I was listening to it, to Michael Hyatt, look, I have 300,000 plus people following me on Twitter. But I don't know what that means, because I really rarely think that they even see my stuff. And so a lot of people who are into the numbers in social media, I got this many on Facebook, I got that many on Twitter, and this on Instagram. And I think those numbers are very misleading, because one of the things that I do, and I've been doing since the very beginning, is email marketing, email branding, whatever you want to call it. It's not dead. I know that if I don't want to miss your good stuff, Ian, if you have an email list, I'm jumping on your email list, because I may miss something you post to Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn, and I may miss it because I can't be all those places all the time. And even if I'm just following you on one platform, I may miss something. So, but if I'm on your email list, I'll never miss it. Even if it's 4 or 5 days later, I just go back to Ian's email and go, oh, okay, now I'm up to speed. So this is one of the things I wanted to not only on this platform, but all platforms where I show up, give people the gift of awareness that the following numbers on these platforms are not as good as having them on your email list. And even then, you know, depending upon how you put them there, on whether for the majority of time. So, and welcome back, Preston. Ian, since you were already here, Preston, I'd love for you to unpack that too, your perspective. But Ian, what's your perspective on that? Is it close to mine or completely different?
Very close to yours. I think one of the statistics I speak about around social media, and you're right, it applies to email even more so, is the half-life of something you post on social media. And it really does work that way. It's like radioactivity. As time goes on, the power gets less. And that's the challenge. And a tweet, it depends on how big that follower list is for everybody, not just for you. A tweet probably has a half-life, you know, a time of which it has some value, of perhaps 15 minutes. A Facebook post, maybe an hour. An email is still there in your mailbox, maybe number 20, but it's probably there for 2 days. So the stickability of each platform, you really need to consider and think, how are you going to push your content at a rate that doesn't annoy people, but at a rate that it can be found with confidence?
Well, it's funny you guys are mentioning this now, because one of the biggest things that I told Blab a while back, and this was because my friend and I had a discussion about it, and then I went directly to Sean when he had his town halls, and of course that's when I had my nice background in the back, right? And he was like, "Well, what's that?" But I told him, I said, you know, you need to find a way to be able to show people exactly what a Blab is. And I said, why can't you put that on Twitter? Guess what they have now? Tell a little bird, and guess what you do?
Yep.
So if anybody wants to tell a little bird, you see all. Now it's nice to have 4 seats instead of 3, so somebody else can hop in, and it looks like it's just us. So everybody else left. But Leanne, you want to come in again? You're welcome to, because no one else is here. But it is interesting to see. You know, one thing I like about Blab, if we can go back, but I'll unpack whatever you want me to unpack, Roy. But one thing I like about Blab is they really listen. They really listen to their customers. Even though this is a free platform, they're listening. When we say something, we want it. If enough people say we want it, it gets done. Now, there's exceptions to that rule, but there are certain things that I've seen that because somebody suggested it, it's done.
Yep.
And that when you work with a company like that really cares about what the audience wants, that's a huge value for everyone. For everyone. So what did I need to unpack about the numbers?
Oh, the numbers. Yeah, like if you have 50,000 people. Yeah, go ahead.
Just before you do, Roy, I promised Carla Laughter Revo that I'd help with her next Blab a little bit. I'm just going to hop out there if that's okay with you guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go do your thing. Absolutely, that's awesome. Thank you for helping, Carla. Sure.
We don't have to keep on running this, Roy, if you don't want to.
Yeah, go ahead and give me your thoughts on this, and we'll go ahead and end it. Looks like people are elsewhere now, and yeah. So the numbers, trying to get your numbers up on social media versus attempting to get your numbers up on an email list. In other words, if I were to follow you on the social media sites, even just one of them, I probably wouldn't see all of your stuff. Now, if I wanted to see it, yes, I could go back to it just like I could email, but I still believe that the numbers are not as powerful on social media as they are on your email list. So Chris Brogan, who I totally respect, who I think is one of the top A-listers, I would consider him in my top 10 of A-listers in social media, and having the lay of the land pretty much under his belt, says, even though I have 300,000 plus people on Twitter following me, I know most of them will miss what I say and what I share. So for me, it's more about the email list. And even though, average open rates are right around 40%, I'm sure Chris's is higher than that, because I always look at Chris's stuff. So my question to you is that just by default that people think that the numbers on social media and that they're getting through, that they don't know what's really going on when they make a post on social media?
Yeah, I do, because, Chris Brogan made a good point. It's like, the issue with tweets is that they're going so dang fast, and not everybody's following them all day long, especially if you have a following of 300,000. You can't possibly do that. I look at my tweet deck, and I have certain keywords that I look at, and it's just flowing like constantly. How do you communicate with that? I don't know. You can interrupt, and you can be able to make conversations, and you can do the @mention. And so when people see their name, they might respond to it. But it's flowing so fast that you can't possibly figure out. Like he says, I'd be interested in seeing if he does a post out of the 300,000 that he files, what percentage is actually reacting to it. Because not everybody's on Twitter at the time that he's doing it. I'll guarantee that.
Exactly. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what the numbers are either, but I would hazard to guess in the very early days of Twitter, I did something like that and asked a few people to make certain posts like that, and it was less than 5%.
Right. Which is good, though.
Yeah, that's still good.
Because if you look at traditional advertising, especially if you look at, like, when I used to be in the coupon advertising business, if we got 1%, we were doing phenomenally well. So there is some good things about the 5%, even if it's a low number. He has enough numbers to make it make sense, but then he also has people that are waiting for his tweets.
True.
For me, no one's waiting for my tweet, right? I don't think they are.
I don't know if I'd say no one,
but I'm also saying too about your email. It is true. Obviously, and everybody talks about this, is that you can build these platforms like we're doing with Blab very well. Everybody's following each other, and hopefully everybody likes each other. But I know out of the 500 and so people that I have following me, not everybody I know. Not everybody I'm going to know. Not everybody's following me, because now I can actually advertise that I'm on, right? And hopefully they'll see it in their email, but you can turn those notifications off. And then I found out something. Now, this is interesting, and I didn't know this either. I got so many blabs coming in, right? Because people are following me and I'm following them, and you get all these emails coming in. Well, I found out if you take it off of your inbox and put it into a folder, you don't get the notifications anymore. It doesn't show up on your screen anymore. I don't know if you keep on doing. Are you continually doing notifications right now?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So if you have it in your inbox, right?
I have them going to my my Gmail inbox, yes, right. And I have my screen notifications turned on, so I get both a notification from Blab itself, and then I get the email notification that it made it into my inbox.
Right, because I get the email notification, but I do not get the one that goes up on my screen, and it's because I moved it from the inbox of Gmail to another folder.
Really? Okay, so I did not know. See,
I didn't know either.
I did not know that.
I didn't know it either, because all of a sudden I seen them disappear, and I'm like, What?
I
There's no
like them
Blabs
both.
going on?
I like them both. You know, I want to get both of them because
I
my
do, but it is
email.
distracting, especially if you're making a lot of phone calls. I mean, my business obviously is a little bit different. I have to actually make phone calls, and I actually have to connect with people on a regular basis. So I can get distracted because that's the other problem with the Blab. I mean, not problem, but the issue with
The
us
challenge,
using
yeah.
Blab. What?
The challenge.
The challenge that we have with Blab, and Brian Franzo has talked about this too, is FOMO.
Yeah.
The fear of missing out.
Yeah.
Because there's so much going on all the time, and it's like, because when I first got in here, I mean, I didn't do 24 hours or 48 hours like some people do, like you have done.
Yeah, but not on purpose. I didn't go in with the intent.
I know, but some people did it on purpose, right? And they got
Yeah.
a following because of it. Because it seems like the longer you're on, and as long as you have good conversation, and you have other people coming on and having good conversation, the conversation continues. Now, obviously, a lot of people have went away from our Blab. Well, number one is we've had it for 2 hours, right? Or 3 hours. 3 hours, because I started it at 3 o'clock. I wasn't planning to have it for 3 hours. But as people were coming in, there was good conversation, obviously. But now there must be something going on, and I haven't looked on the main Blab that everybody's going to. Right?
Yeah, I haven't looked either, so I have no idea.
I should, just the heck of it, because it's just you, me, and Leanne right now.
Yeah, and Leanne's probably AWOL anyway.
But I enjoy you coming in because I wasn't expecting you to come in either. Oh, terrorist attack in Paris? What is going on with that?
Oh, see, I don't watch the news. I never have constant negative news on CNN. And so one of the things I wanted to say about the notification thing, the challenge for me, and I'm probably more advanced and maybe even fortunate than others, that I have a whole entire screen dedicated to just Blab. I just have Blab, and that's where all my notifications come on and this and that. And so when I'm doing something else, like watching or recording a webinar, the other machine or screen that I have does not have notifications going on all the time because I get notifications from everywhere.
Right.
I get DMs are notifications. So when I get a DM, I know right away it's a notification. Boom, it's there. Mm-hmm. I get Skype notifications. Oh, hey, this friend and that friend is on, blah, blah, blah. So I love it. And I have friends, inner circle friends, that they don't care. As a matter of fact, they don't want notifications. They don't care because it's not part of their daily routine to know or to even care who's on or what Blab is going on. They're just going to do what they're going to do throughout their day because that's how they've got it structured. Mm-hmm. And so everybody does things a little differently. You know, I don't even have. Well, I use a Google Calendar. And that's important for me to have simply because I need to know when certain appointments need to be met. But other than that, I don't like to have what people say are structured kind of days to do this, then, and that. I just want to be available to people at whatever whim they can connect with me. Even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning and somebody calls me and I still have all my stuff open, I'll just wake up and jump right into whatever it is that they need me for, because as we're talking about people in Australia, that's their day, right? When we're sleeping. So I'm good with that. I like that. It's my lifestyle, and I totally enjoy it. And here with Blab, much more so than Google Plus, I never know when my friends are on Google Plus. No clue.
Well, see, that's the thing is that this is a way to, like you said, be able to keep in contact with those people that you know or that you friended or that you're building a relationship with. And that is true. I mean, the more notifications, the better, I say. And so when I saw it would disappeared, I was like really unhappy. But I don't know if I want to put them all back in my inbox anymore. Because I do get distracted by it, because all of a sudden there's a topic or there's somebody I know and I'm like, oh, I can just take 5 minutes to do it. Just get a little tidbit, and then all of a sudden it's an hour later, you know. So but no, this is funny. This is history in the making, unfortunately, because right now, Blab, the one John Pareto is doing, is a terrorist attack in Paris, and everybody's concerned about what was going on in Paris. 124 people are over there.
Yeah. So this is Twitter video is really what this is, if you think about it, because that's how it was billed initially in my mind. Not that anybody told me, but that's basically what this is. You can start a Blab really, really quick, just like you do a text type Twitter message. But here you can say, oh yeah, look, terrorist attack. But now you can actually have a conversation about it and unpack that even deeper with people. So, breaking news, national or local, you can come right on here and start talking about it. Or, anything else that you want to tweet out and say, you can just unpack that, even if it's 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, but you can have 100 people in a room just like that. And maybe in a year or two from now, 1,000 people in a room just like that. So it just depends on where the growth it takes place. And that's why I put the bell curve on earlier, because I don't know exactly how long it's going to be before primetime the world discovers Blab and uses it as much or as daily as you do Twitter or any other social media. So
yeah, it's gonna catch on with the right people.
Yes.
And those that aren't the right people, they'll go somewhere else. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about it, is that it's like you and me, we're not afraid to be public, but a lot of people are.
That's because they don't know yet what they don't know. They've been told keep their information close to the vest. If you have a great idea or a great concept, keep it close to the vest, because somebody else is going to take it and run with it, and then where are you going to be? I don't believe that for a second. I believe that if I make a peanut butter sandwich or you make a peanut butter sandwich, it's going to be a little bit different. Okay, maybe it'll be the same. I don't know. But my point is, everybody says and looks at things a little differently. Now, I've been talking about a people search engine for years, almost 2 decades. And yet no one stole that idea from me. You understand what I'm saying? It's like for me to do and to put out there. And it's not that it's taken a long time. It's just that me being a man of faith, I believe that it just takes this much internal fortitude for me to really understand what God is telling me about this opportunity that I see today, even more so than I did 20 years ago. But I received that thought 20 years ago so that I could dig deeper into it. Because if I had to do everything now to catch up for the last 20 years that I know about putting together a people search engine, it just wouldn't flow. And no one has that type of background knowledge about it. So I've seen a few people search engines come and go, and there's nothing out there that is popular enough for me to say, yeah, this is my go-to people search engine. You understand what I'm saying? So I believe just put your cards on the table and the right people will show up to help you. It's that simple.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, the value that I see in it is my whole business model changed, and it changed because of one particular person. And of course, there's something about Australia that I love because those people are really smart. But the one that have you ever met Brand Ideas?
Yes. Yes.
What did you say, guys? Hump in? Was that right?
Oh my goodness! Sorry,
I'm deleting that one. Talk about going fast.
I'm sorry, my finger hit the left side of the key instead of the. Jeremy, I don't want you to hump.
Yeah, you know what? It's not even hump day. It's jump day.
It is. It's Friday. Yeah. How you doing, Jeremy?
Doing well. How are you, Preston and Roy?
Good. Hi, Joe. But what I was saying is that he revolutionized my thinking because I told him about an idea, and it was just us. It was just us talking, and I think a couple of people were on the side. And I said, you work with brands, and that's why I was glad that the other gentleman was here, and I was hoping I could stay, but I had to pick up my wife and my son. And I hope I can go through the recording and listen to what you guys say. Did he unpack that 5 things about brands or basic? What did he talk about? That gentleman, remember?
Oh, Roy lost audio.
Oh, Roy lost. No, you don't know.
There's some weird stuff going on with Blab today. I don't know. I had to come in and rescue somebody else's Blab too. I'm not
really.
But go ahead, Preston.
Well, what's going on right now, obviously, is people are concerned because there was a terrorist attack in Paris.
Right.
And everybody's going to that one that John is having on.
Yes. I saw that.
So that's why a lot of people are no longer in ours because we had a pretty decent one.
Yep.
And it wasn't meant to be a big thing. It wasn't meant to even go this long. But we're just talking about the value of Blab and what we see in it. And like I said, the value for me was the fact that I talked to this guy called Brand Ideas, and I just asked him a very simple question. I said, "You work with brands. Here's what I do. I work in the travel and tourism industry.
Mhm.
He goes, yeah, I know that because I saw your background. And I said, well, what I do is I'm looking for good locations where we can put our webcams. And he goes, yeah, I understand that too. And he says, so what do you need help with? And I said, well, I just wanted to know if, because you work with brands, do you think this is a valuable option for them
Right.
as far as advertising and being able to show people, the area that they're in, so if it's a local bank, let's say, and they're in that area anyways, they should be on camera. They should have their logo, they should have a call to action, they should have to me, it was logical. And I said, the problem is that I can't actually get a hold of these people because I don't know a lot of brands.
Mhm.
And because of the fact that I'm in Honduras, I don't get a chance to just to walk over and have an appointment with them, right? Now, in the States, I could do it with no problem. And I told him of some idea, and he went, yeah, that's a really good idea. And I said, really? He goes, absolutely. He said, all you need is 5 brands, and you're going to be set for life. I'm like, okay. So then I went back and I thought about it, and I created a plan and all these other things, and it's still hard. I mean, I still haven't got my 5, but
Right.
but he said, just tell your story. Every time you're on a Blab, especially your own, you could tell your story because it's your Blab. You can do whatever you want, right?
That's true.
But you can't do it on other people's Blab.
Well, yeah, unless they're interviewing you, and that's really what it's all about. And those are valuable too. I mean, there's a powerful convergence of connections here, and I've heard you guys talking about that a little bit throughout this Blab. But I guess that's how I would describe it. It just, worldwide connections to people we never would have met. Even on Twitter, using advanced Twitter analytics search. I mean, there's no way I would have found a lot of you guys, I don't think. So
no, there's no way. I mean, if we're not following each other,
yeah.
There is no possible way that I would have connected with you, because you're a lawyer, right? Or you were.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so there's hope for me yet, Preston. It may take a while to pull out of that profession entirely, but I still have an active license. I'm using the skills in a different way. So
yeah, too much light, right?
It's hard to get it's really hard to get the lighting right for Blab. It's always too sunny, too dark. You're too close to the window, then you just look like a dark shadow. I don't know. My first test Blab, I did that, and my friend said, no, you can't do that. You got to get away from the window. So
yeah, that's a problem. I shouldn't be wearing red, and there's a lot of things that people would be negative about. But this is my Blab. I do what I want to. So leave me alone. My 100-day on Blab, I can do my own thing. But
yeah, Preston here, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, their big cheer is "Go Big Red." So with that and your 100 days, we'll cut you some slack. Now, if I were wearing a red shirt against this green wall, not supposed to do that,
right,
unless I'm on the Red Green show or something like that. So,
oh my God, that brings back memories. That was a great show. Kind of crude, but hilarious.
Yeah, I miss that.
The duct tape, man.
Oh,
like some of the things he said. But yeah, I mean, my background sucks right now. I mean, I don't want to show my kitchen, but right now I have to, because if I go in my bedroom, it's way too hot.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to run the air conditioning now, so
right.
You just choices, and people, we got Leanne and you and me here, so it's not a big deal, although people can watch the recording. But I wonder about that too. Do people really watch the recordings, especially if they go long?
I do. In fact, I've gone back and there's one in particular that Roy did with Debs, and I went back and watched it. It was on dealing with toxic people. And I was gripped. I needed that recording a year ago, because I didn't know how to handle those people. But it was just fascinating how, they both unpacked that, and there was so much value in it. And, it was packed with nuggets. And then there were trolls at the end that were leaving comments. So I was this was back in the day where you could watch replays and leave substantive comments to cover all the troll comments. So, if somebody looks that up now, I mean, I think they've, swiped some of the comments off the more recent replays, but I think the older ones, it'll still show that my, my substantive comments are hiding the troll comments that didn't really have anything to do with the Blab at all. So
right. Yeah, I've seen that too. But I'm like I said before, I'm glad Blab listens to us, because there are some great things that they've done and they've changed, that they've made it better.
Yep.
I look at it and I'm like, why did I first start this? And it goes back to the fact of the person that told me about it. And of course, of all places she told me about it was on Facebook. And I never go to Facebook, but that day I went there and she talked about, do you blab? I do. And I was like, what the heck is Blab? I clicked onto it and I was with my tablet at the time.
Right.
And I'm like, all of a sudden these people pop up on my screen. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like Google Hangouts and it works.
Yeah, and you really don't get kicked out either. And as long as there's somebody there, even somebody that's not a co-host, they can hold the squares.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and a lot of things have changed here. Obviously, I mean, there's been, in 100 days, there has been probably, I don't know the number because I don't do the stats, but I bet you there's been at least 100 updates.
Yeah.
At least, And some of them are good, some of them are bad. I mean, they just took out the fact that you can't see how long you've been on Blab now.
Yeah.
But according to Jason, they said they're going to put it back.
Right.
So I think they're experimenting to see what people would say. I'm glad I checked mine, otherwise I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, I just checked like a day or two ago because I wanted to get that 100-day on the calendar so I could do a show, similar to what you're doing. Otherwise, I'd have no idea when I hit the 100 days. Somebody would tell me. But, they brought the YouTube button back too. So when you're, if you want to upload your Blab to your YouTube channel, you can do that with the one-click option. And we used to, a couple of days ago, we were still having to download the video file, upload it back to YouTube. I mean, it was, and it was a 30 to 1 hour process, depending on the length of the video. And now with the one click, it just, it's like 10 or 15 minutes. It's super easy. And enough of us complained to Team Blab that they brought it back.
Well, I'm going to try that because I didn't even know it was gone. I mean, I've been busy for the last couple of weeks not being on Blab as much as I was.
Yeah.
Because I just had other priorities and other things I had to do. But the fact is I didn't know they even took it off, and I know what the problem they had is that when you clicked onto it, it would go to your YouTube, but it would cut you off.
Yeah.
Because of the dimensions. Is it still doing that, or I guess I'll know once I end this.
I don't think so. I need to look at that. I noticed the tell your aunt has changed to tell your friends.
Yeah, which is a good idea.
But now it's taken away one of my favorite jokes. Some of my aunts are on Facebook, some are not. So I don't know which aunt they're talking about. And what about my uncles? And so
exactly.
I took that whole. I got to come up with better shtick, I guess.
Well, if you're a comedian, yes, you got to do it on the fly.
That's right.
No, that's great. I mean, Leanne is still here. She loves listening to us, I guess. But she's been a valuable asset to my growth. But yeah, I going back to like brand ideas, he told me of something that was like, I had it in the back of my head, and he approved it.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that's all you need is somebody else who approves what you are thinking.
Right.
Because most of the time when you think, you review it with your wife, she's like, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
Or you review it with your son who's 10 years old. He's like, what are you talking about, Dad? But when you review it with like-minded people, people that, you trust or that you get to know and trust, it just makes a whole world of better. Yeah.
That's a big word.
Well, one of the things I want to try to do, and I'm not doing a good job at it, but one of my good friends actually from Minneapolis, if you want to look him up, he's phenomenal. His name is David Horsehager. That's a long name to pronounce, but he has he wrote a book called The Trust, the Trust Edge, I think it was, and then he has a second book that just came out and released, I think, last week. But he talks about trust, and he talks about the fact of, there's a huge element to building business, and that's trust. If you don't have trust, you don't build businesses.
Right.
And you don't build relationships because relationships come because you are building trust.
Yeah.
So it all encircles it. But he had a really good diagram. He had like pillars and all this other stuff.
Wow.
And unfortunately, when I left the U.S., I couldn't take everything with me. And I think I left that book back at the library, so I donated it with his signature on it, saying thanks for being here. And he's a friend, so maybe he'll have it in his archive once I come back to Minnesota or the U.S. But he's great, and I want to get him in here. I really do. I think he would bring a huge audience. And I always think the more audience, the better, because it is true. Those people that actually come into a Blab, some of them stick here. And they keep on going to other Blabs.
Yes.
And so they might come onto your Blab, Right. And we were talking earlier, too, that, some famous people are coming in. I had Michael Seltzner come into my Blab.
Wow.
Michael Seltzner. I mean, for crying out loud, the guy is, very well to know. Everybody knows him. And he comes into my Blab, and we start blabbing and talking. And he was actually at the airport at the time.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, and my friend... He was like, well, who's he? He's Skyping me. Who's he? I go, who's he? Because he was
that. Yeah.
He was the
actual. No.
I know. Well, people, and that's what Leanne was saying too about Joel Comm. She didn't know who he was. I mean, she knew who he was, but she didn't know. Wow. And she was talking about stories and how we relate to stories, and that he actually revealed some stories that he went through that were, funny but real, human. I mean, just like what Roy just did, I mean, you don't see that every day.
Yeah.
But it's a story that you tell, and it connects us, because we're like, yeah, I made that mistake. I had a client too that had a thrift store. Okay. And it was a thrift store that had something to do with, it was something exchange. I can't remember the whole name, but it actually when we talked about his business, he wanted to do advertising, and we're like, yeah, go ahead, you can advertise in our local coupon paper. We'll do this, and then we talked about doing a website for him. Well, what he did is, because his name was long, it actually combined somehow to say like sexexchange.com, and you can't do that, know. And then I said, well, we need to change your domain name to something else, because that is not good, especially with, what you have here as far as clothing and other things. It's just not the appropriate thing. He goes, well, I don't want to change my name. And I said, you have to. I said, on the internet, you might get traffic, and people might notice it, but you are going to go out of business in a hurry.
Yeah.
And, after a while, he figured out, okay, yeah, I better change it, But you just don't know. You make those little mistakes. And it's mistakes that, might help somebody else. Like I was even saying earlier, I don't know if you were in here, but, the guy Vanderchuk, okay, I don't follow him because he swears way too much. It's just not my style.
Me too.
But he has good insight, according to what I see and have heard in certain things.
Yeah,
well, he had
to distill it. You have to distill it.
Exactly. You have to distill it. And, those people, they have an audience because of it. And God bless them, hopefully someday they'll say, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have, Yeah. But the fact is that, he had the name Crush It. And I thought, wow, that's a great name. So I created a landing page now with Crush It. Not a good thing. It's bit.ly.com/crush it. Well, if you read it, it's not Crush It.
Yeah.
It's something else. And I'm glad I didn't advertise it. I just advertised it and have the bit.ly link, but the bit.ly link doesn't necessarily show.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm okay with it. But yeah, I'm going to have to change it. So, those type of things you learn. I mean, you're in business. I mean, being a lawyer, I'm curious. What kind of lawyer were you?
I did a lot of criminal defense, bankruptcy, some guardianship work. The guardianship stuff was really challenging. It was helping people with mental illnesses. So, kind of a general practice, but it after a while, the concentration moved to criminal defense and bankruptcy work, some appellate work to the Court of Appeals and things like that.
So it wore on you, I'm assuming.
It did. A lot of hand holding, a lot of emotion. It took its toll. The 80-hour weeks to prepare a case for trial, and I mean that takes a toll not only on the lawyer but also on the family. You're not seeing your spouse, your child, and it's just harder to connect.
So when you went into the profession, did you actually want to be a criminal defense lawyer?
That really wasn't what I had in mind, but the bankruptcy stuff kind of came easy to me. The criminal defense work was a lot of it was court appointed, and then but the appeals, I kind of enjoyed the appeals more than some of the cases at the trial court level, because some of the trials didn't end well, but some of the appeals were successful. So at least that gives you some satisfaction that maybe you lost in the trial court, but maybe you can win on the briefs with a solid oral argument and solid arguments in your briefs.
Oh, that's way above my pay grade.
That's tough. It gets really tough though. I mean, if you're just firing off appellate briefs on this and that and this and that, and it just, that intellectually that was very stimulating, but it got to a point where it was it just seemed like it was too much. And I mean, I was running a one-man office and sometimes had support staff, sometimes didn't. So I, wearing 2 or 3 hats and trying to beat every deadline and all that. It just, all the deadlines, it was a lot of time-centered pressure, and my creativity was kind of in a box. And I needed to find ways to express that better and, be able to write creatively and not necessarily, in an argumentative fashion, but maybe in some other ways.
Interesting. Well, you probably could become a comedian too, right?
Well, I leave that to my brother is the funny one in the family. So
something will rub off, hopefully, but
someday.
It's interesting though, because, I've talked to people like in the paramedic industry or in the emergency areas, doctors and surgeons and stuff. And, that has to be a very tough job, because you're always seeing things all day long, and to take, because your mind is a sponge, right? They say that God created us as a human being, but he gave us a phenomenal mind. But our mind picks up everything. So if you're in that environment all the time, that has to rub off on you.
No, it does. It does. It's hard for my brother's a medical doctor. He removes skin cancer all day, and analyzing that and testing it. And I mean, I can't imagine, even doing that. I mean, that's not the same as a doctor in the operating room. More of a traumatic situation, but still, it's just you really have to have the mindset for it. But I love what you said about the mind being a sponge. And I believe that we're all lifelong learners, and we've got to have that openness to learning things from other people. And that's one of the things I love about Blab. People deliver such great nuggets of value. And if our hearts are open and our minds are open and we're aware of what they're saying, it just, you can walk away with a whole different insight and perspective on things. Very powerful.
Well, exactly. And that's what I like about it too, is because, I wouldn't have met you if it wasn't for Blab. I wouldn't have met you if it wasn't for Roy. I wouldn't have met you if I didn't take the time, let's talk about it for you personally. Now you're a coach.
Right.
Okay. What value have you seen in this? Have you gotten business from it, or is it just more building relationships to eventually get business from it? Or
yeah,
what value do you see?
Yeah, I'm still kind of at the relationship stage. I just got the running coach certification in July. I'm working on health coach certification right now, which will be finished in December. And, the life coach path, I launched that in August. But, right now I'm just trying to link all those and put them in one strand and build the relationships necessary to make all of those solid and complementary.
Okay, well, that's cool. No, it's because I've noticed obviously a lot of people. I mean, to be certified, that's a lot different than just calling yourself a coach, right? Because I've noticed a lot of people here that are in Blab are calling themselves coaches, and it almost reminds me. And I had a good discussion with Tony. Where'd Tony go? He left. But I had a good discussion with him about it, and it's like, way back, even 10, 15 years ago, everybody called themselves consultants.
Mm-hmm.
And consultants really didn't mean anything. I mean, it meant something, but it's like if you're unemployed, well, you can't say you're unemployed. You're a consultant.
Exactly. You nailed it. I've I understand that's really the characterization. That's the positive spin on that situation for people,
Right.
anybody that falls in that situation.
Right, and it's like nowadays it's about coaching, and I've seen. I mean, because you're certified, I trust you more than somebody who just says they're a coach, right? And it's funny because there's a
Hold it
gentleman.
now.
What?
Okay, I'll talk about it in a second. I just want to put a bookmark right there. So keep going. Keep going.
I need to clarify something on that too. So I don't know if you want me to. I'm not a certified life coach.
Okay, but you're certified.
I am a certified running coach. I will be a certified health coach in December. So,
running coach. Okay, I thought that was a certain terminology for a coach. So that was my stupidity. Let's say that.
Well, I don't want to give somebody the incorrect impression. I think I need to be honest and direct about that.
No, I appreciate that. So what do you have to say there, Mr. Roy?
Well, before I get into that, Mr. Preston, about trusting somebody that has a certification that says that they're certified coach, rather someone who doesn't say that. I mean, are you going to ask them to produce their certification? Because anyone who's not certified, who knows that about you and wants to get you as a client, will then put certified coach, and you won't know the difference because you're not necessarily going to ask for credentials. So. To me, hanging a shingle in cyberspace, let me talk to you. I don't care what you put that you are. I don't care how great you say that you are at whatever. Let me talk to you and let me find out if I even like you as a person, and even want to go deeper to find out if what you're saying is actually true. Does that make sense? And right now, that's the thing right here. I think you hit on something really, really deep for me anyway. Is that how do you tell the difference between person A and person Z and everybody in between who says they're exactly what you're looking for? Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're looking for a this and you go to their webpage, I mean, you follow what I'm trying to say, guys? Is like, how do you choose the best person for you for the discipline that you're looking for? Whether it's somebody to be a part of your team because you're a business owner, you're an entrepreneur, or somebody that you want to learn something from, like maybe PHP coding or what have you?
Oh, that's a good question because, for me, I do the same thing. I meet with them, and either whether it be Twitter, Facebook, or of course now Blab, and then I get together with them on Skype or some other, Zoom or whatever, and get to know them better. And if I feel that there's something that is synergistically working together just because of what we say and what we agree upon, then I look at them as the possibility. Now, as far as the coaching is concerned, I would love coaching, but most coaching is very expensive. And it's not expensive, it's an investment, okay? Because if you have the right coach, obviously they should be helping you with all those things that you struggle with, right? But a lot of, I guess, coaches that I've seen don't have that. They come from, well, because you do a LinkedIn profile and you looked at what they did before and you're like, I don't know why I would want to work with them, because they don't resonate with me. So I think it's just a time thing. You gotta talk to a whole bunch of people that you have an interest in and then figure out. I mean, Roy, you're a coach. Or are you looking for a coach?
Oh, neither. I'm just making a point.
Oh, okay. Because you're a consultant.
Yeah, if I got to nail myself down to something, I'm much more a consultant than a coach. That's why I want to introduce new words like frienducator, right? Because what I think is, it doesn't matter what you say about yourself. I'm going to use, and I've been wanting to use, Google's algorithm as a people algorithm for connecting. Mm-hmm. So Google does this special algorithm for connecting pages with certain keywords and certain content. They do an outstanding job, better than any search engine out there. Are they perfect? Of course not, because they're only going to be as good as their database. All they do is sort the database. So if people aren't putting good information out there, then we're not going to know, and Google's not going to be able to index it. So what's lacking in the people search, in my humble opinion, is the depth of who someone is, because they're not going to go into that kind of depth. So if I'm looking for a doctor, a lawyer, a web designer, a graphic artist, I could be at it for days, for years, and miss the wrong people.
Yeah. Right.
Miss the right people, I mean, and find all the wrong people. So for my thinking is this: if I need anything, I'm going to go to my network. Hey guys, I need a graphic designer, and I need him to do this, and it's like, oh my goodness, Roy, my friend has a friend who specializes in those types of logos, and here, let me hook you up. If I know, like, and trust that person, more than likely that person that I just got referred to or endorsed to, or as I like to say, given that person's seal of approval to. See, that's how I think commerce should be done at any level. B2B, B2C, it doesn't really matter. C2C, it doesn't. It's all P2P, person to person.
Yeah, or H to H, human to human. Yeah,
and human to human. So
Brian
H
Kramer
to
puts
P2P.
it.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I love it. So what do you
Belly
guys
to
think
belly.
about that? I mean, this is the change I want to see, guys, and that's why you guys are in my inner circle, because I think that you guys, if I unpack myself correctly to you, if I
Oh,
we lost you, man.
Roy, we can't hear you. Do you freeze up?
Yeah, he did.
Hmm.
Is he on the computer or the cell phone? I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell. It's hard to tell.
Ouch.
Maybe it's a traffic issue with Blab right now. Looked like there's a lot more traffic than I've seen lately. With numbers wise. So
everybody's basically in that one with John about the terrorist attack, and then ours is up there. I mean, we had a whole bunch, but everybody's there. I mean, it doesn't. Well, it's funny now. They don't actually organize it now by the number of watching.
Yeah, they don't. That's I don't know. That was a helpful sorting tool sometimes before, but again, sometimes you have hundreds of people in there and you check out the quality and you say, nope, this is not for me.
Right. Well, I even wonder, by me changing my character from a real person to a cartoon character, do people follow me less or do they follow me more? And I've seen that no one's following me. My following has gone down. Now, it's probably because I haven't been on Blab as much as I used to be.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
It's quality control, Preston. Maybe you lost some of your followers that were fake or, with nefarious purposes.
Well, I heard too, I don't know who I heard it from, so I'm not going to quote anybody, but I heard that there's over 40,000 people signed up in Blab.
Wow.
Well, I was in a hangout this morning.
Yeah.
Or a Blab. I still call them hangout. You guys will excuse me if it's a hangout to me. We hang out in Blabs, okay. So Human 2, John Prado, was saying that you can just go to Blab and do a particular search, because when people sign up for Blab, it's not mandatory, but it's almost mandatory that they automatically have you follow Team Blab. And so if you just count up the Team Blab at Team Blab searches that are in line with what people need to do when they sign up, and he had a number, I think it was something like 643 per day, which is not much.
Less than I would expect, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what it was today. So they're not going to show the numbers. Sean said they're not going to tell us how many people are here. They could care less. They want to know minutes per person average spent, or as I like to say, invested on Blab. And the last count about a month or two ago was 65 minutes per person.
Per day?
And that includes the ones that are here for 5 minutes and never return. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some of us like me that do 8, 9, 10 hours on your own Blab and then go back and be a guest on somebody else's Blab. Ha, jump in. I see you just entered. Ha, come on in. We gotta have Ha here. So Ha, if you don't know Preston too well, now's your opportunity. Find out all you need about Preston, and if you want the juicy stuff, you can ask me. Just kidding.
We should do some online networking now. I mean, if you haven't met Sabrina, you need to meet Sabrina. You need to meet Charlene. You need to meet some other people, because we're doing virtual networking on a regular basis off of here, but going into Zoom. And it's a great way to build relationships, get people to know what you do, and obviously, if you're doing business, you connect with each other off the line, and it works really well.
Yeah,
So.
and it's amazing that for the period of 100 days for the Preston and for you too, Roy. I know that for Jeremy maybe about 70 some days,
Yeah,
and for me like 60 some days. But when you talk about the friendship that we the connection that we made, it's just phenomenal because it just I just amazed.
So what's been your number one or two or three? Go like that. What value do you see in line with Preston's question here on Blab? What are you receiving as far as value? Not what you're giving. We know that, but receiving value-wise, huh?
The value wise, not just because you are here that I speaking to you, but get to know you guys is the most valuable things because I talked to Jeremy about that a couple of times, and he knew that Charlie Tremendous Jones, he said that 5 years from now, you will be exactly the same person you were today, except for the people you met and for the book you read. And for the past 60 some days, you have enriched my life. Just like I don't know about me, but I'm so trusting. I mean, I just maybe because you guys have the faces or the voices, that's very something, and I just like come into it and vulnerable and trust completely.
Keep being that way, Ha. Even if you get burnt a couple or two times, just say, okay, that's going to happen. That's life. But don't put up any walls and lose that genuine childlike trust factor. You know what I'm saying? It's so important. And when you just touched on that, that's what I'm all about. The reason I say I'm 12 a lot of times is because I never want to lose that childlike faith that I know I had when I was 12 years old. It's like, and you have to understand, when I was 12, it was the year 1969. So that was still pretty much old school. And at that time, just about everybody I met, I trusted them right off the bat. And if they disappointed me down the line, oh, well, okay. Because, I had a great dad that kind of taught me this. He said, Roy, life's not fair. Get over it. Get used to it. Just be fair. Right? If life is not fair, that's okay. But you be fair. You be fair with everybody, and you be fair to yourself, to mom and dad, and your siblings. And my dad was just amazing. Let me say it the right way. Amazing, right? And how many of us can really say that? I mean, if we just take a poll here on Blab, I think maybe out of every 100 people, less than the majority will say, no, I didn't have a really good dad. He didn't treat me like that or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the pulse would be, but that's been my experience with people when I start to compare notes. It's like very few people say, oh, yeah, my dad was great. My mom loved him. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Jeremy will help me with that. Jeremy, I mentioned that Roy is just like he terminology creator. Sometimes that he speak the language that because we are in the culture that he cultivate, we understand what he's talking about. But some people walk and they might just say, "What the heck he talking about?" And when what is the word he using? This speech friendship or something?
Frenchication. Frenchicator, I guess.
Frenchicator, one thing, but he talked about the speeding of the connection.
The speed of the relationship.
What is the word? What is the term you use?
Net friending.
And then and this
he's a speed relationship guy.
Yes. And this Blab, just like, you just walk and you're so vulnerable. You open up and you get willing to give and receive. And that is the most amazing thing that I see on the Blab.
Yeah. Wow, that's great. That was a great summary, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, everybody sees a different value of Blab. I mean, obviously, it's still going. You know, I had a discussion with a broadcaster. He actually was running shows for Univision. Yeah, I think it was Univision.
The Spanish.
And yeah, the Spanish show, and he's actually producing his own shows now. And I've been trying to get a hold of him for the last month because he's not around. And he said he wanted to get together with me, but we never did. But he was saying something that was interesting. He said, Blab is very popular. It's a good thing, but it won't go mainstream. And I said, what do you mean it won't go mainstream? He says, you got to understand, when you do a broadcast, what, honey? Oh, okay. Did you leave her in? Oh, you can't leave her in? Okay, hold on, guys. I got to leave.
Okay, so okay, I can talk with Troy, Roy a little bit, and you too, Jeremy. You know, a couple of nights ago, Roy, remember the guy did mention about the chambers of commerce, and you know, and I think that you are the guy that can pull it off. Because you can create something just like the chambers of commerce, but then you know, and then you have the people come in and to do the networking, and you maybe you don't have to check anybody, but you get the sponsors, you know, that where you can generate some revenue. And because, you know, everybody you talk with, or you hear they talking about you know, the trust factor is there. I mean, if you provide the environment, and then, you know, people can come in, do the networking as, you know, and it function as a chamber of commerce. And, you know, for free, but because the people who come into your platform, that where the more people you can come in, therefore you can negotiate to get the sponsor. And that's the revenue for your 2.0 TV.
Thank you, Ha. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different models and ways, I guess, that one can monetize what it is that they're doing. Sponsorship is certainly one of them. Yeah. It's not high on my list of how to monetize. For me, it's all about a tribe. And so I've coined the phrase $7 club. I haven't talked about it much. I don't know if either one of you have even heard me mention
a little bit
my $7 club. But guys, you got to realize I got 19 years of thoughts about what I'm about to unleash to the world, so to speak, and to the people who are supposed to be a part of it, and then who are supposed to be infected and affected by it. I really believe that I can change the course of how people network. I really do believe that. I'm probably one of the few people, I know some of you, but probably both of you believe that I believe that I can actually change the course of how people network simply because they don't know what they don't know. And the reason they don't know what they don't know is because they've never seen it before. You know, before you had an iPhone or an equivalent, you know, Android or Microsoft device like that in your hands, you didn't even dream of something like that. Okay, maybe you did. If you watched Get Smart, you know that back in the 60s, you know, he used a shoe, but or Dick Tracy, who used his wristwatch. And we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. So what's my point? My point is very simply that net friending is infinitely, that's a bold statement on my part, I know it, is infinitely better than networking in anyone's mind, even if you have the right definition of networking. Okay? I think most people don't have the right definition of networking, and that's why it's a chore to them. And if you love networking, then it's not a chore to you and you have the right definition. That's what I believe. I believe that what we're doing and have been doing with each other, Ha, you and I from the start, when we first laid eyes upon each other, either as you know, live studio audience members or guests on the same show, or and I remember meeting you on Charlene's morning show that she does, which is 5 o'clock in the morning for me. So every now and then I'm still up, okay, from the previous night at that time, and I jumped in because I love the book. And she does a daily show about Think and Grow Rich. Let's read the chapter. Let's talk about it. And the 3 or 4 times that I actually listened to you as you were in one of the seats, and whether I joined you or not or stayed in the audience, you were already on my radar, right?
Thank you.
And then when you showed interest in me, see, this is how I remember our story. So there's the when Roy met Ha story, and then there's the when Ha met Roy story. And I think it's valuable for people to understand and hear both sides, because now they can go, oh, I never thought of that. Or like I say, you don't know what you don't know. And it's like, oh, you mean if I do this, then that will happen? Let me try it. Let me give it an attempt. Let me do that. And then find your own style, because you can't use Ha's personality. You can't use my personality.
No.
Use your own personality. But so Ha, just to finish the story so you know, and so Jeremy knows, and now I have it on recording, when you started to show interest in me.
You know, when Roy, he started to say one liner, and that when he says something and hear me out, hear me what I'm saying. I have a ha moment, not a aha moment, but I have a ha moment.
Well, you could still say aha moment, but you have to pause longer between the first ah. Yes, I'm having
a ha moment. Yeah.
Pause. 1, 2, 3. Ha moment. I love it. Yes.
Yeah, that's why and I kind of like pursuing him, just like I pursuing you, Jeremy, because I'm longing to have somebody that I can converse with, and somebody that I can partner with, somebody that I can to share my experience. As just like the word he's using, he want to pour in me, and I want, and I know that I have something to pour on him. And when you said that if I trust in you, and I will say that, yes, I truly believe that you have a secret sauce to make it happen. Now, there's a lot of people, they thought they have a secret sauce, but, in turn, they just had ketchup. Therefore, you need to go.
I love that.
And then that's why, your idea, just the technology, it will be absolute. The reason I say that, because straight when the iron's still hot, your idea, when it's sizzling hot, you need to go after it.
I'm gonna dispel so many myths just by what actually has transpired in my life over the last 19 years. I've had many people say to me, oh, so how long you been doing this people search engine and networking idea, net friending idea, when I didn't even know what net friending was as far as a term. I know the description. I can show you a net friend. I can show you a person who's net friending. I can tell you when they're not net friending. I can turn it inside out, outside in, and upside down, and left side, right side, all of that. Never knew what it was called until Ray Lynn poured into me about 3 weeks ago, and we were talking one-to-one, and she said, net friending. And I went through the roof and did my happy dance and said, girl, we got to take this. I already have the definition. You now have the term, the title. Let's do something with this. And so right away, she did one quick blab. And so I decided to just be me. I was going to take it easy. Listen, guys, I was going to take it easy on showing the world how not to net friend and having to bounce, that's my word, bounce a person from one of these seats where it was noticeably so, and how I could come across as being possibly rude, crude, and very much not giving a person an opportunity to be themselves or to share themselves in the fashion of which is not, in my humble opinion, net friending. And so I just found out that people are talking behind my back. Oh, wait, I knew that. Did you know that, Jeremy? When you come on Blab, did you know that when you come on Blab, people will talk behind your back? Did you know that?
Oh, I'm sure they do. They do it in real life. Why wouldn't they do it here?
They do.
Hope it's the people that I don't want following me anymore.
complete your thought, Jeremy.
That's it. I thought Roy was going to say something, and I hope he didn't freeze again. We've already lost him a couple times. Roy, you still there?
You guys need to put us in the host before we disconnect.
Yeah, we already lost. Well, Preston had to step out. Oh, there's Preston.
Oh.
I'm back.
Preston to the rescue.
Preston.
I just had to not be.
Preston.
Yeah.
Put Jeremy or me as a host, because just in case you and
Yes.
Roy, you guys disappear, we don't want to.
Connection trouble or something.
Yeah,
He is a host, so there's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to make sure. It's just my wife came home and she's doing dinner and some other
Yeah,
stuff.
just put us in to be a host, then we can. Where's Roy going? He just here.
I think he must have frozen up again.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't know if he can hear us.
I don't know either.
Oh, probably refreshing again.
No, there he
Testing,
is.
1, 2, 3, test. 1. You guys hear me?
Hey,
Yep.
Carla.
Okay,
But,
sorry.
but,
I don't know what's happening. I'm losing my sound, and then I seem to freeze up. So I don't know what you guys caught of that. But Jeremy, the misrepresent, misportray. What would be the word? Did I get that far? Did you guys hear that much?
No,
We didn't-
I think we lost you before that. So maybe you can repeat it so we get it on the recording.
Sure. So now I know, because I was in a Blab the other day, 3 days ago, where people were talking about, yeah, Roy likes to bounce people. They didn't say bounce. They said eject or something like that, or kick out of the seats or whatever. So now I'm known as that person because I did it one time in a net friending Blab, which I didn't have.
Uh-oh.
Unpack, I think is what he was going to say. I'm sure that's the word he was going to say.
There he gone again.
Yeah, Roy, we lost you again. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
What's going on with the
It's
connection?
just a weak connection or Blab traffic stretched with what happened in Paris. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, there's how many people on there now? Now they're talking more about it. I mean, it's
Yep.
sad. I don't know. I'll listen to the news later. I don't like watching news. Anyways, it's depressing half the time.
You know, it's interesting. I try not to watch negative news either, but to see the news being reported here on Blab as opposed to on television strengthens the argument that this is television 2.0, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying obviously a lot of people are there now, and so therefore the Blabs and most generally are not as filled up as they used to be. But and you know, I'm concerned about it. You know, and obviously it is late breaking news that Twitter found out. Because I'm sure that's all over Twitter right now. But to see it live, and you know, I'm sure a lot of those people are tweeting it too. And I don't know if you noticed that now, if you tweet, it does have the picture of all of us.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. And I know, you know, there's some people with disabilities that they've said that is not good for their I don't know. It just, some people, it bothers them if they have certain disabilities to have GIFs running through the screen all the time. So, yeah, I wondered about that. I was trying to tweet it a couple times without the pictures and it wouldn't go. So I'm glad
you have to wait until the picture come up, because I wish I could do a share screen to show you it. But if you go, at least in my notifications, like when we've been doing this and all of a sudden, like Wagner Branding did it, where he basically tweeted it out. It's him, me, and Leanne, and of course Roy, because he's not face to face. It just shows a black.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually showing us talking a little bit, just as like a GIF, and it's huge. I mean, it's not like these little pictures. It's
yeah. I wish they were smaller. Yeah, I don't know.
But it's funny because we were talking about it, because my friend and I talked about it, that they need to get, because when people see it on a tweet, they don't get what this is all about. And I told, you know, Sean, I said, you got to make it so you can actually see like a little clip. Mm-hmm. Well, they did it now. And he told me, well, do you know how to program that? And I go, no, but it can't be that difficult. You know, so is it because what I said he did? I don't know. It probably is a lot of people suggested it, you know. But it's interesting to see those type of things, you know, like you said about the friends. I mean, I'm sure people were saying, well, why can't we get Facebook people involved? You know, I say, why can't we get Google involved? You know,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
but you're going to have too many people and too many things going on that becomes convoluted.
Yeah.
And, you know, one of the other things we were talking about, hi, Carly, I didn't mean to ignore you at all. I don't think we've met before either, so welcome. But, you know, I think the other fact of it is that the Blab itself is a communication opportunity for everyone. You
Right.
know, you don't have to be a big powerhouse to use it. And you can still build that friendship with people all around the world, you know. Speaking of Janet, Janet's here. I love to have Janet stop in. Yeah, we can hear you again.
Okay, so I'll jump off and let Janet jump in. I want to hear her too because, listen. I just want to finish my thought. I don't know what's going on. My audio's messing up today, so I'll jump off. Janet, will you jump in?
Say yes,
I need. Janet and I are following each other and everything, and I want to get to know Janet a little bit better. So
she's the one who got me. She's the one who got me.
She's on the phone. Okay. Oh, say that again, Preston. She got you what?
She's the one who got me involved with this.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah, because she's originally
from Minneapolis. Is that her? She's the connection to Blab for you?
She's the connection to Blab for me.
Oh, so then I got to hear your story. I got to hear your story. You guys, I'm going to be recording on my end. We're recording on this end. I want to hear that story, okay? Because listen, I'm gathering stories how people got onto Blab. And if it's uniquely two people, one person directly telling that other person, not like, hey, everybody follow me on Periscope, let's go to Blab. That's the normal way that you hear about it. But I'm talking about, hey, Preston, have you heard about Blab? No, I haven't. Janet, what's that all about? Well, let me tell you.
I'll tell you, it wasn't exactly like that.
Well, this is what you can jazz it up for the movies. If somebody were to do this and make a movie out of it, they'd want a little bit more hyperbole. I'm kidding, of course. The hyperbole left aside.
It's still a good story.
It's still a great story, absolutely. So I'm going to jump out and let Janet jump in, and you guys unpack it. Ladies first, so I want to hear Janet's side first, and then I want to hear your side, Preston.
Okay. You're such a good facilitator, I tell you that, Roy. I love him being on Blab because he understands how to.
You know, before Janet jump in the square, Preston, who the artist who did your picture, she did very nice job. Did an excellent job.
She did this at no cost to me, okay, and I just gotta say you can't. Unfortunately, I didn't tell her. She came in earlier, but she didn't stay. But it's called Drawing Like Crazy. Go to Facebook and look her up, and you know if you want to, she does a phenomenal work. I mean, she's even worked.
It's phenomenal. I mean, just did you know that, Jeremy, that the drawing that was and then doing the Blab time too, right? There is no. This is awesome.
Yeah, because I was in the Blab and I saw it on a Blab. I'm like, I think it was Saturday last week or whatever, and I was like, oh, this is cool. I've always wanted to see this, you know, and so because every time I went to the state fair, I would always want to have one of these done with my family and with my son or whatever, and so we did it every single year, and he's had like 6 of them done, but they're a little bit more expensive, you know. But when she came on Blab, I was like, cool, and so I'm talking to her, and she's like, yeah, come on in.
Hi, Janet.
Hey, this is weird for me. I'm used to I'm so professional about this usually, and I'm on my computer, and I was like literally see, it's Friday night. I'm having a glass of wine.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I never go on here on Friday nights. I'm scared of Blab on the nights.
On the weekend.
But we're glad that you are here.
Well, thanks, yeah. So,
yeah, because you need to tell your side story, because if we depend on Preston, you will never know what he will tell us, you know? So.
Oh, that's
good.
We
need both sides.
Yeah.
I know. And Roy, listen up. So, okay, tell your side story.
You know, I heard about this through Periscope, and then we were one of the. What is it? You know, if you're 100 days, Preston, what did we decide? We were 102 days or something. I haven't even looked at it, and we ended up Terry Bean. I have a podcast, and we've been recording our podcast on Google Hangouts for a long time. So podcast is almost 2 years old, and I'm a big video believer. I preach video a lot, and I think it's just so important. And somebody's asking questions, sorry. So long story short, we decided to move it over within like that. We just said, let's try it. Why not? Yeah. So we were probably the third podcast, I think. Sean VP was on our podcast, and the recording didn't get to us the first time because we don't know why. And he said, message me if it doesn't get to you. I never got it, so I had to message him, and he sent it to me manually. So that was the very first podcast we did. And then since then, we've recorded a show every single Thursday. And we love it. We just, it builds a better community than Hangouts ever could. We always did private anyway, because Google Hangouts are great for private. And I still use Google Hangouts sometimes for private because Blab doesn't have it. But it is just a better community building piece.
Feels like a coffee shop, feels like friends, even though we don't know each other. I mean, Jan and I, we worked together on a couple of things, and it's years ago now, 6-7 years ago or something.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
At least. And, we've been following each other, and, I love what she talks about, and obviously we've been done business here and there together. But I guess my story on that is that, like I said, I use Facebook, but I'm not on Facebook as often. For whatever reason, I was on Facebook that day. And that was before the Facebook feed on the left-hand side. And she put something about, do you Blab? And I'm like, Blab? What the heck is that? So I'm always interested in what Jan's doing. And I think she's always interested in what I'm doing because we're on kind of the cutting edge of a lot of the technology and video. And when she posted it, I was like, oh, okay. So I had my tablet. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I push on the button, and all of a sudden these 4 screens pop up, and there she is, and with some other people I didn't know. And I'm like, wow, this is better than Google Hangouts. I can't do this on Google Hangouts. This is awesome. And I was actually at our church property at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Outside. And I was still receiving this really cool image, and 4 people were talking. Of course, Janet was one of them. And then I think I actually came into the seat. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I came into the seat, and then I showed everybody around, hey, this is our church, and this is where we are at. So it was a unique experience for me. And at that time, as Roy says, I got addicted. No, I was passionate about it because I realized how powerful of a thing is to be able to connect with video and to be able to do that one-on-one relationship of people either I don't know or that I do know, but I want to get to know better. And most of the time when I was in Minneapolis, I would go out and I'd physically go, even if it was snowing and there was a networking event, I would be there because I wanted to meet people and I wanted to see if I could help them, and hopefully they'd help me down the road, So I built a network in Minneapolis. When I moved here to Honduras, it was gone. I had my LinkedIn network, I had my Twitter network, but it wasn't the same. And when she showed me this, I was like, yes, I can network again. And so really it was a drug of choice, I think. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
You know what? It's a good story because the thing is, that's what I felt about Blab. Now, I do have to say Blab has changed in 102 days. So it definitely is different than when it first appeared. When we first got started on it, I really felt like it was just so close knit. Now it's a little harder to find it's kind of like anything in a way. It's like Twitter when it first began. You could connect with people. Google Plus. I remember I'm like, I can touch people. I could never touch over on Facebook, and now and Blab's starting to become, it's a good and bad thing. I mean, there's pluses and minuses to not being able to touch those people. So certain people you see come on and do a Blab, and, they automatically have a couple hundred plus, people in their Blab no matter what, just because their name. It's same thing with any social network. So I think it's, there's good and bads with how fast it's growing. I think it's a fantastic platform. It's a time sucker though, so I've been very careful of how I've been using it lately. So I actually wasn't on last week other than the show I recorded. So
yeah, you have You are right, because when I walk around, get to listen to people talking, and there is a few confession of a Blab addict. That people talking about how addicted that is.
It is. It is. I have a shirt that says I'm a blabber blabbing on Blab, and I was gonna do a Blabaholic shirt, but somebody has a Blabaholic group. If you haven't joined it, there's a Blabaholic, and then I'm Blab for Business. We actually run a group too, so Blab for Business.
Oh, that's what I forgot to.
So on Thursday, what do you blab about?
We have a show called Business Growth Time. I'm more a social media expert. I hate using that word, but I hate the word expert. But my background is social media. And then my business partner's background is networking. So we teach a lot about just business growth tips, whether it's business networking, or whether it's social media. So we have a lot of great guests. We've had some big names on our show too. Really good. We try to make it very productive.
Absolutely.
So Janet, do you know Roy at all?
I do not know Roy. I've seen
but you know.
Professional, thank you. I like that word better. Yes, or strategist, whatever you want to call it. I just, don't like to call myself the expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have never met Roy. No, I hopped on and he hopped right off. So I do not know Roy. Do you guys know Roy?
Strategist.
I can back off so you guys can meet each other. Roy is a very unique individual. I met him actually on Google, and I don't know if you remember or not, but I was part of a Google group for Christians. It was the Christians in Business.
I was in that group too. Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think I invited you. If I remember right, but or you found out about it. I can't remember, but
through you.
It could have been easily something that would have worked if people would have hangouts in that environment. And I thought that's what it was going to be, because we would meet by text and we would be able to have great conversations there, but no one would have a hangout. And I don't know, Jason T. Weiser never did it, and the guy who took over, I can't remember, he's a pastor too. Now he's doing podcasts and stuff.
I think Jason was the one that started that, wasn't he?
Jason started it, yeah. And he invited me. The only reason I got involved with that was because I was also part of a group called, I can't remember what it was, but it was trading stocks back and forth, and it was stock of yourself. I can't remember the exchange. I got an email on it a couple of days ago. But he was part of somebody that I followed or somebody I invested in or whatever. And then because he read my profile saying that I was a Christian and believer, he goes, wow, that's great that you're standing up for that. And then when he did have that on Google, he said, come on in. And so I was kind of the first person or first couple of people that went into that. So I built a lot of relationships with it, but it didn't go any further than that. Because like I said, I wanted to have that where every single week we would hang out together as Christians. But no one really put together, and I was too busy doing other things that I didn't think of it. And so when Blab came here, and now I don't know if you know Charlene Burke.
Oh yeah.
If you know, yeah, she does, her regular daily thing about Think and Grow Rich, but she also is part of a networking group that started online with Sabrina. And you got to look at it. It's called networkvirtually.com.
Okay.
And network live virtually. No, network.
Yeah.
What is it? Virtually live network? That's something like that.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get people involved with that too, because she's also helping me when she found out what I did. She lives in Florida, and she has a lot of other resorts and hotels that might be interested in my services. So she's going out because she asked me for it. Actually, drop off a PDF, and she would print them off and then drop them off at these places. So like, yeah, let's do it. So she, she's getting me leads, and I'm getting her to probably keep people coming into their network. So everybody's helping each other, and that's what I like about it. It's like the old days of networking, except you don't have to go physically anywhere. You can stay here at home, and I couldn't do this in Honduras. There's no such thing as that. And if there was, it's all in Spanish.
No. Well, and Sean, you've met Sean. He's in Antigua.
Yeah.
And I mean, so people from all over the world, it's neat for them to be able to do that. So, no, I think it's great.
Yeah,
It's
Roy,
absolutely.
I think you should. It's a really good way to get your
Yeah,
message out and
I
get to
just
meet
put in
people.
the link
Yeah,
for you
thank you.
guys interested in, because it's open for for anybody to come in, and then if you decided to be a presenter or something, that you can pay the monthly fee and you can do more. But just to attend the first, you know Sabrina, right, Jeremy? She is on
Yes.
my yeah.
Yes, I've met her. Yep.
Yeah, and she is wonderful. I mean, she is great.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she really connects people too. So, you know, I think Janet, you would like this, and I was going to tell you about it anyways, but this is a good time to tell you about it.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
Mm-hmm.
it's just another
My
thing that
world's
you
been
can
a
get
little
involved in.
bit. I've had to just like kind of go. I've gone
But
another direction. It's been a little crazy lately,
let
but
me ask you this, Janet, because obviously you're using Blab for business. You're doing your podcast on Blab now. Are you seeing business from it?
no, not necessarily. We've seen a larger jump in our podcast.
Okay.
You know, so that definitely has happened. But I haven't tried to sell anything on it, to be honest. I've got swamped with new clients. I mean, that's the bottom line, and they're big paying clients. So, you know, it's a good thing.
Now, how
But
did you get
it's,
those?
you
I'm
know,
curious. Just through your regular
LinkedIn.
networking,
Sad to
and
say, LinkedIn, the platform I don't even promote. It was
they just come
LinkedIn.
to you.
It just came to me.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've been doing this as long as I have. I've been doing this a long time.
Well,
And
the
just,
neat thing,
I'm out there.
the thing I like about you is that you're open to the platform, and then you go to like a meeting and you keep on inviting me there if I could go to it, and you have a whole bunch of people there, and you're talking about Blab, and you have some type of event that you're doing that you're a speaker of, and you bring people in on Blab.
Oh, yeah, which I'm doing next Tuesday night again. I know, for some reason, I've been hired to do a lot of speaking, and Periscope has brought me straight up business. Now, that actually I can relate back to, and it was fluke. And that's a great story, but it was very, very fluke, and the same exact thing could happen on Blab. It was somebody watching who happened to catch that I was in Minneapolis. It was very, very random. I was doing a Periscope. It was about the Applebee's campaign. And then, if anybody had heard of that, you know, it was a big day of live streaming, and they had 1 billion hits to their website because of live streaming.
Billion. Wow. Is that because of Enzo
billion.
too?
Yeah. Well, he was part of that deal. Yep. Okay. And so then what happened, I was on a Periscope, and this gal came on, and she happened to say, hey, you know, are you going to Applebee's? And I said, no. I go, are you? And she goes, yeah, I'm going to Applebee's. I go, maybe I should join you. So randomly, I go, I happen to be 5 minutes away at a networking event from that Applebee's that evening. Wow. Went and met her randomly. I mean, I have kids. I'm busy. I do not typically do this. I mean, but I'm like, well, I'm right in the area. Might as well. Went and met her. She was with another guy named Stephen Caggiano. You probably have heard of him on Blab. Yeah, if you've been around Blab, you've heard of him. Mm-hmm. So here I show up at Applebee's, and here's Steven. Shake his hand, meet him. We go to dinner. I got fed the whole dinner, and I'm live streaming on the front page of Applebee's website. All because I did a Periscope. Wow. Then, on top of this, you add to it, Steven, we decided to bring on our show the next day and talk about the whole Applebee's campaign. After that, he had a connection that found me because I had interviewed him. That connection has handed me so many leads for my business, I couldn't even keep up with them. Wow. So now have they all closed? No, but I have had some closed business from it. So right there, I mean, it's a weird roundabout long story, but it all became because I did one Periscope. Yeah. Wow. So it shows what could happen with Blab. It could happen with Blab. It could happen with anything.
Well, you know Robert C. Stern.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about the fact, I mean, he's on here all the time. I'm surprised he's not on here now, but maybe everybody's at that Paris thing like I talk about. You know, there's that attack on Paris, I guess, and everybody's over there now. But the fact is that he came on once, and he said that he has gotten business because of Blab, and it was over $60,000. So he said, this thing works. If you spend time on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, if you attending his Blab, you know that sometimes that he is not acknowledged the people on the sidebar. However, if somebody asking him a question, he will, if he engage to that question, he will go to the extra mile just to find the answer. And that what is you know, to me, I even appreciate that just to watching him because he really patiently take time and to really he go in there and he just do the Google this and search and he come back with the answer and he go in there and he follow up and follow through. And that's the conversation Jeremy and I had. You know, well, you are a very incredible woman, Janet, because see, the life and the trust. So maybe you just have to face the people like and trust and listen to you, and they draw to. And you know, for any one of us, we have to be positioning ourselves at the incredible, you know, to what we our profession until you know we are become a trusted advisor. When people think that they have something or they have any question or they need some help, then they come to us, and then you know, and that is where the time. But you know, when the first people go into the Blab, they start to sell, or they start to pitch for their business. It's such a turn off for me, and you know, not because I don't know how to do the marketing online, but to me that the like and the trust factor need to be established first before you can asking me for money or purchase something from you. That's how I look
like
at it.
and trust, and I do agree, and that's one of the things I talk about in my presentations. With any of this type of live streaming, it's authentic, and you can't. I mean, it's the fastest way that you're going to build that like and trust.
Yes,
you can post all sorts of things on Facebook and pretend and whatever and be fake behind the scenes, but and even a video. I mean, you could be fake with a video and edit a bunch of it and clip it and make it, you know, and make it perfect. But this is, I mean, you're seeing me. I was at a kid's field trip all day, for God's sake. Refresh my makeup.
Because when you get on this square, just like the Hollywood square, you are so naked because you need to be true to yourself. You need to be, because you cannot fool anybody. Maybe the first time, second time, but if you are there in and out, you'll be there. Your authentic self that will win people's heart. Jeremy, I see you raise your hand.
Yeah, I have a question, Janet, I need to ask for Roy. And the question is, do you trust Roy or not? Yes or no?
I don't know him.
So if I jump off, you can meet him, and then he'll ask that same question.
What am I supposed to trust him for? I don't know.
Well, it's your question to answer. Here comes Roy to unpack it.
Okay.
Thanks,
hello,
Jeremy.
Roy.
Thanks, Jeremy. Hello, Janet.
Oh, I don't see you. Do you guys see
won't. I'm just audio only, if that's okay with you. I'm gonna get
you can't build the trust with me in audio. Sorry.
There we go. So I will ask you myself so I can get the proper response or reaction, either. So, Janet, do you trust me? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know you well enough to trust you at this point. Just said, I don't know you.
All right. Okay. I totally get that. So let me try this one more time. Wait, I'm not going to try anything. Yoda says only do this. Ask Janet this question again, Roy. Okay, I will. Janet, do you trust me? Yes or no?
No, not now.
Not
until I see your face.
Thank you. You still added to it, but that's okay. We'll do it one more time. Let's see if you can say, okay. So Janet, why did you not stop after yes or no? Why did you feel the need or...
Because I said no. If I had said yes, I'd say yes. You know, but no, you have to give a reason.
You have to give a reason? Why is that?
Because it's a negative. And you know, you want to give a reason for a negative.
Well, I don't see that as a negative. I see that as a positive because I don't know what I don't know. So if I don't know you and I want to know, do you trust me? It's real simple. Either you do or you don't. And why really doesn't matter to me because I've already covered all the whys in my own head. And if you got a different one, I get it. But it doesn't really matter to me. So ask me, Janet.
Do you trust me, Roy?
Yes.
Now, why? I want to know why.
Now you said you only have to say why if it's a no, a yes, in the positive. You don't have to. No, did you
I
say
still
that?
want
I
to
don't
know
if you said
why.
Well, I want to see if Ha or Jeremy have been paying attention to me because this is what I'm doing. So, Ha, ladies first, do you know, just a yes or no, do you know why I said yes to Janet. Now, Janet wants to know why. Do you know how to answer for me why? Just yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. And Jeremy?
Yes.
All right. So ladies first. Why don't you unpack it, and then Jeremy can add to or subtract from according to how he sees what he already knows is my why I trust Janet right out of the box. Janet and I never met before. I've never been spoken to about Janet. And if Preston has, I'm sorry, Preston, but it didn't register. So Janet E. Johnson, I trust you. And here's why. Huh?
You know, the first conversation we had earlier when I got on the square, and for him, he said that, you know, he will trust you first and until you prove otherwise. And that is how his philosophy is, you know, trust anyone and then until they prove otherwise. Because there's no reason for him not to trust you, right? Because he didn't have any encounter with you to have something that make him mistrust you. And especially you are friend with Preston, and then Preston that there's somebody that he like and trust, as well as Preston like and trust him. So that is, you know, the filter is not there anymore because to Preston, he know you. Therefore, that's easy for him to say, I trust you. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that's how I unpack it, Roy.
Awesome.
Oh, there he is.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. So I don't want to lead any more than that, but I needed to unpack just that much. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I would usually say the, okay. Jeremy, your turn.
I would say it's the way Roy looks at these relationships or answering that question. It's a presumption of trust. It's similar to a presumption of innocence in the legal system, but you know, it's a little bit different here. But it's a presumption of trust. It can be lost if someone, does something egregious to show that he or she shouldn't be trusted. But otherwise, Roy presumes that someone is trustworthy. And Ha did it very beautifully. Went to the, Roy trusts Preston, and you as a friend of Preston, I think would probably make
connections
you more trustworthy in his mind. But it's a presumption of trust which can be lost, and if it's lost, it can be restored. As long as it's not an egregious breach of that trust.
Well, I know who I don't trust on Blab, or I won't let them into my Blabs. Anybody that doesn't have a profile. Eggs.
Jeremy will tell you that.
I'm glad you said that, because I let an egghead into my Blab yesterday, and I regret it. It was a mistake.
He sent me a minute notice. He said, I need to stop, let the eggs get on my feet.
Totally. I don't know.
I have the other story, the other side of this story, of course, to tell. So I let eggs in. And my finger is right over the X because the minute something happens, they're gone. Okay, you're the weakest link. You're gone. But this gentleman came in and he was brand new.
Yeah.
And he didn't know what he didn't know. And I said, most people, most hosts would not let you in as an egg. So if you do A, B, and C, you can have a picture up. And while I explained it to him completely, he was doing it. And the next thing you know, there is his likeness. And now he's no longer an egg, and now he's got a profile, just like what you said. And I said, make that profile to where people want to invite you in.
Yeah.
Make it to where you show people how you serve, or, if you wear lots of different hats, just go ahead and do that. Husband, dad, father, mechanic, this or that or whatever, love apple pie. It's like, so show yourself a little bit in 160 characters, I think, or less. Now that's tough. But many of us here on Blab are doing it, right? We're doing it. And we're finding out if this works or that works. So I don't know if you've changed your profile any since you've been on Blab, Janet, but I have. And I've kind of specialized it specifically for Blab because that's what I'm doing here. So I do have a purpose. And my purpose is to show people that relationships don't take a long time to go deep if you know what you're doing and if you're in front of the right person. So that's a big if on both counts. Would you say?
Yes. Yeah. And
Yeah.
what are your 3 businesses? Because I came in later. Or do you have a business?
So I'm an SEO by day.
Okay.
And at night, when I put on my non-mask and non-cape, I'm a speed relationship guy. I just want to help people. Basically, my vision is to create a people search engine and to help people connect with each other so that they can do it 2 or 3 or 4 or even 10 or more times faster than they are now, simply because all the right people are in this search engine and all the wrong people can't come in because of the culture that I have set. So I'm going to go to Ha and Jeremy again, this time Jeremy first. Jeremy, can you share with Janet the culture that I have built in your mind, not only here on Blab as a Blab host, but also in a one-to-one setting that I do on Skype and or the phone?
Yes, it's hard to describe, but it's a powerful, synergistic group of people that Roy's collected. We're in this Skype room. There's a kind of a creative convergence that's occurring. With the creative connections that are forming, there's this creative synergy. Ideas are, floating all around. There's amazing. For myself, I'm having amazing bursts of creativity that I haven't seen in a long time, and I think it's partly just because I've connected with top level people that Roy has helped connect me to, and it's just very intellectually stimulating, and I think it's getting all of us more fired up as far as working together to to pursue our careers and develop our networks, but more through a net friending model instead of a conventional networking model that some of us aren't as good as at networking as you have been, Janet, or is fortunate with having that one lucky Periscope that gets someone doing Periscope after Periscope every day. Practice makes perfect, I think.
Yeah.
But I've just been amazed with the quality of the relationships that I've made in just the time I've been on Blab, and especially since I've met Roy. It's a very deep relationships. They deepen quickly, and there's just a powerful effect on all of our lives. I think we've all felt that, and I think Ha would agree with that. I'll let her speak for herself. But I feel so blessed to be in the company of these people, and I know I wouldn't have met a lot of them without having that connection from Roy.
Cool. And how long have you been on Blab?
I've been on Blab about 72 days. Okay. And I guess I haven't told you what I should answer your question too. What I do. I'm a running coach. I'm a life coach. Writer, blogger, training to be a health coach, working on that certification for getting that by the end of the year too. So I'm also an attorney, but not practicing law anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. What's your background?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Okay. I have a similar experience with Jeremy because, Roy is exemplify the idea of a generous giver and also an excellent receiver, his openness. And then I think that I resonate with him that the level of trust, because when we're talking about trust, if you don't have my trust, you have nothing. And when he's talking about the net friendly thing, and then and that the language, I keep on saying to him, I said, you are the person that you make up the vocabularies, and then you almost have like the culture that you created, that the language that you're speaking, that the people in the group understand, other people don't understand. But now if you listen to him, he combined the word just like you're not networking, but you are net friend. What is the word again?
Net friending.
Yeah, net friending, because he's talking about at first you have to cultivate the relationship, because before, and again, cultivate the relationship that we're talking about, the like and the trust factor. And then we establish that, and we can do the networking. We will do business with each other. But because, if we don't have that, why bother? So, and he put in just like the gigantic filter, and he just shaking it, he's shaking it. And then the people who are involved with him in his culture, and you feel like, and the people that stick on top of the filter, he just toss them out like this. And then the people fall off, and that you have some common with those people.
Cool.
Thank you.
But the weird, because I have the voice, but when you say to him, he said, "Why, I need you to be here or be there," he will say, "Yes, I will be there." And that is, if you need the support, if he always have your back, and that because of that, and because of who I am, the loyalty factor is also very important to me. If he has my back, I'm sure we'll have his back.
Thank you.
Nice.
I appreciate that. So Janet, so you're probably not used to entering a room here on Blab the way that you did, and receiving this type
I'm laying
of...
in my bed next to my cat, so no.
But I have to say that I love your laughter.
Wait, and I do need
I love your laughter. It's so contagious, and because
I have to have a sip of my wine. I mean,
go for
it.
Be you. Be Janet.
I hear your laughter. I can trust you. Simple as that. I don't know why. You can sell me the Brooklyn Bridge as far as I'm concerned, but you're laughing at that like I love it.
If you can't laugh at yourself, man, I mean, who can?
I quite agree. I absolutely agree. So Janet, how many rules did you break that you put forth for yourself on how to come onto Blab? And
oh my God! Well, I would have fixed my makeup and my lipstick. I do not come on Blab without makeup. And I still have makeup on lightly. I mean, I'm just, I have to tell you what I did today. They have the coolest thing, and this is off task, but they have this little biz town for my 5th grader. And it's literally where each kid has to learn they get their own debit card, checkbook, cash, and they each have a career, and then there's each a room. And I ended up at the invoicing session. I had to invoice, collect and write bills all day. It was awful. So anyway, I'm exhausted. I would have rather been doing my own business, to be honest.
But see, here's the thing. So
you look lovely.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
The guy cannot say that, but I can say that.
So tell us what time it is there, Janet.
It is 7:30
p.m.
7:30 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And the main reason, primary reason, and or only reason, and you'll tell us, that you're in this Blab at this particular time is because of your friend, Preston.
It was actually Roy. I think I follow you already.
Okay.
Somehow, some way.
And are you?
Probably a Blab somewhere,
Exactly.
So not sure. So no, I decided to hop on the phone one to see if there were any changes, because I haven't been on the phone one for like a month.
Oh, nice. So
I randomly popped on it, and I went, oh yeah, I said Preston had mentioned this thing, and then I got on within 2 seconds. You guys asked me to come on. I mean, that's why I don't even touch Blab when I'm not wearing makeup.
Right, because as soon as you're in a recognizable room by recognizable people, you never know who's going to call you up, and it's like really hard for me to say no, I'm not camera ready or something to that effect.
So you guys are fortunate in that sense.
So I just want to know whether or not any of your own rules were broken, because there seems to be some sort of a
you guys did it to me.
There's a theme. I'm recognizing a theme. So if people are breaking their own rules for doing this streaming video type situation, let's touch on that for just a second. So Janet, I'm really going to pick your mind. Most of my questions are yes or no.
Hold on, I got to plug it in or we're going to die. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Most of my questions are yes or no. And sometimes, no, all the time, you can say pass. If I ask you a question, or anybody asks you a question, I think you should always be able to say pass, and they should be okay with it and go to the next question, and or just change the topic. It's really that simple, because why press somebody who doesn't want to be pressed? So but it's a great way to get to know people, and it's just me explaining to you by actual occurrence, case study, if you will, that I know what I'm doing when I say I can build relationships at the speed of sound, the sound of your voice and the sound of my voice. Are you game?
Go for it.
All right, so you're here. It's 7:30 at night. You're on Blab.
Longer
Sorry.
than you, I think. 102.
Yeah, 102. Sorry, it cut out. Okay. I believe 102, 103, somewhere in there.
Oh, Roy, rats.
Yeah, something
He's
happened.
losing his signal. I don't know.
Oh,
Having crazy trouble with his audio tonight for some
got it.
reason.
I'm surprised the phone is holding up.
Yeah,
this
you know,
good for
they
me.
need to put us in the host, because if not, we will lose the conversation.
Oh, that's true. There's a co-host. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll come back.
Or, you know, I could hop out. Yeah, that's fine. I was going to hop out and let Preston jump back in if he wanted to, too. But
I don't know if he's here still.
Preston, he said he have to take care of something with his wife or something.
Oh, I see.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, here comes Preston.
Sorry, this thing always does. Roy, do you want to come back in? Obviously, you were talking, and I just kind of butted in here. And you're right. I had to deal with something with my wife and get everything ready for my brother-in-law to come over here tonight.
Oh, got it. Roy was asking questions. I don't know. What?
Women understand this better than men, but obviously you have to tidy up before somebody comes over.
Oh, yes. Oh, I know that very well.
Want to come back in, Roy? Or I mean,
Yeah,
you were asking those questions, so those are good.
He's having ask the questions via text or message it if you want. You could do it
Want
that
me
way.
to drop out, or
Yeah, no, he said he will hop in.
Okay.
I am doing a marathon.
I'm willing to hop out if you want to hop in my square. Just let me know.
Is he ready?
he said sure, so anyone.
Okay. I'm going to hop out. My wife wanted to talk to me real quick. So
It's always the wife or husband.
Preston mentioned that. I did get a note from my wife while I was sitting here, so I think I might need to step out for a little bit. So,
That's the other reason I'm here. Mine's gone.
You know, I make a couple postcards for my husband. He just say,
You have to have a Blab card.
Nice to meet you, Jeremy, too.
Good to meet you, Janet. Congratulations, Preston, and good to see you.
Come back. Thank you.
Like Leanne said, this is a marathon. I wasn't planning this. I was planning an hour. Okay, we can hear you, right?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to talk faster than normal. I already talk fast. So Janet, if I want to get to know you, I'm going to ask you a really super duper tag team type question. I want to give people the opportunity to feel good about who they are in light of who I am. That's the key. Maya Angelou said it best when she said, Roy, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So I'm going to ask you the first two feel-good questions, and it goes something like this. Janet, what makes you tick and what ticks you off? You can answer either or either or.
Makes me tick having fun. Gotta have fun. So
you're a blue. Okay. Personality type, you're a blue.
You're right. You are right.
Mm-hmm.
I have a blue-red. So the red.
Blue-red. I get the red.
Blue-red, if you get
that
it.
says a lot. I get that. See?
Okay.
It's important if people get that. Now, Janet and I just probably saved us each other at least 10, 15 minutes having to explain the red and the blue and the green. Yes.
And I know the green.
Agree?
I have the least amount of green, and that's why that field trip thing bothered me.
I'm not going to tell you what. I'm not going to tell you what I am. But if Ha or Preston do know and they want to tell you, I'll tell you if they're right or not. Not. So you're better off not knowing. You figure it out yourself. So go ahead.
What ticks me off? Excuses. People making excuses.
Oh, love you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a one-liner for that, Janet. It goes like this. Is your why bigger than your butt?
Ooh, I like that one.
B-U-T. Your but is your excuse.
Yep.
You just said you don't like it when people have buts, B-U-Ts.
Totally. Yep.
So it goes something like this, and Janet, help us out, because is your why for being on Blab greater than any excuse for not being on Blab? Can you address that for us?
Yeah, I've been having the excuses lately. So I hate to say it. Yeah, so the why is for being on Blab.
So hashtag vulnerability Janet. Hashtag
Yes,
vulnerability
thank you.
Janet.
Exactly.
I love it. I love it. So,
yes.
So Janet
But
is going deep. Janet, you're an intimate
and
person.
Yes, it's about priorities. You know, we all have our reasons for doing certain things,
Yes.
and you know, my income has been coming from something not related to Blab recently. So
nice. You got to do what you got to do. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And then when you are back on Blab, you didn't miss a thing, because if you're well connected and
True.
well networked or net friended, as I want to put out to the world, then people will be glad to go, okay, so Janet, you've been gone, what, 2 weeks now? Oh, let me tell you what happened last week.
If they notice. I said, if they ever notice. Yeah, I mean, you know.
I'm sure people notice. Listen,
you got to be
I'm sure.
consistent. You know, the thing is, it's being consistent. But even if you fall off, you got to hop back on. So,
absolutely.
Even Periscope, I've done it. You know, I took a 3-week break, and that's a long time on Periscope. And
so that begs the question, Janet. Should you live stream every day? Yes or no?
If it is, in my opinion, if you have a reason for it, and if it's truly benefiting your business, and you have a strategy behind it, and you have a purpose for it. If you're blabbing and you're periscoping just to talk to yourself, or just to blab, just to periscope, just to make friends, you know what? In my world, that doesn't cut it. That's me. So I love doing it. Like my favorite thing to do is run my show with my friend Terry. We went to high school together, and we have the biggest blast. We bring on awesome guests, but in reality, you know, what's the bottom line? I mean, we can't sit and waste our time with certain things either. I don't look at this as a waste of time, but you got to be careful.
And by that you mean choose your
time wisely,
so-called friends wisely, or invest the time into said people wisely. So if you have less time, then you probably have less opportunities. Wouldn't it be nice if someone like Preston would say to you at the end of a week, you missed this week on Blab, but you know what? There's 5 people that I see that maybe you should connect with. Why don't you follow them, watch a couple of their replays, and tell me if you find anything there. Do a meet and greet with them. If you find nothing there, nothing lost, right? Because you trust Preston. He's a trusted agent. He's a trusted friend. And that's why trust is so important for me. So I start off with trust. Janet, I trusted you the minute. I didn't need to know that you were a friend of Preston, but it certainly helped. So let's go back to that for half a second. What did I trust you with? Your bank account? Or excuse me, what did you trust me with? Yeah, nothing, because you said no. So what did I trust you with? Well, I know. Sorry, just reporting the news, right? That's what I like to do. Just reporting the news. No, not calling it anything. Just reporting the news.
No, WKRS.
Yes. Listen, reporting the news is going to be a great one-liner. A lot of people are going to be using it because see, a lot of times when people say, "Oh, you're judging," No, I'm discerning out loud, because that's what I do. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you know, it's nothing more than reporting the news. If you listen to the news every night, and I were one of the news personalities or what have you, then this is how you would hear it from me. So and so person did this, and it needs to be talked in front of their back about. Right? I just found out that I'm being talked behind my back about a few things, and that's okay, because you know, that's what happens. It's life. Get over it. Don't worry about it. Don't address it. Don't feed it. Don't feed the trolls, and don't feed the lies. It's really that simple. Or don't feel the exaggerations, because I did bounce somebody. And so now it's like, oh, don't go into one of Roy's blabs, because they'll bounce you. And so if you haven't been bounced and you've been received well, then I think that tells more about you.
Nice. Yeah,
it's my blab, though. I'd have to bounce her.
Ah.
Even though I gave him the co-host, if he would have bounced her, well, I would have had a word with Roy.
So I don't know if that's here's what I think about that. So those people who will never connect with me because of what they heard, not from me directly, but because they trusted these folks. Now you can trust the wrong people, right, Janet?
Oh yeah.
Or not?
Oh yeah. Of course you can.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the people who never get a glimpse of me with them, mano y mano, who knows? I may love you to pieces, and because of what your trusted friend said about me, you miss out on that opportunity. Not to say I'm anything, but I'm just saying, if I can connect you with the right person, because at this time, that's what I'm doing. And you heard what Ha had to say. You heard what Jeremy had to say. I don't think I've heard what Preston had to say, and I'd be curious, Preston. You need to toot my horn right now. Could you do that, sir? Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? I can say that out loud, right? Janet, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. So, Preston, why don't you, it's like, look, it's time I stop talking about myself. Preston, it's your turn to talk about myself. Go ahead.
Well, like I said, you asked me that question too, and it was a marathon Blab too, I think, Blab. The fact is that I knew you beforehand, so it was easier to say, yes, I trust you. And obviously, like you said too, is the fact that because even though you didn't know Jan and I were friends, I invited her in because I told you the story that's how I got into Blab. And I think you took that as well. If they must have a good relationship, so let's see what would happen if she would come in, type thing. And she did, and I think I trust you because I know what you've done, and I've heard your words, and I've been on your Blabs, and you are a very dynamic person that really co-facilitates and co-hosts very well. And this is the first one we've actually done together. I mean, as an actual My Blab type thing, and you co-host, and it wasn't planned, right? I just put it on the Skype, and I said, here's my idea. But I think you bring out people. You bring out the qualities of a person. And like I said, when I really started trusting you is when you gave me that 13personalities.com. 16. There's 16. Okay.
16personalities.com.
So you can put it on the side there, Roy, if you want. Yeah. Blab, and I want people to know about it, because I do want to have another Blab about that, because I learned about my personality. And just like Roy's personality, we're a very rare breed. There was only 3% of the people actually believe the same way I do. Yes. And same thing with your personality. So when I looked through that and I understood it a little bit better, I was like, now after 45 years, I finally figured out what my personality is, and I embraced it. So that, because you said that and you gave that to me as a gift, because I was at the right place at the right time, maybe God given, obviously, it just cemented our relationship even more. Both of them are.
Janet, you there?
Was out.
Well, Preston, that well said. You see, Janet, that how we receive him, because he just go in there and he open it, just like he unpack himself, and then and then whatever the piece you want to pick, and then that's okay. And like Justin said, okay, I want to do the Blab, and he said, okay, I will show up to support you. Just like he didn't say why you want to do that. Then what the heck? Why you put in the time like that? I cannot make it. No, just say okay. You need me, I will be there. That is
I have a question. Is Roy, are you married?
I am. Twice.
Okay. What, still married?
Yes.
Okay. Because I've noticed people that are not married have more time for Blab.
I will always be married. I'm not. Yeah, that was interesting that you asked that way. So are you a firstborn or lastborn, Janet?
I'm a baby.
Okay.
Really?
I'm the baby.
So if you're married, then you're probably married to a firstborn.
I am married to a lastborn.
Oh my goodness. So you're the exception to the rule. More people that are first or lastborn will find each other. And when
makes sense.
Yes.
Interesting.
And when firstborns find each other, and or when lastborns find each other, that's a dynamic personality type besides that fact of which is even, you know, it was like 7 out of the first 8 astronauts into space were firstborns. And so there's a correlation between personality type and what you show up in the world doing as far as a position, a profession. And, you know, if you even know a fraction of all the information available with all of that, it'll make you so much more, dare I say the word, desirable to all the right people and repelling to all the wrong people. That's really the key. You heard something, you felt something, you smelled something, Janet. What was it?
Well, you're attracting the right people and detracting the wrong people. So
exactly. This is the most transparent of platforms to date, even better than Google Plus.
Oh yeah.
Hangouts. It's not the technology, it's the marketing. It's the barrier to entrance. It's the way that they put that out there. It's like you can only attract who you are, and now I'm believing that you can only attract what you are when it comes to a social media platform. So many of us are letting our hair down even longer here on Blab.
They got you, mean?
Well, some of us are.
Wish my hair was down.
I do not look like I was in high school. I had a full head of hair. It's not there no more.
Do you have your high school picture still, Preston?
Actually, I think I do. You want to see?
Oh God.
Yes. I'm
Okay,
in. If you have your high school picture, guys.
Oh, not nearby. But you know, I was 80s, so to picture the hair, you know.
I was 70s, so you can even picture that. You know, my hair was like, never mind.
So now, if I may I ask Janet a couple of questions?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. I have no intention to put you on the spot, but I just want to learn your thinking process. I am a Vietnamese refugee, a warrior, a fugitive, a wanderer of this great country. Came here, have no money, no connection, didn't speak any English. So today I have 4 children, one with a doctorate degree, one with a master degree, and 2 with a 2 with a master degree, one with an MBA. And I wrote 1 book, and I co-author a couple books.
That's awesome.
Let's say if you no, you know, I'm just asking question. I don't put you on the spot. If you out to interview me, what is your mind? What is your thinking process in the way that to, you know, for your own networking, and how can I benefit from it? I just want to see your thinking process. Is that I asking the right questions?
That was a wonderful question.
Yeah. So you mean as in interviewing? If I was interviewing you?
Yeah. See, that my book, that Empower by Hope, that my journey, and that you honor my father. Yeah.
Nice.
So
okay.
No,
So,
see, well, I'm asking, you know, because just like Roy said, because it's a platform, and right now I'm a navigational coach. I help people to identify where they're at and where they are going. And I try to help them to map out and to do examining their landscape, that also to take the inventory of their talent, their gift, and their resources, and what vehicle they want to go.
This is, you know what? Here's what I will say, Roy and Ha, both of you. So far, what I've heard from you, Terry and I would love to have either of you or both of you on our show.
There you go.
But you understand what I'm saying? So
yes, I
do. Let's address that. Woo! So I think there was some sort of a connection made. I love John Maxwell's title of his book. Everyone communicates, few connect. And I do believe that Janet just pointed out the connection moment, or a connection moment for her based on what she just heard Ha say and what I said earlier. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to give her some
Yeah, I
props
want to
for that.
acknowledge that too, because
And,
everyone
just-
communicates, but
Yeah.
connection is another next level, and
Yeah.
so that way,
Can't
see,
hear you.
I just get into the online networking stuff. I have, I go to breakfast, I go to lunch, I go to dinner to do networking. But again, I want to approach my business online, because I see the opportunity
Hold on.
here. And
Can
I
you
just
guys
want,
hear Ha, or is it just me?
Yeah, I can hear her.
Yeah, I can hear her too. Hold on, Ha, just a second. Janet can't hear you.
Okay.
You
Say 1, 2, 3, Ha.
1, 2, 3. Testing.
You're
testing.
back. You're back.
Okay,
I
great,
might be at a
great.
bad
If-
internet connection.
Yeah,
So,
no worries.
Okay. So right now, my business is the word of mouth. I went for breakfast, lunch, and dinner to do the networking and get business. But now I see the opportunity for the online business, and I want to go in toward that directions. And I want to leverage every opportunity everywhere, because see, not just because when I just say, Janet, help me, but I also in the position that if you ever ask for help, I will be there as well.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So that where the direction that I'm looking for to more to be, I want to positioning myself in the eyes and the ear of the online people. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. I would
Because
say it
people,
this way, Ha.
when they see me face to face, they can talk to me. They can get the impression of me. But now the Blab, that's the God sender, because I can see you. I can talk with you. I cannot lie about that. You can see my passion. You can see how, and how I love to do stuff, and, how exciting I am, and, to do things. So that way I really, I love that. And when I
the
met
visual side. I mean, that's the one thing that when we started our podcast, I said we need to interview people through some sort of video format, because it is a different, like Roy, I still am having a little hard time, the trust factor hasn't quite broken because I can't see you.
See, that's a challenge for me though, Janet. And it's a challenge I'm up for. So if you've already broken 1 or 2 of your normal rules, I'm thinking things will be okay.
Okay.
Pretty soon.
But I mean, a lot of people record their podcasts via audio. Via audio. And so I feel like video just brings it to another level.
Oh.
And that's why we've always done the video and audio.
By degrees. I mean,
So are you
quickest,
ready?
fastest way.
You ready, Roy? This
Yeah.
is the old one. I still have this. When my mom died, she still had it. She didn't throw it away. Okay, you guys Janet might recognize this. I'm just going to go little by little. If you can see it, I don't think you can.
What is it?
No, it doesn't show it. Remember Olin Mills?
Yes. Olin Mills. Yes. Photography. Yes. I know Olin
Here we
Mills.
go.
Yeah.
Ready?
There's the Olin Mills in an area near you.
Here we go.
Ah!
Oh. Look at all that hair.
Oh,
80.
1970 I was born, so yeah, it was the 80s.
Really? I'm
88.
70.
87.
Wow, I guess we have,
I didn't know that either.
That's funny.
See, this is what happened.
I just
This is what
I just
happened.
my age on freaking live.
There's another broken rule. Attribute that to our environment.
Thanks a lot, Preston.
To our
You
environment.
admitted it. I didn't say anything.
See, Janet's responding in kind,
Yes.
and then she's responding to it verbally that she just responded in kind. I love it. Plus you do have
That's great. Hey, you guys, I should hop off though. I have
I hear
kids
you.
that need me out here, but hey, nice to meet all of you. And okay, here, Roy and Ha, both of you have really, really cool backgrounds. Send me an email. It's janet@janetejohnson.com.
Throw it on the side. Throw it on the side, Janet, if you would, and we'll both just grab it.
Mine's actually on the bottom because I'm on a phone. It's different.
So do you do DMs, Twitter DMs?
Yeah, I do that too. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. Well, I'm a better Facebook messenger, but
Yeah.
Better Facebook? Okay.
yeah, it's just my world. But
All right.
yeah.
Well, we'll send you now.
Either way, or shoot me an email. Yeah, and definitely, because I know Terry would
Are you on
definitely be interested too.
Yeah,
I'm on
we'll
Skype
find
too.
you, and that would be great. Thank you. I have a couple of people invited me, but I would like to be, because I really know that if you interview me or your friends, that's somebody I am comfortable with, and at that point I can speak openly, and they can see more of me than if somebody just have a certain set question. Then I don't know, but I'm looking forward to speak.
That's
with you guys.
awesome. Yeah, and you know what, Terry would love it, and you'll love Terry too. He's a really cool guy.
You're welcome to interview me too, Janet. I'm still available.
Anytime. Of course, Preston, you gotta just gotta poke.
I do. I need to poke you guys harder because you know what I do, and it's like I have a unique service, and I need to get out there. I need to tell my story.
Exactly. Awesome. Well, nice to meet all you guys. We'll talk to you soon. Have
Thank
a good
you.
one.
Bye, Janet.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, Chocolate Johnny was here. That's interesting.
Yeah, I saw him. So let me asking him to come in. Come in, John.
He's not here no more though. He left.
Oh.
He must not saw it because I wanted to talk to him because he's a big brand and he's using obviously social media, and actually his client or his social media strategist is.
Sorry, I just have a conversation with him, and then I just said goodbye to Janet, and he left.
Yeah, I know. So maybe he'll come back. Who knows? But no, that was good, Roy. Obviously, you met my friend, and I was going to ask her too that we should gang up and try to get David Horsager here, who talks about trust all the time. I don't know if you've heard of him. I don't know if you.
I haven't. That's when I was having all kinds of audio problems. I heard the last part of that. You guys were talking about trust. You and Jeremy were.
Yeah.
And that's important to me, obviously. So, did I embarrass you, Preston, in the fact that I spoke to your friend the way that I did? Was that one?
I wanted to see what you're doing, and you've done this in other blabs, so I know what you're doing. And it was cool that she then warmed up to you, and I like that. I think she's a wonderful lady, and she has a lot of. She's very, very successful at what she does. So it'd be cool to have her, part of even the inner circle if you feel that's a good idea. So hopefully it might happen that way. Who knows?
Yeah. Here's what you should do.
Okay.
This is the path that I would like to take for Janet. Mm-hmm. So first of all, I want and you and me, and if Jeremy's available, I want Jeremy's opinion.
Jeremy, come in.
Jeremy, about what just took place, because I think this is a godsend to me. He brought Janet in my humble opinion, so that I could be me. Mm-hmm. And I want to know, is that okay with you guys? If you guys have any challenges with it, any reservations with it, any this or that with it, I want to unpack and brainstorm, and blueprint that so I never do that again to either, embarrass you or make you feel uncomfortable or whatever, because this is important. And I'm not only doing that just for the three of us or whoever's here, the six of us. I'm doing it for everybody else that will yet hear, see, and watch this particular soundbite, if you will, because I think if every one of us understands what I just did and you do your own style of it, then you will be able to allow people into your space, your essence, your circle, your inner circle, or whatever you want to call it, or whatever you have reserved for people who you would consider friends. Just friends of the deepest kind, aka also known as divine connections, people that God has brought to you, or where God has brought you to them. Either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you can figure it out or not. All that matters is that you look at that other person as a divine connection. Now, whether you believe it or not, understand it or not, that's up to you. But if you do believe it and you do understand it, now you have a huge, I mean, huge advantage over people who don't know this and who will be allowed into this tribe, if you will, that I will call the Divine Connections Life Class, which is free. It's a freemium. And then if you want a deeper dive of that, it's the Divine Connections Masterclass, which I will charge for because that's where all the magic and the miracles happen, because people there have been hand selected by me and the people that I've selected and or by them. And if you're not selected by me and or by the handful, maybe 2 or 3 dozen is what I'm looking for. 2 or 3 dozen people that I can say, you get to say who's in the inner circle, and then can be prepared to put up their profile page. And the ones I'm collecting, they'll be free for life. You guys are my I don't know, what do I call you guys? How about friend-educators? You guys are my friend-educators. You're my friends, and you've educated me into believing that you're the right person for me to go the distance in this vision, which is more of a movement than a business or organization or anything else. Everybody just does their own thing, but then we do it collectively because we're going to provide other people with a vehicle to help them get to their point B once they know their point B. And I think a lot of people don't even know their point B. So what did I do with, for, or against Janet? And Haas, since you're the lone lady in the house, you're first. What happened? Did I do good, first of all, yes or no? Rate me on a scale of 1 to 10. Here's how well you did in connecting with, and that's always my objective. It's not just only to communicate with the person that I just meet, but to connect with them in a way that they will feel something. They'll forget what I said, they'll forget what I did, but they'll never forget how I made them feel. Do you think I made or allowed Janet to feel good, not only about herself, but maybe a little bit about me as well? Yes, no, maybe so. Go there, rate it, and then unpack it. Please. Thank you.
Yes. And, believe or not, you are a very strange person. But in your strangeness, you have the weight about you because you are a straight shooter, because, they feel like not so much about, they really like you, they don't like you, but they don't feel manipulated by you. And that is a good thing. And for all of us, Preston, that's the first time I heard him talking about you. But Jeremy, I will tell you that is Jeremy is a devoted friend, the loyal friend that you ever have. And for me, you almost just like me. I almost just like you. So there is no question about that. And yes, at first she have some resistance, but when you are so warm and so open up, and she that warm and open up, and that's why then you start to do the have some connections because of that. So don't lose that, because you always very warm, very open, and very make people feel good about themselves, and that's just a gift.
This is kind of interesting. Robert C. Stern comes in. I don't know if you knew Robert, but your client Chocolate Johnny was in here a second ago. I don't know where he went. He must have went somewhere else. Oh, you can't. You're probably working with Chocolate Johnny, right? But anyways, no, it was good, Roy. Like I said, I think I didn't feel uncomfortable. I knew where you're going with it because obviously I've seen you before doing that, and I really appreciate you did it. I think you took her off her regular thinking obviously. And kind of.
Do I do that, Preston?
Yeah, but
Do
for Friday
I do
night, it's
that?
like, whoa, that was just too much information to ask. But I think it's good because obviously, you know, she communicated with you because she could have easily left if she didn't want to talk about it. You know.
Yep.
So
I hear you.
It was good to, you know, just go through all of that with her because, you know, like I said, with you and me, it was easy because I already knew you. You know, have you done this with Robert? He missed something. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. So Robert, we're gonna do something. Robert, you always know when to pop into some of the hangs at the right minute, or
Blabs.
You guys call them blabs. I call them hangs. So, thank you. Thank you. I am so honored. No. I want you to stay right there.
Oh.
Don't go anywhere. I'm so honored
You can't go anywhere,
of what you said, that it bears repeating. And so I want Robert to come in and take my seat.
Yeah.
I want you guys to unpack what just happened. I want Robert to be a witness to this. I want.
He said he can't. He said he not.
Oh,
can.
Yeah.
I can't pop in. Okay, never mind. No worries. Yeah, just listen then. And thank you, Robert. Okay, so then Preston went, and Preston unpacked what he saw with Janet. So Preston asked a friend of his to come in. I didn't know she was a friend of his until she was in the room. And as I was being me, Robert, she was asked this very easy question to answer. Do you trust me? And so, yeah, no worries. Daughter's going to sleep. No worries, Robert. So, Robert, when I ask people, do you trust me, yes or no, I expect a yes or no answer. When I don't get one, it tells me a lot about the individual. And so what Janet unpacked for me was, listen, if I say yes, I just say yes, and I don't have to say anything else. But if I say no, then I have to explain why. I have to give you a why because it's negative. Did you guys get that too?
Yeah.
That's what Janet said. Yes? Am I not saying an absolute truth? Yes.
No, that's correct.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Yes. And so, but then when I said, I trust you, she wanted to know why also, and it was the yes part of it. And she basically said that there's no need to say anything, but then she asked me to say something. So did you guys catch that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. How did you, Preston? Okay. So, then I said to myself, okay, so she's already off her game, right? And Preston, you kind of sort of knew she was off her game at that time too. Not that she has a game, not that I have a game.
But she has a personality, and I know how she acts in certain things, and you just threw her off. It was just
right.
a
It's a
question
scenario
no one asks her.
She's never been in before, right? And that's
she's never been induced to the Roy treatment.
Who is this unmasked man, Roy? I don't know. Well, we're gonna find out soon. It's just really, really simple. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to say to who I'm going to say. And at times I'm going to stick my, feet in my mouth, and I know it. That's why I wear, virtual mint flavored shoes. And when I do, I need to know about it. You guys need to be good friends to say, you've got spinach between your teeth. And I'm going to tell you, whether you do it publicly or privately, please do it privately if it's going to hurt me. Because, I get hurt because I want to get hurt, right? You can't hurt me, but if I want to be hurt by, you get it. Anyway, I just think there's such an opportunity here for such a huge watering hole / people search engine that I just want a couple, 3 dozen people to see it also. And with them, we'll go really, really far. And you guys are part of that. And I've been looking for you guys for 19 years. Where you been? How come it took so long? That's what I want to know.
Growing up, practicing law,
Yes, exactly. Getting ready for Roy. Now I have an acronym, and I would say to this. I haven't said this to yet, but I say this to most of the ladies that are exactly that. And that is, you are her. You are her. Now, can you read into that, yes or no? What do I mean by that?
No, I just about to ask you to unpack that.
Okay, well, I will. So Preston, can a her be a him? Yes or no?
Oh.
Wow, that's an interesting question. Especially on a Friday night. Man, now you threw me off my game. You know, because immediately when you said that, I was thinking, well, yeah, because I think of Saturday Night Live. That skit of whatever that woman, man, or whatever he was or she was, I can't remember, but I remember that back in the 80s, you know. But can a he be a she? Well,
Hey, is Janet in Minneapolis, Preston?
yeah, she is.
So Robert, he knows her. Way to go, Robert.
Yeah.
I think Robert knows everybody.
Yeah. Well, and he should.
I'm gonna have to ask him how he does it one of these days. So, what's Robert's superpower? I want to know.
He connects with people, and then people connect him with other people, and that's how he connects with all the people.
I need to learn up how to be Robert Stern when I grow up.
He's going to be doing a social media event
A
coming up in
mini
April.
city tour, yeah, a multiple city tour.
Exactly. So I
for the
remember
rest
he
of his
said
life.
April.
For the rest of his life, Robert, you know what you're getting yourself into, right? For the rest of your life, because you're going to have all of these case studies, and cities, left and right are going to be. Robert, we want you to come. We want you to come.
Yeah. 30 cities.
Yeah, be prepared for this is going to be a life thing. So you're going to need to duplicate and clone yourself. Anyway, with that said, Jeremy, what do you think I meant when I said, "Ha is her," and can a her be a him?
Well, it's a very interesting question to ask an attorney, because in drafting, a lot of those pronouns, they get split. You'll put, the S in front of the H, and so it'll be she, he, or he, she, with she in parentheses. Yes. And, sometimes the masculine includes the feminine, and sometimes the feminine includes the masculine, legal drafting and all that. So, I mean, with that understanding, if you read it like that, it could be interchangeable. If you don't, I have no idea where you're going. I'm just going based on my legal experience. That's the wheels that were turning in my head.
I love it. Okay, so if I say that that's not where it's at, I love words and I love acronyms, and this happens to be an acronym.
Oh.
HER. So if you are an HER, then you can be a him and still be a her. And the acronym stands for something, and the R in her is my name, Roy. So what are the first two words in that acronym? HE.
I know.
Help entertain Roy.
Help entertain Roy. I think it's help elevate Roy.
There you go.
Help
elevate. Say that again.
Roy. Help elevate Roy.
Oh.
And although Preston, in this festive Blab, he claims it's entertaining Roy, and that we do have, fun, funny, and fruitful also. So there could be some credence to that.
Wow.
Might be acceptable in some limited circumstances.
Yeah. Well, we talked about the colors of people, and obviously Roy knew what those colors were, and so did I.
That's where I connected with Janet right there.
Yes.
Right there
yes.
is the connection with Janet. Do you guys agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Ha, you saw it too, right? You saw, oh my goodness, Janet just lit up when he said what she was, and she knew that she was, and she said it's got to be fun, right?
Yeah, and then she just
I said, you're a blue, and she's like, yes. She knew that I knew what I was talking about, so that took me in my trust level for her a few points, maybe even a few dozen points. Do you see it that way? Jeremy, you weren't here for that, or were you?
I missed it, so I can't add any. I don't want to judge something that I didn't see and interpret it without seeing it.
She says she's also red too, so that blue and red.
Right,
and it was funny because I'm wearing red and she's wearing blue.
Yes, it was. She was wearing blue. I noticed that when I said that she was wearing blue. And Preston, I'm a red on that scale of colors personality type.
Too. Yeah.
Secondary, my primary is green. I'm green red.
You're green. Interesting.
Yes, and I didn't want to tell her that. I wanted her to figure it out, and if she could figure it out, so I'll know if she watched the replay or if you told her. And I have your word, you're not going to tell her, right?
There's red, green, blue, and yellow.
Yellow, yes.
Yellow is the helpful one.
Yes, yellow are usually like nurses and doctors and people in that type of. They're helping.
They have
other
compassion
people.
beyond belief, like my
very,
wife.
very much empathetic and
yellow.
compassion. Yes.
It was interesting, though, what you said too, though, about the birth order of a marriage.
Oh,
because
yeah, that was.
I look at mine. I'm firstborn, and my wife is firstborn.
So Roy,
okay.
Robert want to know what is the colors and what is his color.
Whose?
Robert.
Mm-hmm.
What's Robert's color?
Mm-hmm.
Robert's probably.
Yeah.
Robert's
He
probably,
looked very lovely in red. I see
Red.
that.
Probably red.
Probably a red.
I mean,
blue,
yeah,
blue,
although
red.
he's a strong blue too, though, because he likes
Yeah,
partying.
no, he's blue, red, red, blue. He's right there.
Blue.
Blue, red, red, blue. Robert, do you even know what we're talking about when we say colors, personalities?
No, he asked about it.
He said he is a rainbow.
Oh no, okay. All right, yeah. So yeah, if you hear a few key words that these people are, because they'll tell you. So like if I ask Preston, are you open or closed?
Open.
As a personality?
Open.
Jeremy, are you open or closed?
Open.
Huh?
Open.
And I'm open. So let me go to Jeremy first. If a closed personality type is standing in front of you, talking to you, answering your questions, within 5 minutes, would you know this, Jeremy?
I think so. Yes.
Huh?
Yes, definitely.
Preston?
Yeah, they wouldn't be talking to me though.
Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes is too long for you, and step aside, let me pass, and let me talk to someone else. I like that. We need to know who we're in front of. And did you guys notice that she didn't divulge too much information when I asked her a very open-ended question? Do you remember what the open-ended question, or actually, it was a two-part question, and people can answer in either order. And did you notice she was right, direct, and very closed when she answered? Preston.
I don't know if I was there at that time.
Ha.
Yes, and then she showed with the resistance as well.
Yes. Now, so, you didn't go to school per se for the question I just asked you to be able to know and understand and detect what I asked you, right? This is something you either were told and or read. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, Jeremy, are you with us? Because you weren't there.
Yeah, I think I missed the question. Yeah.
Okay. The question is, what's the question?
You're asking her a bunch of questions. First is, you're asking repeatedly. You're asking her, "Do you trust me?" And then you rephrase it with add a little bit of tone in it, and you said, "Do you trust me?" And then when she just say, she will start to try to reasoning why she's have to answer that question, and you said, "Okay." You definitely yes or no simple answer that, Janet, do you trust me?
And finally, she said no, and then still couldn't say just yes or no after 3 attempts. And that's usually when I stop. And then I mentioned to them, it was so hard for you to say no, period, or exclamation point. Why is that? So, Jeremy, you weren't there. Why is that usually, normally the case, in your humble opinion?
When asked that question, is that what you mean?
Yes.
A lot of us want to wrap that in a context. We want to know, trust you for what, or under what circumstances, or what kind of conversation or basis of foundation underlies the question. We're in essence, we're trying to read between the lines and figure out what are you really asking? What is this really the question, or do you mean something deeper or different? It's just such a direct question. It does throw people off guard, I think.
It is, because most people aren't that direct, especially
Yeah.
on Blab.
Well, only in the courtroom. Our question's that direct, I think.
So
But
Go
I
ahead,
like
Preston.
I like what you said though, is that, and I didn't even think of that you trust everybody until you shouldn't be trusted again.
Right.
And then the question is if you don't trust somebody, if somebody does something bad or does something that you lost that trust with, do you ever go back to them?
They do have an opportunity to be forgiven by me. Oop, doo. Yes.
No, Robert have a comment in here, and I with
what
him
did
on
Robert
that
say?
because it's a very strange question to ask somebody, without when you're on the conversation and you can lead to that question, but it did not the first questions you're asking. Do you trust me? Who are you? And you want to know that, and why should I trust you? Because you remember when we met you, and you have the community that we enter into your house, we enter into your village, and we already know some about you. But for her, that the person that take the seat on your square, and you asking that question, it's just like strange questions.
Right.
And what the Robert said.
Wait a second.
Well, why is it a strange question? It's a direct question.
It's a direct question.
Because he read the right. I mean,
it's strange to do it right away because of somebody that.
That's the first question.
I mean, Roy. No, but Roy, would you do that? Let's say you go to a restaurant with your wife and stuff, and would you go to somebody directly and say that to him?
I would.
You would?
I absolutely would. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Because if I did it in a restaurant like that, I'd have to have more context than that. But yeah, I would certainly do that, out of the blue like that. But here online, that's what I'm I'm doing it. I'm going to help rewrite our children's social studies books. There's a different dynamic to cyberspace relationships. When you build a relationship in cyberspace, on cyberspace, with cyberspace, I don't care how you slice it or dice it, the same things are going to happen. You're going to either do a start with, I don't trust you, or you're going to start with, I trust you. There's no middle ground. No one comes and says, well, I don't trust you, but I don't mistrust you. No. They take a side. Now, whether they verbalize it or not, or whether they think consciously about it or not, very few people trust immediately because it's a very simple question. And I think Jeremy gets me on this one. So Haas said it was strange. Jeremy said, what? Strange? Jeremy, unpack that.
Well, it's a direct question to me. I mean, it calls for a yes or no answer. And maybe for some people it doesn't, but for an attorney, if you're used to having to say, okay, no, you didn't answer the question I asked you, it calls for a yes or no, and you're arguing about that in court. It just, to me, it was a simple, direct question when I was asked it, and it was an easy question to answer.
Jeremy, but we're talking about the environment. That in the courtroom setup. That's a question. As an attorney, you have a right to ask a question. But if you just come in just the first time you meet me and we just say hi, hello, and then you said, hey, you trust me. I mean, if I'm in the courtroom, you might say that.
And I think there's also another dynamic here. Well, two things. One is that I think, Roy is very good at understanding the NLP, right, Roy?
I've never taken a course. I couldn't tell you if I was NLPing or not, but.
Well, because one part of that, I haven't studied it because it can be manipulative in many ways, but there is some good that can come out of it, especially when you think of a higher level beyond what most people expect and go to God, because God is the highest level, at least in our opinions, right? But the thing you did that you may have not noticed is a pattern interrupt. And you basically interrupted her in a regular, normal setting of what a blab is, inviting people to come in, and you pattern interrupted her by asking that direct question.
I love the way you unpack that. Do you guys? I interrupted her.
Her regular thoughts of what a blab is.
Blab thought pattern.
What my Blab was, it was about 100 days on Blab when we got into this, but that's fine. Like I said, it's my Blab. I can do whatever I want, right?
Well, that's what I want you guys to unpack for me. Was that rude? Was that crude? Was that warranted? Is that something I should be doing? Is that something you guys should be doing?
Well,
because I'm too blunt. I don't know.
Good question from Robert.
I just want the right people in my inner circle. That's all. I mean, you guys get.
Yeah. No.
Tella, you're asking her a question that, do you trust me? And at the same, almost the same dynamic, I asking her that if you out to interview me, what is your purpose? What is your mindset? I mean, that's a very direct question to ask somebody when I'm not even the person invited to be interviewed. You agree? And it's just almost like the question.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very direct too, but I have the invite.
And bye, Jeremy.
Can you hear me?
Jeremy's got to go. His wife is calling him.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Oh, okay.
What happened?
Look, read what Robert says here. If the car salesman came up to you, Roy, in the lot and said, "Do you trust me?" as the first question, would you?
Oh yes, I would. I would. You know why I would? Because he's given me no reason not to trust me, regardless of the status quo. So, Robert, I don't know if you've heard me say this, but I'm a contrarian. And what makes me a contrarian is when the status quo gets it wrong, I do the opposite, and I'll be right. It's really that simple. That's what makes me a contrarian. And so I know used car salesmen get a bad rap, but that's because they only get that bad rap from people who don't know what they don't know. A used car salesman will never, ever get a bad rap from me. Never. Why? Because I don't even know them yet. And if you say all of them across the board are like that, or the majority of them are that, what about if I run into one that's not and say, okay, you can stay, or I do run into one and say, you have to leave, and I need another salesperson in front of me right now because I don't like you. And not only that, but I don't trust you. And that's my prerogative to say that. Or as my dad used to do, because he taught me how to do this, he said, okay, thank you. There's another car dealership right down the road here. And off he goes. And how many times have I heard that? And they say, oh, Mr. Montero, whoa, come back. Let me tell you this. And they start shooting straight. It's like if you give them the environment to be themselves with the right questions, then one of two things are going to happen. They're going to be attracted to you, which that's what you want, or they're going to be repelled from you, for you. I don't know. And that's what you want. Because if you're sitting here trying to please everybody that comes in front of you from square one, because I have this person figured out like in nanoseconds and they don't think it's even possible for me to do it because they don't know what they don't know and they can't see what they don't know. I know all this stuff ahead of time. So when it comes to people like your friend, and answer me this, Preston, on a scale of 1 to 10, how well do you know me?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how well do I know you? Well, since we've had relationships, so to speak, for 4 years, and as far as I know you, you know me, but I know you more in Blab now. It went up, obviously. You probably were at a 5, and now you're probably at an 8.
Nice. And I think I know you an 8, and at best a 9.
Awesome.
Because I'm pretty sure your thinking pattern, your thought pattern, and that's what I'm talking about. Your character. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to know is how well do I know a person according to their character, and their personality type isn't that hard to figure out. Their character is a little harder because that's where the trust factor is. It's not on their personality, it's on their character. Their character tells you whether they have integrity or not, whether you can trust them or not. And that's a little harder read. So you need to ask the right questions for that to come about. So while Janet was in, okay, how well do you know Janet?
Well enough for at least a couple of years.
Scale of 1 to 10?
No, more than that because we worked together way back when. So yeah, I've known her for a while.
So on a scale of 1 to 10.
Wow, on a scale of 1 to 10 for her?
Leanne's in.
We've never actually done business together as far as her, my client or whatever, but I would say I'm with her at least an 8, yeah.
At least an 8. Okay, so we're equal in your eyes of knowledge, of knowing. Hi, Leanne. So,
Hello, I'm back.
You're in the tractor? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm actually in the truck. I'm in the truck. Hang on.
You are.
Yeah.
There you
I
are.
am. I really
Nice.
am. I'm in my truck.
Nice.
Awesome.
Wow.
Love this.
And
See, this is too cool.
This is live. This is you can't get
this
this
is
on
live.
This is TV 2.0 at its
I'll
best.
just
I need to step out
at its
for a
best.
moment. I need to step out for a moment.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah. Thanks for coming.
Just behind. The
I
truck
was
is
not
just
planning
behind
to
me.
go a marathon.
Preston, ask Roy my question. Okay, now I see it, Robert. Sorry. you need to remind people because I don't always look. Okay, Roy.
And why don't
So
I see
if
it
I
on the
ask,
left?
yeah, go
Doesn't
ahead.
it come up? Doesn't it come up on the questions on the left-hand side?
Not high enough yet because Jackie's got like 3 stars. I have to scroll down. They're doing that wrong.
Yeah.
The newest one has to go to the top. I don't care how many stars you got.
So he's asking. So if I ask that question about the car person to 100 people, how many would say yes?
Yes, what? That they trust him?
Right.
Like me? But that's not necessarily true, though. I think those people would trust also if they just knew more than they already know. They don't know what they don't know. All you're doing is trusting this person to tell you the truth. And if you go to a used car salesman and you don't think they're going to tell you the truth, I got to ask you one stupid question. What are you doing for? Obviously, you don't know what you're doing. Find somebody who knows how to buy a car for you that isn't new, and be done with it. Don't give me this. That's wrong. That's also dishonest, or not honest. Not dishonest, but just not honest. If you ask me, it's like trust somebody to tell you the truth, and if what you hear can't be backed up, oh, look at Leanne. You dropped something.
I know that's gonna drop. I know.
I love this.
I can't.
This is too
First
cool.
time on Blab, I tell you.
I love it. It's too cool.
No, well, I'm in the truck at the moment, and we're sorry, I've just completely.
Oh, don't worry about it. This is cool because earlier.
And I'm having trouble. I can't flip my camera around, which is being silly. I don't know.
You know,
why.
earlier what I was going to say,
So,
Leanne, about you.
Yeah.
I was going to pour into you and say, of all the friends on Blab that I personally have, I can't speak for everybody on Blab, just my friends. I certainly consider you a friend. You are the most unusual of my friends. I'll use that word, and it's a compliment. That's a sincere compliment. I love it. I love it because we're not supposed to be usual. You know what is it about you that you can show me that is you that I will like be wowed by? You know, not that that's why you're doing it, but you're just doing it because you want to be intimate. You want to show me you, see into me. This is what I do.
I have all sorts of parts of my work.
I
Really,
love it.
don't I?
Oh, I love it, Leanne. I do. I absolutely do.
I can't flip my camera. Hang on a minute. I might just jump out because it's annoying me that I can't flip it.
That's the real view.
It's just
no,
not.
it doesn't flip, and it doesn't flip in Blab for some reason. I don't have that working yet.
Yes, it usually
Really?
does.
I've never had it in
Yeah,
Blab.
I think so. Hang on. Well, let me just hang on. I'll jump out for a sec and I'll jump
Robert
back
can
in.
be in about 5 minutes because his daughter's asleep.
Oh yeah. That's
Is she
fine,
smart?
Robert. Did I answer all of Robert's question, Preston, or is
Yeah,
there
you
a
did.
second part to it, or whatever?
Well, she was just asking him, or he was just asking if you went to 100 of, the car salesman and asked that question. And
there she is.
I'm back.
Your percentage, you didn't really answer.
I'll hop out of the truck just at the moment.
I think all of them would say I don't trust a used car salesman, and then they go to one. And so my guess is 99, and I'd be the 100th, the one that says I trust a used car salesman. I'm going to you, and I'm probably going to you because I trust one of my friends, and they've had experience with you before. And otherwise, I need to take someone with me who knew me.
I'm saying if you went to 100 different sales reps that are selling cars, and you took, let's say, a Saturday to do it, right? Would any of them say yes?
No.
I trust. Okay.
No, none of them would.
Okay.
I'd be the only one, in my humble opinion. Leanne, do you trust a used car salesman when you go to, I don't know if you do, but let's say you did. You went to purchase a used car. Would you trust that salesperson? Yes or no?
Look, depends. Depends on what their demeanor is when I speak to them.
Okay. So you can tell.
So yeah, I can tell I'm not a bad judge of character.
So she can tell right away. So if they're being dishonest with you, you just move on and say, "Give me another salesperson," or you move on to another dealership. Yeah.
I'd probably move on to another dealership.
Yeah, my dad used to do that. I'd say, "Yeah, that's it. Okay, we're done. I'm going to move down to the dealership down here," and then all of a sudden, they become a little bit more honest. Well, I'm sorry, Leanne, you figured me out. Yes, I'm being dishonest with you, but now that I know you know this about me, I'm going to be real with you. Would you stay and listen?
Yeah, I'd stay and listen. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then that way you can still discern whether they were really, going into trustful mode now, or they were still up to their old tricks to see if they could pull the wool over your eyes. And every now and then they run into a really smart person like yourself, like ourselves, because Preston, you'd know too, right?
I know who.
If they were full of BS, you'd know.
Oh yeah, I would. I'd pick up on it.
Yep. And then
sometimes it's not an instant pickup though. Sometimes it takes a little while.
No, yeah. Some people are really good at faking it for quite some time, but as you're speaking to them and asking them specific questions, and they're avoiding those questions, then you know that they're not being honest.
Yes, it's the specific questions. Now, see, I believe that I can teach people a specific set of questions to ask people in situation A, situation B, and beyond. And they would all be relevant to what's happening here on Blab. Now, just like the one-liner about New York, I think is apropos here for Blab. If you can make it here on Blab, you can make it anywhere. Yes?
Yeah, I actually agree with that.
When you say make it, what do you mean by that?
Well, my main objective here is to build relationships of the deepest kind.
Right.
And start off with a friendship, and if a business ship, you like that word, Leanne? Business
ship.
They're also to be had, then your friendship can also become a business ship at the same time, or minutes or moments into the friendship building scenario that you're starting in at.
Okay, you ready?
Robert's coming. So, Leanne, do you agree with that?
Hey, Robert.
Now, asking about Leanne's judgment is way off because the fact she's she really can't be trustworthy in general because she actually does trust me. Preston, thank you very much.
Would you agree with me that Leanne is probably one of the most unusual friends you have here on Blab?
No.
No, gas.
Because in all honesty, I think Leanne is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Pretty normal. Oh, that's a matter of opinion.
I don't know. I know Robert didn't mean it as an insult. That's a compliment. But Leanne, do you receive it as a compliment?
Well, wait. Well, you said that she's what? She's definitely what again?
Unusual.
But wouldn't I say the same about you?
Oh, you better. Absolutely. And it's always a good thing to be unusual. I just wanted Leanne to know that about me, that I look at her as that. It's like, who are your most unusual friends on Blab? Well, Leanne's at the top of my list. So just have a go and get to know her for a week straight, Just interact with Leanne.
I can't wait for San Francisco to be sitting at a pub with Leanne, pounding a few brewskis away.
Yeah, that's going to be scary, isn't it? I've got to get there.
You might not make it home. Is that what you're saying?
You need 15 minutes worth of sound bites for me, and so I can add it to my People search engine when it's finally.
So, all right, Roy, I got questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. So, would you say that over cumulus amounts of years, society, people have been trained to think certain ways and act certain ways?
Absolutely. The way you think is the way you act. You can't act differently than you think. It's impossible.
But I mean, people have been trained to do it a certain way.
Yeah, I don't know if trained might be the situation
I agree.
all the time. I think, we can also go by just, I'm just doing what everybody else is doing. And if you call that trained, someone may not have said do it this way, but they see everybody else doing it that way and they just kind of follow suit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not necessarily trained by another person, but
no,
more or
it's
less
just trained by society.
Correct. Trained by society, trained by the status quo. Right.
Correct.
A sheeple.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So taking with that into effect, and I don't like using the word norm because, norm is a definition that's personal to each person. So, but using it in a context way, norm, how many people out of 100 go up to somebody and say, do you trust me?
Me.
I said how many. I didn't say you.
How many do that? One. Just me.
Right. So when somebody new comes into a room, Leanne's got those trucks running.
Sorry.
So when somebody new comes into a room,
I'm concentrating on what I'm supposed to be doing.
Move that truck. So when somebody new comes into a room that has a personality, I know Janet. I don't know her as well as Preston does, but I know of Janet. I know her from Periscope too. That's why. Where people are learning from society to learn to trust people first, not just automatically assume, and I know that's a bad word, but I'm using it anyway, the trust right away. Because I'm from your school. I trust everybody till they screw me.
Yes.
And once they screw me, that's why I have 2 ex-wives.
I think I have to say I hear you, Robert.
So where people come into a room and they've never met you before and they don't see you, they see the bubble talking like the kit car from David Hasselhoff behind the scenes here. As long as you're not drunk eating hamburgers, you're fine. But
Knight Rider.
And having one of the Knight Rider, having one of the first questions thrown to them saying, do you trust me? The normal, and again, the word is off, I think more than half, probably more than 3/4 right away are going to go, I don't know. They're not going to say no. They're going to say, I don't know, because they want to get to know Roy.
Okay, I agree.
So when Janet was here, and obviously I missed the conversation, so, but I have spoken with Janet, and I can see she didn't want to answer the question straight out because she doesn't know you.
Right.
She doesn't know anything about you.
And she did know that she would score more points by just saying no than attempting to say it 3 times and never say it.
But there are some people out there that I think that don't like to say something that possibly can hurt someone's feelings.
Absolutely.
Especially
of course,
since they don't know you. They don't know you from a black square in the room.
But here's the question I have, though. If I
that gives me a lot of information. 1 second, Preston.
Okay.
Robert, that gives me a lot of information. So the question is not for them. The question is for me and anybody else who's in the audience who can read what I'm reading. Go ahead, Preston.
No, but what I was saying is, would the dynamic change if let's say Leanne asked her the same question?
Well, it would be less dramatic and less impactful, but she would probably still say the same because she's saying that for me like she's saying it for everybody in general. That's what I picked up, but not everybody.
I missed that whole conversation, so I don't even know.
I just asked somebody that I did not know, who I just learned was a friend of Preston's, who came into the room at our coaxing. Preston started. I went ahead and coaxed as well. She already broke her rules because she didn't have her makeup on. So whenever I or us can get people to break their rules about coming in and talking to us, that's a good thing, yes?
Can be.
Well, it is, as long as they're in a safe space.
You know something? I think you're wrong on that one. It's not that a rule was broken. Live streaming has changed the rules.
You know what I meant? Robert, I asked her straight out, did you break any of your own rules by coming in the way you did?
She did.
And she said yes.
Oh, okay. No. I thought you meant that people come in and actually talk to each other in the box. No,
I just want to make sure I presented that question right. Yeah. In context, it was me just, see, once I find out that a person breaks their own rules of engagement, so to speak, right, with Blab or any type of facsimile thereof, and I'm part of that reason, it's a good thing to me. It's a good thing because now I think that any other walls that they may have up can be quickly broken if that person is willing. And I'm not saying Janet has walls. I'm just saying Janet has walls that I see don't need to be there. She was very closed. Now, Preston, do you know her as an open person or a closed person by the question that I asked you earlier? So you're an open person, right? If you're closed or open. Leanne is certainly open. Robert is certainly open.
I'm wide open.
I am open. So is she open or more closed? Because she was closed with me. Is that her norm?
But I think, and like I said, I have I didn't hear the conversation whatsoever. So, but I know that, you know, people have to actually get to know you, Roy. You know, like some of the ways you are, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. You know, some of the ways that you ask questions can be very confronting. And if somebody, like I said, and I have no idea because I didn't hear the conversation, but I've been in blabs with you before that, you know, it depends on the communication style of the person that you're communicating with as to how they actually take, you know, how they perceive you to be. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware of that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
So from, like I said, I didn't hear the conversation, so I can't make an informed comment really on what happened with Janet. I have no idea.
So knowing my normal style, Preston, was that a little bit less normal than normal for you?
Yeah, I think it was because it was the first question you asked when she got in. Most of the time, on most of your blabs, you have somebody in the seat for a while and them hearing you. I mean, she just literally came in and probably heard 5 minutes of what you said, and then she came back on camera, you know. So I think in most cases that was different. And again, you know, I don't know, you know, looking back at what we're doing now, even talking about her, not having her being here. I don't know if it's a good idea. And I hope she's okay with it, because if she listens
I'm sure she is, because of what I saw earlier. So this is me talking in front of people's backs, and I love doing that because I think that Janet is all that in a dozen bags of chips. I really do.
Yeah.
And if what I'm saying to her right now can put her at ease, because I know I probably sent her through the spin cycle, but I tell you what, she was a champ through and through. She was a champ through and through. I know she can stand her ground. But then check this out, Preston. She said, "Roy, take my email, send me an email. I want to interview you on my podcast with my friend." Who was that? Was that Terry?
Yeah, Terry Bean.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking to myself, okay, did I miss anything here? What happened? What happened for you, Preston? After the way I treated her, remember, the way you see a person is the way you treat that person. After the way I treated her in the very beginning, the way you saw it by asking her the "do you trust me" question, and then at the end, her going like, "Yeah, you and Ha can be like on my podcast." What happened there for you?
Well, obviously, I didn't hear all of it because I had to deal with some domestic things here in my house. But I knew that's kind of where you were going to go. I didn't know it was going to go that far with her. So when she said that, I mean, immediately, you know, I kind of reacted, going, "Wait a minute, I've known you for years, and I don't get an interview." but then, you know, she said, "Oh, just keep on bugging us and we'll get you one." But you know, I think it was cool that she said that, and I think it cemented something that she wasn't thinking it was going to be when she first came in. I mean, I'll guarantee you that she did not think that she would be even close to interviewing you because she didn't know you. But again, you have this ability that when you speak, people listen, and you have such a good communication style I wish I could learn how to be as communicative as you, because it is a gift. I mean, there's not a lot of people can do what you do, especially off camera. Now, she did say that, but then you also said.
Oh, remember? Yes, good point. Leanne, we're hearing a little too much wind. If you don't mind muting up while you're
sorry.
speaking, then thank you. Either's fine. Just jump back in if the seat opens up and you have something to share. When she
can I just ask a question? Has the topic of this blab changed? Like,
it did. Yeah.
That's probably
Leanne, it's Roy.
It did and it didn't. It did and it didn't. I'm zagging a little bit, and I'm sorry, but
we're still going to go back to
is this and just another question? Is this still Preston's original 100-day blab?
I'd ask Preston. I don't know.
No, it has gone off, but the thing is I think this is important information for everyone, because I think building relationships on Blab is a very important part of what we're doing, and a lot of us are here because of that relationship piece. We wouldn't be here on camera if we didn't think that we could build relationships with people all over the world. So
absolutely,
it does have something to do with
it. So no, and like I said, I was actually, just because I'm on my mobile, like I'm not looking at what. You know, and I suppose from a blab perspective, and that's one thing that I've learned, if a blab goes for however long, and if it changes, like when people come in, to know what they're actually coming into.
Right. And to be honest with you, I thought this was going to last an hour.
I know.
But now,
I was thinking,
when Roy comes in, as always, it goes long.
Is this our 100-day anniversary marathon effort?
I'm gonna go for another 100 days on. I'm gonna break Robert C. Stern's 32-hour blab.
Never. Anyway, I will jump out because I've got to. I've got to get out of the truck and I've got to go and see that the tarpaulin that's on that haystack. We've got to lift that up so we can get to the hay that's underneath it.
Oh boy!
So
have fun.
I better not just be sitting here talking.
I get fired.
Well, you have fun. Thanks, Leanne.
Okay, bye.
You're my most unusual friend on Blab, and I love it. And I love that she has that distinction in my head.
All right, so go over the color thing to me again.
Oh.
Go ahead, Roy. You know more about it than I do.
Well, I don't know that much, but here's the thing I do know, is the 4 colors are, if you are bottom line, if your bottom line is like action, like let's do it now. I see the promised land. I'm going for it. That's a red. A blue is I got to have fun. Tell me the fun parts about what we're going to do. The red says, give me the bottom line of what we're going to do. Is this going to, allow me to make a lot of money? I'm in. If it's not, I'm out. That's what a red says. A blue says, is this fun? I don't care how much money I make. I don't care the opportunities that are here. It's just, this is fun. A green says, let me check this out. Give me some rocks to turn over and let me figure this out and I'll get back to you. And a yellow basically says, is there going to be an opportunity for me to nurture some people here? And that's because that's what I want to do. So basically, those are the 4 personality types and its primary thing. Preston, you want to add to that at all or take away from that?
No, that's true. That's true. I heard a webinar on this by a very famous guy who was unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, in a multi-level marketing concept, but he was a good trainer, and he talked about the fact that everybody, if you look at people in general, they have these colors, and it's good to identify those colors. So you're right. I mean, blue is always the fun guy, the one that wants to do the partying and stuff. He can be a good business person if he doesn't have too much fun. And I believe I'm a blue. More blue than red, but I also am a red. Because those are the serious people. Those are the ones, like you said, the bottom line. It's ROI. It's everything that you do, and there are the leaders of companies in most cases. You have the greens, which are the analytical type. The accountants and those that are really analyzing to death to a certain extent before they get involved with something. But they look at and analyze everything, which Roy is, and I can see that.
Absolutely.
To a certain extent, not as an accountant, but more as a psychologist or whatever you want to call him. And then obviously yellow is like my wife and some other people. They want to help all the time. How can I help you? And if you
my wife's yellow too.
Yeah, if you can look at their compassion level. I mean, when my wife did a test at our church, actually, for what a personality you are in the church setting, her compassion was over 100%. It was just incredible, So those are the type of personalities that I've seen as far as colors.
I love it.
Interesting.
Unpacked and more.
You've never heard this unpacked this way, or you didn't even know that there was colors as far as personality?
No, I didn't know the color thing because something depending on the day would depend on my color. Because the way you decide all 4 of them, I've done all 4.
So you're more of the chameleon type, Robert.
So I guess I'm black. Put all the colors together and mix them.
Well, either that or completely white and a chameleon. You know what I mean? It's like people who are chameleons. There's very little change between their personality types. We all have all 4 personality types or all 4 colors, however you look at it. But it's how it shows up. Just like you have both a right and a left hand, they both show up.
So looking at me the way you've seen me, what color would you say I am?
Blue, red. Blue, red, sometimes red, blue.
But I also look at a lot of yellow because
yellow.
I try to help everybody.
I would say. So.
You see what I'm saying?
I do, but I also want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. So the reason, so your yellow is included in your blue. So here's what I mean. When Preston said what he said, if a person learns to have fun and still be able to put that in their profession, have their personality fit their profession as entrepreneur or someone who is not told what to do, like in an employee situation, I think people who do their blue well in such an entrepreneurial endeavor, the yellow is included into that. But if I say yellow, then the blue is not necessarily included in that. Meaning, I see the fact that you need to be in fun mode. This has to be fun. This has to be something that you're into. It can't be not fun. I can't be dragging my heels through all of this. And that I see as an overriding to your willingness to help. Because if you put this in context and you put it in how it's supposed to show up, like I said, for the 3rd time now, the yellow will be included. So I hope that makes sense to you, even if you don't agree. I get it.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
That's the way I see that. And of course, these things are, they're not set in stone because we're only talking about 4 different personality types. And it slides because I'm an ambivert.
People change.
Right. I'm an ambivert. So the first 8 times I took the Myers-Briggs, I was an introvert. But my friend says to me, Roy, you haven't taken the Myers-Briggs in a couple, 3 years. I think you're an extrovert now. Go check it. She was right. I checked it and I slid from I to E. And that's probably because I've been practicing doing this. And it's now...
when did you take it?
Shoot, not more than 3 months ago.
Okay.
It was while I was.
I'll make you a bet. If you took it right now, you'd be even more of an extrovert because of Blab.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to say is that because I have been exercising and or even, do you believe in dormant? I don't want to say genes, but part of your DNA that might be dormant until it's ready to be, well, undormant. I don't know how else to say that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think the introverted part of me was kind of dormant. And when I stepped into it or started to step into it, it activated it. It was no longer dormant. That's what I believe happened. I don't know how else to explain it.
Well, I'm a true believer that every single person in the world is part introvert, part extrovert.
Okay.
It all depends on a lot of functions that are going on in their life. What is going on in their life? There are people that in business are extreme extroverts, but when they get to meet them personally, they're totally introverts.
Is that?
I've met people like that. I've met people where I know it's not there. I don't think there is.
Is that unusual?
Well, there's some people in business that are introverts that are extroverts outside. I think we all have it inside of us. I think what happens is that I don't know what the word I would use, but our surroundings is what builds us into what we become as an introvert or an extrovert. Your environment. Thank you. Thank you, Lash.
I think a good example of that,
just
though,
said environment, Lash Tank.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry,
Anyway.
Preston. Yes. So I'm gonna invite Lash Tank in too. Let's see, what's her name? Kelly.
And what I was saying is that I think the environment does affect you, obviously, and you become who you are in that environment. And I lost my other train of thought that I thought was pretty interesting.
While you're looking for it, let's welcome Kelly. Kelly, thanks for jumping in. I don't know if it was something I said, or something you ate, but
hey,
welcome.
Kel.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see y'all.
Nice to meet you. So you know Robert.
Kelly, just I'm warning you now. He's going to ask you.
That's okay.
So you know Robert, right, Kelly?
I don't know any of y'all.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Kelly's been in a couple of my rooms.
Okay, I don't recall seeing Kelly either. I would have remembered. Okay, Kelly, you're following me. So Kelly, do you trust me? Yes or no?
Okay, so I've been listening to this Blab for like an hour. I heard the whole Janet thing.
Acknowledged.
So I know that, I should give a yes or no answer.
She's a green.
Woo! Look at Robert.
So in my best Southern way, I will tell you that
You're from the South?
I'm very neutral. Yeah, you couldn't tell
I couldn't tell you from the South.
Yeah, you couldn't tell. So I'm very neutral about people initially. Like, I don't dislike anybody. I'm just very neutral. But then as I get to know people, there are people that I do trust a lot and that I like a lot and that I, admire for different reasons. So the other people, though, I'm just very neutral about. I don't distrust or dislike people because that's just a waste of energy. It's just a waste of, just things that I can be focusing on something a little bit more positive. So that's just how I think about it.
So, Robert, did you hear a yes or no in that?
Yes, I actually did.
And how about you, Preston?
Not a specific yes or no, but it's there.
I didn't even hear a hint of that. So
Yes, you did. You have to listen, Roy.
Oh,
so I said
it's easier, but watch, Kelly, watch. It's easier if you just answer the question yes or no. So if it's a yes or a no, which way do you fly?
Okay, yes, I do. I trust you.
Okay. And so as far as reasons why we trust or why we don't trust, because forgive me for saying so, but I don't believe in neutral. Neutral is not an option. You either are trusting or not. There really is no, oh, I don't know yet.
Well, let me ask you a question then.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody comes in and says, no, I don't. Can that change over time and then they learn to trust you?
Absolutely. And when they say yes, it can change in the next nanosecond if I do something that they lose trust in me.
So somebody could be, as previous Mom Runs likes to use the word in the chat room, Switzerland.
What?
They can be Switzerland in the beginning.
Okay. The reference
where they don't choose a side, they wait and see.
But I think that's easy enough to refute. It is for me. I don't know if it is for you guys. So when you show up and say, Roy, I neither trust you nor distrust you, and you have to make a decision about me, you can't come there from a neutral place. You have to say I trust or don't trust. You have to. So that's what I'm contending. And for people who don't have that view yet, I really would like to ask you, when it comes to making a decision, can you do it from a neutral place? No, because you have to presuppose one or the other. And
right, but I think you can do it from, you can be neutral and then go one way or the other. My point is that I don't distrust you initially, so I'm going to be just neutral about it. And you make the first couple of comments, and then I'm going to start to form my opinion. And either it's going to be that I do trust you, or I'm just not going to spend any time on you. You know, I'm just going to move on.
Kelly, do you think that that is the status quo? And if so, what percentage of people follow the status quo like you do?
No, I do not think that that is the status quo.
Okay.
I absolutely don't. I do think that I'm in the minority in that regard. And, you know, maybe good, bad, or indifferent, but that's just how I am. I just choose to not spend time on just the negative aspect of things. And so if I distrust you, if I don't like you, if I, you know, don't like the taste of something, I just move on. So, you know, if it circles back around and then I do trust you, great. But I'm not going to say that I don't trust you unless you like really do something to me.
So I got a question though for you. When you came in this room, obviously you've been here for an hour. I've been here for a lot longer. What if Roy would have asked you to come on here and answer that question, what would you have said then? Because you heard a whole hour of conversation. But if you went and he just said that to you right away, like what happened to Janet, right? You know, she came in, I saw her, invited her in. She got maybe 5 minutes of who Roy was. What would you answer? Yes.
I would have said I don't know.
Yeah,
but to me that was not one of the options. So if I would have had to say yes or no, I would have said no. So, you know, I don't know was not one of the choices there.
Right, and I contend that more people will say no than say yes because they're having to make an instant decision about something they may not ever have thought about before. And if they did, they never thought about it with me before because I am the focus of your trust now. And it's like, wow, no, I don't trust this guy. He's not even on cam. No, I don't trust him.
Now, so I can tell you this. If I could have, if you would have had your video up, because, again, being from the South, we're probably a little bit more visual and a little bit more, you know, just hospitable and touchy-feely kind of friendly. I might have said yes to begin with, just depending on, you know, what you look like and what shirt you were wearing today. I don't know, because, you know, we're very visual people.
Do you trust Preston?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, Preston right now looks like someone that is trustworthy, and you know, he sounds like someone that's trustworthy. He's made comments that, you know, don't sound crazy. So yes, I would say I trust Preston. I would say right now that I trust Preston more than I do you, Roy, because I can see his body language as his demeanor as the conversation progresses.
What if you read him incorrectly, though?
Well, I could, but then I have the right to change my mind.
What if you don't?
What if I don't change my mind?
Yeah.
Well,
well, if she's wrong and doesn't change her mind, shame on her. Exactly.
Exactly.
I don't see Robert.
I didn't see Robert here either. It still says open seat. We can't see you, man.
Let me.
Can you see yourself? That's
Robert
weird.
is paying himself right now.
So I'm a little more transparent or less transparent than Robert at this point, which is good.
Thanks.
No, but I was going to say the fact is, you know, everybody asks that question. You know, if I have a pencil here and I drop it, try to pick it up. Try to pick it up.
You won't.
You won't. Exactly.
Either do or don't.
Do or don't.
Yep.
So that's the kind of the same philosophy that's what I was talking about, is that
exactly.
You trust me, you can't be, I guess, normal on that, or you can't be neutral, I should say normal. You can't be neutral because it's going to be a decision. There is no neutral. But again, you know, it's the pattern interrupt. It's the thing that catches people off guard when people come into a Blab and all of a sudden that's the first question that he asks. You know?
Well, I tell you what, if Kelly is going to be transparent with us right now, if I ask you, can you explain your feeling when I asked you? Since you were already braced for it, you go, more than likely he's going to ask me, and I'm braced for it, and I'm going to answer the question. But while you heard me ask initially, and it wasn't you, were you feeling this, or were you feeling that for the other person as if that was you? Take me through that experience, Kelly, if you will.
Oh, I was definitely thinking as you were speaking to Janet. I was thinking what I would say at that point, and I felt for her. I felt deeply for her when she was contemplating that whole. You were saying, "Well, do you trust me or do you not?"
Mm-hmm.
This is the third time I've asked you. Like, do you trust me or do you not? And she finally was just like, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I just wish her connection would drop just to get her, get her off the hook, because I thought that, bless her heart, it was just a little brutal for her. She looked a little bit, perplexed.
Would it help you, Kelly, if I told you I knew she was up for the task? I sized her up before I even asked her that question and knew that my persistence, and then telling her my persistence still didn't get her to make a new decision, nor did she. Oh, Presley, you never answered my question. Is she open or closed?
Well, she was closed when she came in, and now she's open.
But I mean, as like with you,
person,
as normally, generally speaking, is she an open person, or is she pretty protected and guarded?
She's pretty protected and guarded.
Okay, so that's what I got out of that as well. So it's okay, and so then tell me how you felt when you came up and I said, Kelly, do you trust me? Because now you're totally prepared for it, and you know what you're going to say. You even went through your mind a little bit, maybe. Oh, this is probably how I'll feel, but that's okay. I'm going to jump in the seat anyway. Take it from there. Yes, no, maybe so. Am I correct in my assumption?
Yeah. So, I mean, I knew what you were going to say, and I felt like you would disagree with my comment. But it doesn't bother me. I still feel like it. Maybe it's just a nice way for me to say, by me saying I'm neutral. It's probably just a nice way for me to be in disagreement with whatever's going on, because I just feel like that just leaves you a baseline that you can still change your mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That you're not. You don't.
See, you told me so. All this
other.
information that I have right now of Kelly has told me an awful lot about Kelly, probably even more than you think I know. So let me ask you this: first or last born? Are you married to a firstborn?
Last.
Yes or no? Oh, you're not
No,
married.
I'm not
if you were married, were you? Okay, cool.
No.
This is I'm just fact finding, just information here. Oh no, I don't do that.
Would you like to read my
palm? I believe in asking you straight out questions and you being. So what I trust about you, when I first met you, Kelly, like I trust you. I trust you because there's no reason for me not to trust you. Mm-hmm. And what do I trust you with? I trust you with information that we're going to share with each other. And that when I ask you a question, you give me the truth. And when you share something with me, you give me the truth. Because I'm certainly going to be that way with you. That's where I say, if I'm going to let you be you, how about you let me be me? And then we'll have the best opportunity for the deepest, most intimate, interpersonal relationship possible. And that's what I'm looking for. You don't have to go that deep for me to say you're in. You just have to go deep. And I have to see that maybe you're out of your comfort zone a little bit. Because if I don't see you jumping out of your comfort zone, and if you're not totally prepared for me, then I will challenge you. Do you like that in a person? Yes or no?
Right. Oh, absolutely.
Robert, do you
absolutely.
do that?
Yeah, if it's not a challenge,
Robert, do you challenge
it's a waste of time.
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
No worries.
Today's been a hell of a day in the world. I'm reading. There's over 200 dead and 80 injured in Paris.
Oh my
and
goodness,
over 18,000 people still missing in Japan.
Wow. And
they had an earthquake, and there's tsunami warnings. I mean, it's and they were just even showing, like, you know, I mean, not that it really matters, but I mean, Justin Bieber's got a concert going on, and he stopped it in the middle of the concert, and everybody's praying for Japan and Paris right now.
Nice.
I mean, this is crazy what's going on today.
That's catastrophic for people to stop and do that.
So I'm sorry, I was just reading. I'm watching.
Yeah, no.
I'm watching
glad
all
for
these
the
breaking
update.
news alerts come across my computer.
No, I'm glad for the update. My news comes through you, Robert. I don't get my news any other way.
200 people and 80 seriously injured in Paris.
Man. I bet somebody's having a blab about that.
Oh, there is. It's the top blab, actually. It's They have news things going on, and Periscope's blowing up on it because you got people from Paris is in lockdown.
Oh.
First lockdown since World War II.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's trending on Twitter for like 2 hours now. Yep. Yeah, it's I think they got all 5 guys already.
Mm.
Sorry, I was just reading stuff.
No, you're fine. This is great to get an update. Yeah, it's great to get an update.
Going to be that recording vehicle that you can actually see what's going on instead of just.
Preston, your mic.
You're garbled.
Do I have to crowdfund you a new mic?
I think it's just
Oh, now I'm dark.
a software issue.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can, Mr. Verizon.
I don't have Verizon here, man. I'm in Honduras.
I know.
I got up to maybe 5 megabytes of upload speed, and of course, and my son's watching Netflix. That takes away some bandwidth, and then my wife's probably watching a movie too, so that takes away bandwidth.
I hear you.
So, anyways.
All right. So, what was the question again, Roy? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What was the question? I just
Do
asked.
I do
Kelly,
that also? You said. I was trying to remember what you said.
help people when they don't know what they don't know. Kelly, what was it? I forgot.
Yeah. We were talking about trust.
Well, I mean, I go on Roy's situation. I trust everybody until they prove me wrong, and once they prove me wrong, it takes a lot to get back.
It does.
But I'm also, as Roy was saying, he sees me more as a blue. I'm definitely a red because I'm always trying to get to the bottom line and make the money. But I'm also a strong yellow.
Yeah, your blue and yellow are really close.
Because my yellow, I am constantly trying to help people.
That's what makes you a chameleon. You are all those things really close to one another. It's hard
And
to
then when
separate.
I'm off Blab and I'm off Periscope and I'm unplugged, I'm a green. Because I am sitting here strategizing and putting everything together.
I told you he was a chameleon.
So that's why I was kidding around earlier
Robert,
when I was
that's
just
why
on. I
Robert
said,
said-
I'm the rainbow.
Yeah, that's why you're as good as you are, is because a lot of things come so easy to you, personality-wise. Your delivery is just amazing, the way you do that. So you too are one of you're one of my top 10 unusual people on Blab. And when I say unusual, it's not like your average bareness. You have a clear distinction from others, at least in my eyes. At least if people are looking where I'm looking, and I'm not looking there.
Hey, Roy, I don't know if you saw this earlier, but you asked about it, so I'm going to post it again.
Mhm.
This is my friend David Horsager. He's the one that wrote 2 books now on trust.
Good,
and obviously,
yeah.
Robert, if you go to Minneapolis in April, you might want to connect up with him.
He's in Minneapolis because I was actually going to connect with Janet. That was funny when you brought that up. As soon as you said Minneapolis, I went, wait a minute. Is that the Janet I know?
And then you hooked up with Steve Cassiano already, I'm assuming.
Oh, Stephen Caggiano. Yeah, I know Stephen.
Yeah. So
I've been following.
I wish you could hook
I've been
up with
following
me, but I'm
Stephen
not
for
there.
a long time.
Yeah. But anyway, so I'm like Roy too. I'm kind of the connector. I can find certain people and their personalities, and I'm not as deep as Roy is, but there's some gift that I have that I can connect people with other people, and everybody wins in this situation. So At least that's what I've learned after 45 years of my life, and I still got a little bit more life to go. So we'll see where it goes.
You're just a pup.
I mean, because I'll tell you, Robert, when you came into my one Blab and talked to me about my backgrounds, it was so distracting. I opened myself up for that, but it really hit me to the core, because I'm like, okay, I understand his viewpoint, but if I like for now, obviously, you know me more now, and obviously you've seen me more, and I'm in there. But if I had the background going, would it be distracting to you? Yes. Is it valuable to you to know that? Now I did something, and I didn't do it for you, Robert, just to let you know, but I did it just as an experiment. Do you like my little cartoon character? Is that distracting?
You mean the profile picture?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. It's different, though.
Yeah. It depends. I mean, you know what it is? It all comes down to also what you're on here for.
Right.
Point B.
You know, and that goes to my Monday Blab I did before I spoke in LA. I did a Blab, and it was called live streaming, and it's really more for not just live streaming, but I titled it for that. Live streaming with intention and purpose. You know, before you come on, you need to have what your intentions are and purpose. If your intention and purpose is to be personal and friendly and have fun, then that's what your intention and purpose is. But if you're coming on here for something specifically about your business, you need to have it set up and ready to go.
And that's that. It's funny that you say that, because I came on this one just to talk about the fact that we've been on here 100 days, and I can't believe I'm still on, and how valuable it has been. And it's not necessarily, because you talked about the fact that you've been on Blab and you've actually got real business from it. I haven't got.
I just got an offer last night that I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do about it, but some guy wants me to be the CMO of his company.
Jeez, CMO.
You always say yes.
No, I said I want to hear about it, because I mean, I want to know. Does that mean I have to give up my company?
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is different. This is different.
No,
I mean,
it doesn't mean that.
He put it right out in the chat.
That's an and.
Wow.
I mean, he wrote in the chat. He goes, Robert, I wanted to get in touch with you. I mean, I was trying to remember exactly how he worded, and it wasn't recorded, which I was like, damn. But he did. But he did send me a message. He wants to talk to me next week, and it was Robert. I want to talk to you. Our CMO is resigning as of March 1st. I'd be wanted to know if you'd be interested in it. Now I'm sitting there going, "What do you think? I'm just going to say yes right on the Blab?"
Yeah. Yes.
Especially when you got a big thing going on.
I would say yes. I would say yes. I'm in.
You would say
yes. You can always say, wait. After no, that's a deal breaker right there. Look, I said I was in, and here's the rules. Here's the terms. Here's the conditions. Take it or leave it. It's really that simple, because he's coming to you, Robert. Robert, the answer is always yes. So throw it on my plate, and if I got room for it,
I'm sitting there going, he's coming to me in public. I'm like, man, he just threw the ball in my court.
Yeah, no, I mean, he made it pretty official right off the bat. It's like when there's at least 2 witnesses, right?
2, I think there's 30.
Well, yeah, 30
at least 2. Kelly, what is your reason for seeing value on Blab, and have you been here 100 days, and do you see value?
And no, I've not been here 100 days. But I do see value in it. I work for an international software company as a consultant, and I also own a couple of businesses myself. So I can see where I can do a lot of interactive discussions that, really aren't necessary for like a WebEx or intercall type of session. And Periscope, you don't get the interaction that you get here. What I dislike most about Periscope is the fact that when you are trying to Periscope and all of the chat is scrolling by, there's just no way to keep up with the comments, especially if you have valid comments or questions that are coming across.
May I stop you for just a second?
In Periscope
is there a way, Robert, or is she right?
Sure.
She's totally right.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does.
I can't even Periscope. That's the funny thing is.
I'm an original day one Periscoper.
Day one.
Day one, 3 hours after it was released.
Wow.
And
So can you read all of the comments?
can I
as
read
you Periscope?
100% of the comments? No. Can I read 90% of them?
Okay.
Yes.
But you
Now,
don't comment
some
on it.
some of my rooms
Right.
get up to.
But
I've had rooms as high as 400, 500 people in the room.
Jeez.
So, well, I have 7,000 following on there already. So,
okay, so are you also every Periscope?
Yes.
Do you have to block somebody?
I have over 210
you're-
blocks.
You're okay. So you're prepared and you're able to stay on topic and task. Read the comments, answer, and do your blocking
Intentional
at the
and
same
purpose before you go on live streaming. I have bullet points on a card ready to go because I'm doing business. So I have my
Right.
bullet points. I'm reading.
Exactly.
I'm talking. But you know what it comes down to? You're a unique presenter. I know all about unique because I actually help some unique people. And you've done webinars. Okay. So let's use the analogy of a webinar because it's the closest thing to a Periscope or a Blab. When you start your webinar, do you set the ground rules? When you start your Periscope, do you set the ground rules? That when you're going to take questions or if you're not going to read the comments in the beginning? Okay.
Yes, then I will have
Because what
to
I
chat.
do is, and it depends on the conversation, sometimes I'm reading the questions and stuff and doing it along the way. And sometimes I need to get this out now. So I'm letting you guys know if you are going to be chatting, I will have to go back to catch things because I'm not going to remember every little detail you write because I need to get over my 10, 15-minute talk first. And everybody honors it. They know when they're writing that I may not see it. You know, and I set the tone. And then I go into, okay, who's got questions? Who's got comments? And I start reading them as I'm going and answering. But it's a quick mode. It's very different than Blab. Blab, it's four of us talking. We see the people. We each get to see each other. There, everybody gets to see you, your demeanor, your personality, your voice, the whole bit. They're just typing away. But you have the ability to, one, you set the tone in the beginning because it's your room. Whose room is this, by the way?
Mine.
Well, I wasn't sure because I see Roy's got the H also. So
I know. I
it's hard
gave
for me to tell.
him that power.
Boy, that was very nice of you because I sure wouldn't.
Hello for a couple of times. So.
But they know, and I will say to people, listen, if the chat gets too crazy and I can't keep up and I miss your comment, please write it again. And if I still don't get to it because it's too busy, just realize that I will go back to catch and I will look at all the comments and I will get back to you. And the difference between me and 70% of the people out there, I'll do it.
So don't you feel like, though, that Blab can take the place of Periscope when you close the other seat and you can just
Doesn't
be
work the same.
speaking without other individuals in the
No,
room and
because
other people commenting?
so let's put it this way: it's just Preston in the room, and he's talking about Honduras and the condos, and he wants to buy. And he's got 20 people on the side, and they're chatting away, asking questions, and it's just him. Isn't it just a Periscope then?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So Blab
But
can take the place
Periscope
of
only works on mobile, which means Periscope is more about the journey and taking people on the journey and taking them to places, where Blab is your destination to have a conversation.
But can Blab have that? Because remember my idea way back when about the roving reporter. Can Blab also have that once their mobile is fixed?
Well, mobile's pretty strong now. It really depends on your Wi-Fi now, because when I was in LA, I was working off my mobile. I had all my computers with me, 2 of them. But when we did the the podcast Monday night with Vicky. Vicky took my phone and was interviewing people, and it didn't go down. Now I have T-Mobile. It also depends on your service. I mean, there's a lot of people, don't understand with live streaming. Yeah, you have to have everything set for yourself, your lighting, your everything that's going on, your intentions, your purpose, your cheat cards, all that stuff. And you got to pray you got good service. You could have everything lined up and ready to go. And if the Wi-Fi stinks or your cell stinks, it doesn't mean anything anymore. So I use Periscope and Blab as a 1-2 punch. See, like with Kelly, you should be going on to Periscope, showing the unique stuff, showing, I've seen people where they put the eyelashes on and they show how it works and all this stuff. And then as soon as that's done, instead of having a Q&A on Periscope, you bring them all to Blab. And now they can come in one at a time or three at a time or whatever and have the conversation. So like I said, the experience, right. and now you bring them to Blab to have the conversation.
Does that make more sense? And I think that works only if you, let's say, Robert, because you have so many following you on Periscope, people will take the chance at Blab. But like when I started a Meerkat, let's say, and I went for, I think 3 days in a row, no one followed me over to Blab, even though I had 20 to 25
Blab
people on it.
Really new at that point.
Well, no, this was about.
It opened in May.
About a month ago. This was about a month ago, or so. It wasn't that long ago.
I did the one on Monday. I did the Periscope Intention and Purpose, and then I said, "Hey guys, I'm going to go over to Blab," and I'd say about 15 or 20 people.
But when you said go over to Blab, did you give them the link, or you just said Blab IM and then had them come over and find you?
I said go to blab.im and you'll see my shiny picture on the front page, and just click it and go right in. For those of you that are not on Blab yet,
right?
Because you got to remember also, if you're periscoping, there are a good amount of people on Periscope that are also on Blab.
Right.
I mean, I really shouldn't say that, because that's the other point of this, is that this whole thing. There are no exact numbers on Blab yet.
Right.
The highest person I have found was one person who was following, not had followers, following 47,000 people.
Jeez.
Because he's trying to follow every single person that's on Blab. Now, granted, you can't do it because you don't know if you don't find people, you don't find people. But Sean doesn't have every single person following him.
Right.
The Blab team doesn't have every single person follow. The reason I know that is because, if I'm not mistaken, I have more followers than Sean.
Right. So
now Sean runs the place.
Right.
It should have been set up like Periscope, where once a person joins, they automatically follow Team Blab, or they automatically follow Sean.
I think they Team Blab, because John Prado said that that's now the case.
Yeah, so that's the way it should have been from the beginning.
He looked to see there were like 6,300 something plus mentions at Team Blab. So he's saying if they're forcing that, and most people don't opt out, they want to follow Team Blab when they first sign up here, that we're getting about 6,000 something new people to Blab right now. And that is, of course, subject to change, and that's how he's figuring it out. So that's a good indication, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I think so,
I mean,
too.
I'm looking up Team Blab right now to see on my other computer.
And we were talking about it earlier, too, Roy, whichever hour that was.
I know, right?
We're figuring out 600 per day is coming into Blab.
600 what?
600 people.
That's it?
Yeah.
6,000.
You said 6,000 or 600?
6,000 people a day.
And consistently with the same mentality that we used during the
Or
Cold
was it
War
600?
as being the greatest nation on earth.
I think you said 600 because I wrote it down.
643, I think. If 643, let me do times 30. I remember that number. Yeah, that's about 20,000. Yeah, it's six. I'm sorry, Robert. That number was 643 exactly. Now I remember it. 643 today with that. So if that were the case all the way through as an average, then there would be around 100,000 people. That's about 20,000 per month. But there weren't that many in the beginning. So a rough number, anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 maybe. Just because they won't tell us and we have to go on something. So it's still not even a 500,000.
But I don't even think it's that much either, because
which is so sad compared to
averaging
Periscope.
Well, yeah, but you're averaging it out that there's 600 a day, and you're saying every day is 600. There's no way. There's some days
that's
that
what I'm
aren't.
saying. So it's exactly.
And obviously, we have to take into account that it's 24 hours too, which is same thing with Periscope, I guess. But Periscope has a better reach. They have millions.
Robert, what do you think? You think this Blab thing, whatever that's called, they call it a conversation platform, okay? They call it live streaming, okay? But whatever it is, when do you think we're going to have like 10 million people here? Like, will that be a few years, or
the team is going on an organic approach? They're not pushing it out as hard as other people could be doing.
Right.
And I understand why they're doing that, because
if they're still in beta.
Well, yeah, you get too much too fast, it's going to crash, and if they crash, then it's just everybody's going to bitch and moan about it, and that's going to make it worse in the long haul. So they're trying to organically grow it, build it on a slow situation, get certain people coming in that'll start to bring other people in. I think they got, personally, my guess is there were probably just under 100,000 people that are registered with Blab.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't surprise me at that point.
Right, me either.
I think because there is approximately between 8 and 10 live streaming applications of some kind out there right now, and Blab is technically the unique one because of the 4 boxes, which I'm laughing now because Skype and Zoom and what's that webinar program? The big one.
WebEx?
Yeah.
WebEx or,
they've all gone to the 4-box system. Amazingly,
right?
About 2 to 3 months right after Blab came out.
I know, what a coincidence.
What a coincidence. They all did the same thing.
Like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, but what Blab has over them is that everything's public and everybody can jump in and out. I mean, all the other systems, you can only have 8 or 10 people involved, and everybody else has to basically sit and watch and raise their hand and type, and that's it. Here, anybody can come in and out, and that's what Blab has over it. 1 million people, I say... This is on the record, of course.
If I'm in the room, it's on the record, one way or another.
That's true.
Team Blab has 7,000 followers.
That's it?
7,038. Now, you got to remember the Team Blab name was not there from the beginning.
True.
So there's a lot of people that may not be following them. Million people? May, June.
May, June of next year?
Yep.
Wow.
So
there are a lot of people that are still not into Blab yet because they're looking at it as, where is it going to go?
Right,
and they're holding back.
So you understand the bell curve for early adopters and what do they call that? Laggards and the whole thing.
It's different with Blab. It's different with Blab.
Okay, how so?
Because there's 8 or 9 other platforms that came before it.
Okay,
Live streaming. You got Meerkat that came in. You had Periscope come in. Then you had Facebook and Samsung's thing to YouTube and Fire Talk and WebEye and Nomad, and then I heard Ustream's trying to push it.
But see, that's the way it was in blogging too, and we all know what happened in blogging. So the top 1 or 2 are going to make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now we can almost guarantee that Periscope's going to make it.
No.
No?
Nope.
We can't almost guarantee that, Robert.
The top 1 or 2 that are effective right now in live streaming, I will tell you right now, I will not guarantee that they will be around in 3 years.
Wow.
I'm not saying they're not going to be.
Right.
But I cannot guarantee it. And I will give the best story in the world that'll show it.
I'm in. I'm listening.
20 years ago, who was the number one web browser?
Netscape.
It was Yahoo, AOL, Juno, Netscape, all those guys.
They're gone.
The number 27th browser back then was Google.
Wow.
They were 27th in ranking. Where are they now?
Oh, yeah.
So if we said the top two, which back then was Juno and AOL, I mean, AOL was, come on, when AOL came out and we were all used to the doo-doo-doo-doo, okay, and then they got smart.
Who could ever forget that?
With the second phone, and we didn't have that
You
anymore.
got
and
mail.
And guess what? Did anybody ever think that AOL was going to disappear at that time?
No.
Where are they now? They're still around, but they're tied into Time Warner.
Mm-hmm.
They got bought because they weren't as strong enough.
They're not what they used to be for sure.
So can anybody tell me that Periscope's going to be number one? Hey, I look at it this way. Everybody says Facebook's king of the hill. There's no guarantee Facebook in 10 years is going to be as strong as they are. Something else might come out that's better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the programs Facebook's bringing out right now, in all honesty, Facebook, Brian Fanzo went on a rant this morning, bringing back his little Friday rants, and it all had to do with what Facebook did yesterday.
Really, what did they do?
They brought up a new application on the phone, another new app, because, 8 apps on the phone isn't enough. They had to go to 9.
Wow.
So they have a new app called Notify, which goes up against Twitter's mentions. And what Notify does is you can do CNN, Fox, ESPN, all these great media outlets, and they'll notify you when something new comes up. Wait a minute. Don't we have Twitter? Doesn't CNN have its own app? You know what I'm saying? So all these things are there.
Okay.
So they're banking on a one-stop shop under one roof. Why leave when we got it all right here? So
okay, one-stop shop in one roof with 9 different applications on your phone.
That's crazy. And
It's not one stop. Think about it.
okay, if it's 9 different, then yes, it's not one stop. It's under one roof.
You got AOL Messenger, you got the ads program, the groups program, the pages program, the Facebook program, the mentions program. There's 6 right there. Now, LinkedIn is not far behind because they got 4 different apps that go with LinkedIn. So how many apps do you want on your phone? How many notifications can you deal with? So Facebook comes out with Notify now. So here we go again. So, there's a lot of people that are on Facebook only because
Everybody else is on Facebook?
they have to be. If they did not have to be on Facebook, I guarantee Facebook would have about 500 million people. There is 1 billion people on Facebook that are only there because everybody else is there.
Yeah.
If something else came better along,
absolutely believe that.
They would jump ship in a heartbeat if they could.
And the kids are already leaving anyway because they don't want to be on the same place their mom and pop are, and so that's why the other.
Yeah, but now all the adults are going to Snapchat too. That's the whole
exactly. Exactly.
I got my Snapchat account. I'm not crazy about it, but I have no choice to be on it because I have to know what it's about.
Right.
Being in your business, yeah.
I mean, I had to, I hate to say it out loud. I mean, I have an LO account. I mean, I had to know what it was.
I have a Sue account and an LO account, sure.
I had a Buzz account.
think I logged in 4 days later. I never went back into it again.
I don't know what's going on there, but I got my name, so no one else can get my name.
Yeah. So I mean, as much as Facebook is, Brian said it this morning, and he was so on target. I was just like beaming when he said it. Facebook is being developed and streamlined and being brought ideas from a boardroom.
Right.
They have forgotten.
Right. They're not in the trenches.
About the trenches, about what people are going through.
That's right. And that's the way it's been for Google also.
Yeah. Google's strong. I understand that. They're cash happy. They got a lot of cash in the bank. But what was the last Google app that came out that was good?
That knocked it out of the park. Yeah, exactly.
The past 4 or 5 Google apps that came out,
they bomb at social. They're good at search. They bomb at social, and the reason is because they have the wrong people. They need people who are social.
they need to stay away from social.
Well, just give it to people who
They
know what they're
need to
doing.
specialize where they are.
Give me and Robert Robert, if you and I went into the social department and that was it, and we get to choose the people that we're going to work with in social, I think we can turn Google Plus into way better.
I wouldn't want to.
Than what it is. I would.
But you know why I wouldn't want to? Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, Periscopes, live streaming apps. I mean, think of the competition you're in.
Okay, so that begs this question, Robert.
If Google backed out of social media right now, they would be so much stronger.
So
focus on the apps and focus on the actual SEO and the search and all that stuff. And they're indexing Twitter. They're indexing Twitter's tweets, index Facebook, index all that stuff. They would be huge. Instead of going,
I think it goes to the older. Go ahead.
But on the social side of Google, obviously they don't have it. But Google, like you said, is a huge property, and they do more than just search. I mean, they're getting into some new stuff that is coming out that people don't even realize. Cars. Yeah, cars and robotics and all this other stuff. That's the future. So they're looking at.
That's why they need. That's why they need to drop the social, because they need to drop the Google Plus and all that stuff on social. But all they need to do is keep YouTube, and now focus on all the other stuff, and they would go crazy.
Is Facebook going to rival YouTube as a place to put your video?
It already has.
Are we okay?
Right.
It's already there. They're almost equal on. They're almost equal on views.
Wow.
And it took 1 year for them to do it.
So I need to start dropping videos over on Facebook.
Oh, you need to be doing it organically.
Yeah. You can't
straight
do
on
it as a YouTube.
Ever notice when you see
is there a course for Facebook video out yet that you would recommend?
I'm sure somebody has one. You know who's really well? Actually, she's really good at YouTube. Who's got something? Jed. Who's got a good course for Jed? Just came in the room. Jed, who's got a good course for understanding video?
And Mary Goulet, hello. You guys are welcome to take a seat with us. We're just shooting the breeze right now. Do you see value in what's going on here at Blab? We want to hear that.
I'm trying to figure out Bruce's question. What is the life of a video on Facebook? What do you mean, what is the life? Because once you put it on Facebook, it's there until you delete it
down, or terms of service are violated.
Views, I think he's saying how many views does it get? How long does those views come in?
Views on Facebook with video right now are 10 times more than putting on a post, because they actually push it out. They push it out. Facebook video doesn't get any more engagement or click-throughs. What do you mean, Jed? Yeah, well, it does get some more engagement. I've gotten engagement on video.
Mary's very cool. She's doubling down.
Janet knows a little about that too, because she looked at the video that she placed on YouTube and the same video she put on Facebook. Facebook got more views.
Guys, I want to invite Mary up here.
Which one got more engagement?
Let's coax Mary up into one of the seats. You guys know Mary Goulet?
I think I do.
Maybe.
I've heard of Mary.
Mary's. I used to listen to Mary in the early 2000s. Mary doesn't know this, I don't think.
No, she does.
I've listened to her before. Here she comes. Let's see, this is the way to do it.
That's everywhere.
That's a Blab hosting moment right there. That's a Frienducation moment. How do you get people into the seats that you want into the seats?
Ask them.
You just coax them up, and make them feel comfy. And I think I'm hoping, Mary, you may have to refresh. I hope you're on a Chrome browser. What are you on? If you can tell us before you leave, can you hear me? Because I'll help you out. I'll bounce you out. You just refresh and come right back in. That should solve it. 99.9% are solved by refreshing.
Wagner, I hung up my license 5 years ago when I started my social media business. But I have 13 years of real estate background, and that's how I built my business, was on social media. And now I train on social media across the country.
I'm wondering if Mary can hear me. Mary, are you hearing me? Just type a Y if you hear me. Oh, okay.
She's not in the room.
She's left. Okay.
No, she left.
She might be refreshing.
All right, cool.
We're starting now. So BS.
So Preston, is this called a? Is this what is known as a blabjack?
It is. You've been blabbacking it the whole time, but I'm okay with it. You know.
So do I get any points taken off as your friend or what? Do you give me points or take away points? Let me know. What's in the mind of Preston?
Do you not trust him as much now, Preston?
Like I said, I was planning to have maybe an hour and a half at the most, and my friend told me don't go on forever, and I'm like, you know, there's some value, if we're talking about value, there's some value in staying longer because you get to meet more people come on your blab, you get different perspectives from different things, and you learn new things.
You do.
So,
you do. And newer people come in that wouldn't come in the first hour, but they come in the fifth hour. How many hours you been doing this, Preston?
Since 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. So what is that?
7?
6 hours and 7 hours? No, 8 hours. Jeez.
Central? You're 10.
7, 8.
10 minus 3 is 7 in my book.
It's 10 o'clock right now. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock right now.
So 7 hours. Wow. And I've been here the whole entire time.
You have.
Robert is expecting marathons out of me if he says, I see Roy on. Oh, I got to go do something. 5 hours later, he'll still be here.
No, Roy pops on. I go in for the first half an hour to talk to him, and then I go work, and I do my full day of work, and then I come back in and say goodnight to him.
That's it. That's it.
You've been here for an hour at least, Robert.
There she is.
Mary. Hello, Mary.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mary. How you doing?
Mary, you still calling in from San Diego?
I am beautiful Encinitas.
Nice. Very nice. Now, I used to listen to Mary's show. She's very informative. She had a show on the Mary Goulet show back in the early 2000s. I think I caught your first show somewhere around 2004-ish.
Yeah.
And then you were by yourself. You're solo still. And then you went and got yourself, as I like to say, your Tonto or your Lone Ranger, because both of them had each other, right? Nobody stays solo for the duration. Can you talk about that a second?
Yeah, I started out on WS Radio in 2002 by myself, doing 2 shows for entrepreneurs under the Entrepreneur magazine umbrella. And then got involved with another person to do a mom's show, which was Mom's Town, and rode that wave for she was 10 years and wrote some books, did a lot of Dr. Phil and Montel and other hundreds of morning shows and a couple of books, Simon & Schuster and that, and then broke that off, and now I'm back on my own.
Nice.
So
very
I
nice.
love it. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing, Mary. I like to get to know people really fast and really quick. I call myself the speed relationship guy. So here's the thing. I have an interesting and maybe lesser known fact about me that most people don't know. So I'll share that, and then I'll ask you to share something likewise that most people won't know.
Just ask it, Roy. Just ask it.
Well, wait a second. Let me put it this way. So Vanna White, for those of you guys who know who Vanna White is, you know, the letter turner. Anyway, she and I share the exact same birthday, month, and year. So I have to find out from her what time she was born, because I was born at 10 minutes after 12 in the afternoon, and find out which one of us is older, because I share that. So I know a pretty, well, I don't know if it's well-known or less well-known fact about you, but do you think I know what you're going to say?
No. Would you know?
Well, tell me what you're going to say, and then I'll tell everyone what I learned way back when. A lesser known fact about yourself that you want us to know about you, so that we can get a better connection with Mary Goulet.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah, me and everybody else that's listening and
on
the recording.
So,
and the recording.
Okay, so this is quirky, so I'll just go with it.
That's it. We want quirky.
Who's my cousin?
Robert.
Who would you? Yes. Don't tell me you knew that.
I knew that.
Oh.
And that's
all
why
right.
I set this up this way. So is that kind of cool? Is that kind of cool?
Yeah,
Robert, do you know who Robert Goulet is?
Yes.
Preston, do you?
Yes.
This is Mary's cousin. So, and this is Mary. So what do you guys think of Mary? What do you think of her introduction here into Blab? Oh, by the way, Mary, how long you been here? 100 days or not yet?
No, my friend Richard Otey has been on Blab since, he's one of my co-hosts since like the beginning, and Periscope the same thing. And so he brought us on Blab for our radio show maybe a couple weeks ago, but I knew about it before then.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So no, I'm not as new as you guys are. You guys are like super seasoned.
Super seasoned.
So what do you see in this place? Do you see value?
I actually love it, especially doing like a radio show or something. And I said I was doubling down on it because you can't see the expressions of people on radio.
Yes.
And other people can make comments on the side that we can see, so we can comment individually. So we had the other day 3 laptops in the studio.
Nice.
Each of us commenting, and then we were commenting to one another as hosts.
I love
because
that.
sometimes when you're co-hosting, you're not always looking at the person. So if one person's talking and they're not looking at you, and yesterday I got busted because my co-host Steve was going on and on with the story, and I was like, dude, give it up. And he saw my face. He's like, I just saw you. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't do that because he's going to see me like right then. So he made the comedy zone. I got my eyes on you. So that's awesome to add that extra dimension, audio,
Absolutely.
video, and text all together.
Absolutely. And when you do it right, or rightly, and you have the right people in the background that have your back, because you almost have to have a co-host in one of the seats.
They don't always have your back.
Yeah, yeah, and they need to have your back. But I say have a co-host in the seat and have a co-host outside as well for the comments, so you don't have to pay any attention to that. The host can focus in on what they do best, and that is talking, and not texting. Right, Mary?
Having a like I'm doing right now, trying to get my guy Richard Otey to come back on. We do have our producer of our show. She'll be answering along. Rich will answer along. But it's funny, just the dialogue. Like you guys maybe, you don't do it because you guys are all in separate places. The advantage of being in the same room is you get the person in the same room, and then you get to see them on
and
camera.
off camera.
Oh my gosh. It's very funny.
Mary, I just did that in LA on Monday
amazing.
with my podcast partner. We've never met in person. And we met for the first time and did a live podcast at the Westin Hotel in LA at LA Airport. And she went around interviewing strangers in the bar. And we were doing it live together. So it was so weird, me on the computer screen here and then turning like this and looking at her like right there.
Yeah.
I know.
On and off
because I had never done that. Because we have a podcast we do every Monday night. We do the whole thing on Blab.
See, I like Blab more than I like Periscope, but they're both totally different.
Correct.
Periscope is if I just want to share something with you,
Correct.
and then I have my followers that way.
Yeah.
Whereas Blab, I'm like,
she gets props for this one.
Thank you. I want to bring you into the conversation.
Yes. Just like I did. When I saw you in here, I said, Mary Goulet, let's see, what can I do to get her in one of these seats?
Ask her.
I didn't even hesitate
very cool, Roy.
to do whatever I had to do to get you in one of these seats because I wanted to meet you. So, Mary, how did you feel? Okay, first of all, what drew you into the room?
One of my co-hosts, Rich, he's totally into streaming, audio, video, all that streaming academy stuff. And he was on, he's like, let's just jump on a Blab and let's jump on the 100 days on Blab. Because most of the other podcasts, right, or the blabs are about the Paris.
Yeah. I'm following it on Twitter as we speak.
Yeah, and I was watching the news. And so he had to take a phone call. And so I just went along with the idea, and then I popped on yours.
Oh, my goodness. So it wasn't even your original idea to be here. Preston, how does that make you feel since this is your blab?
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm not saying. I'm teasing.
So was he in the room also?
He never made it in. I tried to text
took a phone
him.
call.
Hey, who did the look at the Robert Goulet picture.
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
Jens. Jens is the one that posted that. So thank you, Jens.
Yeah, nice job.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was saying that this blab, I started this at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time just as a celebration that I went 100 days. And now all of a sudden no one could see how long they've been because they took that out. But I guess they're taking that back.
Still, you can see it on mobile.
You can see it on mobile, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't check
I'm
mobile.
100 because I'm 101.
Hey, Robert, can you check what Roy Montero is? Just / Roy Montero. I can't see mine, and I'm thinking it's close to 140 or something. So I'd love to know. So Mary, how did you feel when I coaxed you up as pleasantly and as lovingly as I possibly could? How did you feel?
I felt, oh crap, where are my headphones? So because I don't need headphones when I'm in the studio because we have it all rigged through the mixer and the soundboard.
Sure.
Right.
So I'm like, oh crap, I need my headphones. I better run and get them.
Ooh, there was an echo.
Yeah,
I'm checking this thing real quick. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, so okay, so that's what you thought. But how did you feel? Did you feel
I felt
like on the spot, or did you feel good? Did I call you out too quickly? Am I rude, crude, or did you feel comfy and friendly enough to come and meet this guy that's saying these things about you and asking you to come take a seat?
No, I loved it. I think it's great. I love it. It gives me more practice. I love the combination of being able to interact with you guys in real time, see your knucklehead faces, and
I love this woman already. So if I didn't call you up, I'm sorry, Preston, go.
You're gonna ask that question?
I'm sorry, say it again.
No, Roy, are you going to ask that question?
Oh, I should. Let me ask her right now before. So I was going to ask her if she would have jumped in if nobody coached her in. So answer that second. Answer this one first. Mary, yes or no? Do you trust me?
Absolutely not.
Ooh.
How come you walked right into that?
Ooh. Robert, what your thoughts on how she replied or responded? Because that's what she did. She
responded the exact way that I think a normal person, again, using the word normal in context, because nobody is, as society normally would answer it. Without knowing you, without seeing you, with meeting you the first time, I don't think that 90% of the people out there will say they trust somebody right away.
But I will give you kudos that you referenced that you had known about me being on the air in 2004, 3.
Right.
No, I'm in all good fun. I'm just teasing you. I love this. And here's the thing about protocol and what is the proper time to say, oh, can I join in? I just wanted to be on the side when you see, oh, Mary's popped up. Hi, Mary. That doesn't give me an invitation right away to go sit in with you guys.
Right.
So what's proper protocol for doing something like that?
Just what I did. If I know you. And if I don't know you.
There's more protocol than that.
And if
it's up to the host usually to decide what they wanted to do.
Mary, if you see a conversation that's going on and you're listening and you want to get into like your 2 cents, you could actually write in the chat, can I jump in for a quick question? And because you have an actual picture and you have an actual bio that talks about your 2 teenage kids and your love of golf and San Diego realtor and all about you, they will let you in.
Okay.
Now, if you're an egghead with no picture and no bio, you ain't getting in my blab.
Well, there was a guy that came in our blab and he just popped in, we let him in, and then he started talking and promoting himself and something he was doing online. And we're like, that's not relevant to our discussion, but we appreciate you, coming by.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's so new. People are trying to learn about that, perhaps.
Well, we talked about it earlier too, is that, sometimes because this is such a new platform, I don't treat eggheads bad. I treat them as people, because sometimes they just don't realize that their profile is a very big part of this whole conversation thing. And some of them are very high quality people when they start setting it up, and you get to learn about them. But there are a lot of trolls that do that because they don't want to be recognized, and when they come in, they'll do stupid things. There's been many cases of people actually showing their privates, on certain cases. And when the community hears this, we get after them and they get kicked out right away.
Mary just left Blab.
But I'm serious. That's happened. Not on my Blab.
Preston didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. You'll probably never encounter this.
No,
but
I've been
Mary, you're on Periscope. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
They're there.
And it's the conversation that causes people to come in, especially when you have a big room with many people. They know
I think
that
she froze.
Oops.
But there she is.
I did freeze. Yeah, it froze for a second.
But what I was saying is that I think you got to treat everybody nice. I don't think but like Robert said, if they come in here, if the egghead comes in here, I'm gonna look at their profile, and if they don't have a profile, I'll say, hey, I don't know you. If you could please fill out your profile first and then come back in, I'd be glad to allow you.
That's
to come
very good. I like that. So I let an egghead in just a few days ago, and I had my finger over the X just in case. All right. Because it's a double clicker. You click it once and then you got to click it again. So I had that second X ready to rattle and roll. And they just didn't know, because I looked and I saw that they had followed nobody, there was like 1 and 0. So I'm going like, oh, brand new. So it turned out to be a good guy. I said, here's what you do. He did it, put his picture there, put his profile there, and he was good to go. It's that simple. So it's up to you, the individual. And usually, usually there's no usually in my book. I don't know. Mary, have you encountered that, or do you think you might encounter something like that? Or
Well, I let some of the other guys handle that part of it for us because we're doing the show. Otherwise, nobody's even buying. So, we're just new to it.
Okay.
But I really go ahead.
So if you're doing the show, so then do you lock the seat so it's just the two of you and people can come in and listen and watch you guys doing it like live, because you're going to record it and put it elsewhere, like on your YouTube channel or your blog or whatever? Yes?
Well, no, we want people to comment.
Oh, you do want people to comment during your show?
Sure.
Okay.
And if there's somebody that we recognize or they say we want to be on the show, and we can look at, it's the same thing. It's just we're newer at it. So it's the same process. Plus, we're live on air for 12 minutes, and then we go to commercial break. So we just have to be, able to kind of figure it out. But we leave Blab on during the commercials as well, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, they give you the behind the scenes.
We walk. I'll get up and walk away, and I'll like, "What are you doing?" And
I love that. You're going to be a hit, Mary. You're going to be a hit
Mary, how many shows have you guys done?
How many shows?
Yeah, on Blab.
Oh, we've done 2 weeks. So only 4 hours.
Okay,
we
so
do 2 hours every Thursday.
They don't give you co-hosting ability, do they?
I'm a co-host.
Because I have no replays under you right now.
Okay, go under Reinvention. Oh, Mr. Bold or Reinvention Radio.
Okay.
So we were working out the kinks yesterday, so our first hour was kind of all goofed up. Sometimes it's difficult to get on Blab and make it not buffer a lot. Is there a cure for that?
What do you mean? I don't.
Well, why did I freeze?
Are you on Wi-Fi or mobile?
Are you on a phone or a computer?
I'm on a computer.
Okay, what type?
Hardwired.
MacBook Pro.
Okay, is it
Wi-Fi.
on? Is it on Wi-Fi? Is it hardwired or on?
Wi-Fi.
I can't even use the word.
Yeah, Wi-Fi.
All right,
So
Man,
that,
I'm a loss of that word. Something's wrong.
That's it right there. It's your Wi-Fi. So get closer to your hub and/or you need a stronger signal.
It's
your
also
Wi-Fi.
possible. It's also possible the upload speed is not enough.
That's
Because
what
I think
just
you
said,
have to have at least 1.5 megabytes of upload speed.
Okay,
And I don't know
that's
if
a good point.
I don't know if that's per video, because I'm running only 5 megabytes upload speed, and I'm still having this.
Yeah,
which
the
I'm
more
really
if both
surprised.
seats are taken, it's more of a draw.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. Yes, that's why it's happening. So it's always best
Then again,
to be hardwired.
Mm-hmm.
That's always best here right now during beta. I'm sure it'll get better, and pretty soon you'll be perfect anywhere, even on the Himalayas.
It'll be nice when we can go more mobile, though. But like Robert
Thank
said,
you,
is that
Mr.
mobile is
Michael.
working well.
Mobile's working very well right now, depending on your service, but it's working very well. Like I said, I mean, we did the whole podcast. I was on my laptop, and she was strolling around with my iPhone, and she didn't have a problem.
That's good.
Love it. So what do you think of this place, Mary? Is it going to go anywhere? Is it a fad? Is it what is your prediction for this type of platform? They call it a conversation platform. Do you see it as such? Also, while it is live streaming, it's different than Periscope, right?
I think the use of it is different than Periscope.
Yes.
But I'm not as into all of this part of it as much as you guys might be. I was trying to figure out, like, Google Hangouts. How is it different than that?
A
lot easier to get on.
Definitely easier, and definitely easier to find people to collaborate and co-create with. So that's what these guys have over them. Yes, and everything is public. That keeps a lot of riffraff out. Can I say riffraff while it's being recorded, Preston?
You already did.
You already did.
What's wrong with the words riffraff?
I don't know. Some people don't say that because that is me.
Riffraff. Okay.
There you are.
Let's see what the Urban Dictionary says riffraff is. I don't know.
But
But
it's a public situation. You can see every single blab that's going on. You can be part of because there are no private blabs. So if you go to the homepage, every single blab is showing.
But you have to still be invited in.
No, you can still go in the room and listen and be in the
Oh, yeah,
chat.
you can do that, but you can't go on the 4 squares.
You can only go on the 4 squares if the host accepts you in.
Right.
But you can do that without any prompting whatsoever, and if the
can
host
just
so
ask.
decides, they'll put you in because they figure you don't know their protocol, whatever their protocol is.
So are you only using this for the radio show?
No, I'm going to be doing a lot more blabs with my book concepts and coaching and stuff like that. And real estate, I'm going to be doing, because I sell real estate.
I know.
As well. I'm going to be doing, right? Little plug for Mary.
Well, no, I read it in your profile, and I was a realtor for 14 years.
Yeah.
And I have clients, on here now.
Oh, good. So, periscoping open houses, periscoping neighborhoods. I have a vacation rental property and periscoping that.
Absolutely.
That's very cool. And this is a little tidbit, Robert.
Go
2
ahead.
houses I just sold, I sold to out-of-town buyers using FaceTime because I didn't know about Blab. Or Periscope.
You do know you could do a private Periscope.
Yes, I do.
And what's nice about the Periscope over the FaceTime is that the comments and all that stuff that they can be typing to you because you're speaking and they're not. I know FaceTime, you can do it, but FaceTimes aren't recorded.
True.
And if you do a private Periscope, as soon as you get off, it's on your phone and you can send it right back to them if they want to review it again.
That's a good point. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're not, no, that's an awesome point. Here's the thing. If you're not into this technology, do you know that my clients looked at me sideways I could see them in my mind when they're like, you mean you can FaceTime the house to me? Could you imagine if I said, let's Periscope? They would have like, how do I do that?
Yeah. Walk them through it. Because once they do it with you, then they're like, wow, Mary really knows her technology.
You have so many more brownie points. They're impressed by your what is it? Your trailblazer-ness. Yes.
How did you do your contracts for those out-of-towners?
DocuSign.
Hello?
What?
Not everybody's on DocuSign. You had to walk them through that too.
It's a little bit more user-friendly in their minds than
But I'm saying,
Periscope.
yeah, it's showing your technology way of doing things. You sold 2 homes from out-of-town people that looked at it through the computer, showed it to them everything, did all the documentation, not in person, did it on DocuSign, sent it off to any attorney that had to go to or whatever you had to do, and you never even had to meet them.
You never shook flesh. You never shook
That's
flesh.
true.
You never shook hands. You never
Until
did any of that.
they came out to see the property, and then you're nervous. You're like, oh my gosh, I hope they love the property. I sold them on FaceTime.
Well, that's who you are, and this is a powerful story when you show this. Let people know, your prospects know, look, this is what I can do for you too.
Yeah, it was great.
And you're in a town that you will get people from out of town to do that. That's
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're
why. I mean, it's not like Boise,
second
Idaho. They're running to Boise, Idaho on a Periscope to see a house, but San Diego, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was great. They're so happy, both of them. I just saw one this past week came out, and one I'm meeting tomorrow at the place, and it's fun. They're not knuckleheads. They're thinking, okay, I'm showing them everything. It's not like I'm hiding the football on them, and I want them to be happy. I want them to see everything. They're just, this is the way the world's going.
Yes.
So you have one other thing in your bio I'm curious about, and I think it's something Roy needs a lot of help with.
Gasp.
It's called the Go With Your Gut process?
Yeah.
What is that?
Okay, so I'm actually originally known for that process. I created in 97. I wrote my first book on it in 2004. And I've spoken at a bunch of groups about how to know you're making a decision from your gut instead of your ego or emotions. Because we all have decisions we made that emotionally we knew we shouldn't have married that person, or we knew we shouldn't have.
Ouch.
Was she listening to us earlier, Roy, when I said
I think she was. She was doing the eavesdropping thing. Fly on the wall thing. Go ahead, Mary.
So anyway, it's a simple process to learn. You just have to remind yourself, because we can't help but want what we want. And if we know it's not something that's good for us, we'll still cave and go, that's okay, it'll be fine, I'll fix it later. But typically, relationship, financial decisions that are made with our ego or our emotions take years to recover from. So.
Interesting.
I know one kind of wound that time does not heal, and those are relationship wounds, okay? Some people believe that time heals all wounds. No. For me, not true. Relationship wounds, time doesn't heal them. You have to actually work at it to heal it, right? Is that what you're saying, Mary?
Yeah, but there's also, in a relationship, wound are layered other wounds. So you go into financial situations with that person. Those all have to be unwound. So then you're just creating a domino effect when all you had to do was admit, in the moment, let's not get into this relationship seriously, or if we do, let's not get deeply involved in the money until we work out our issues. And there's so many times that we just want what we want in the moment, even though we know it's not going to last long term. And if we could just be patient, because we're a very, let's say, Blab, Periscope, texting, instant gratification society.
Instant, yes.
We just want what we want, and we want it now. So if I've done this. I know my system so well that I can say out loud, I'm going against my gut, and I know I'm going to regret this. And, it's on a scale. I'm not going to do it to the tune of $100,000, but we are tempted to discount that true knowingness we have. And so it's a very small book, and it's something that it's just a good system. Learn it. I'll send you guys a free ebook.
You're obviously passionate about
I am,
this particular
because
topic. Yeah, obviously.
and being especially being an entrepreneur. How many times do you have to make all your own decisions? If you work in a corporation, you know, more or less, you know the guidelines, what's expected, what you're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
But as an entrepreneur, should I spend 20 hours learning Blab? Should I, you know, meet up with people?
They should just bring me in and I'll teach them.
Not if you don't like meeting people. My one-liner is, if you don't like meeting people, don't blab.
Right.
Real simple.
If you don't like networking, if you don't like being able to, you know, talk about discussions, whether they're, you know, hard discussions or, you know, regular discussions, you know, be on the sideline, because it does take a certain person to be on camera. You know,
You need to be a go-giver, I think. That's all. Bottom line. What do you think, Preston?
Go-giver. That's a good one. Bob Berg wrote that.
I love that. I love that book by Bob. And go-givers sell more. The reason go-givers sell more is because they allow you to feel.
Yeah.
Right. And Mary, you know, okay. So this is, I promised myself that I would do this every chance I got with a female in the room. So Mary, I've been, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Here we go.
Do you ever take a night off, Roy?
Oh no, never.
Well, he's jacking my one. That's for
I have a little something for just about any situation. So here we go. So Mary, I contend that in my own observation of 58 years on this planet, I've come to the conclusion that boys and girls don't network any differently than we do as adults. And what I want to say is this: if you watch our 7-year-old sons and daughters, and you watch the boys first, two boys, they don't know each other, they meet at a sandbox. Immediately one of the boys will say to the other boy, "You want to play?" The other one goes, "Okay." And they're off playing in the sandbox. When two girls, 7-year-olds, meet at a sandbox, they don't know each other. It's like, "Oh, I really like your dress. Oh, why, thank you. Where'd you get those shoes? I really like your shoes." 8 minutes later, they're like, "Oh, did you want to play in the sandbox with me?" "Oh, why, certainly." Now, how accurate is that, Mary? Am I getting the gender roles kind of, correct, or how do you see that?
I think you're onto something, and I also think that if two women are together and one says, "Oh, you have something," like something happens, and the women are embarrassed to say it to the other woman, and the other woman's embarrassed to hear it, or something bad happens, they'll talk about it for 24 hours. "Well, how did you feel about that? Isn't that terrible?" And then they'll meet for coffee. "Oh my gosh, you know what, let's go back to that. That person wasn't very nice, and I think we should talk about that." Well, in a guy, if something happens, the guy will go, "Dude, your hair is on fire." "Oh, well, thank you for putting my hair out, telling me, and you put your hair out on fire," and you guys go on to the football game. You don't even care. But women have a tendency to really try to figure out the landscape, see if they're going to be safe, see how much power they can wield, or if it's going to be equal. And guys, you guys are just like, "My hair's on fire. Thanks for telling me. Now let's just go and hang out."
Waffles.
And bring some
waffles,
chips.
that's what we call them. There's a difference between men and women. We're waffles and you guys are spaghetti.
Yeah, we're all mixed up.
Well,
It's true.
Anybody who says that a woman is complicated doesn't have the right perspective, in my humble opinion. Okay, women are not complicated; they're complex, and there's a huge difference between the two.
You are a smart man.
Huge difference. And when I say that, and a woman hears it, I'm right for a change.
Yes, you
right?
are.
Because Mary, this is something just funny. This is like a joke. When a man speaks his opinion and there's no woman around to hear it, is he still wrong?
Yes.
He's still wrong.
So
I think we lost Robert. Robert's bored with us already.
Oh no, he's fully here. He can double text, or he can double. What is it called?
I'm listening at the same time, but I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on over there.
Task.
Yeah. I feel bad in one way that we're running this during that time period too, but
how many people we got here? We got 14 people here. So Mary,
the numbers are just increasing like crazy over there.
Aurora.
About Paris, Mary.
Yeah, no.
Wow.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'll watch out for you. Thanks for letting me join in.
Yeah, Mary, anytime,
problem.
anytime, absolutely. If you
What time is your Blab for your radio show?
12 o'clock on Tuesday Pacific time and 12 o'clock on Thursday Pacific time.
And what's the consensus of the show? What is it about?
Well, 12 o'clock on Tuesday is me, entrepreneurial stuff. And then, because I'm a woman and I can change my mind. And I do. And then Thursday is Reinvention Radio with Steve Olsher. And he has some amazing guests that join us. And I'm his co-host to try and keep him in line. Because he can like stray and I'm like, dude, come back.
So you keep it
It's
focused.
very funny. Yeah, it's very funny. It's irreverent.
So it's 12 o'clock Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it's always on, and you have it on Blab.
Yes.
I have to look out for it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
and I'll look
absolutely.
out for you guys.
Yeah, you know how easy it is to add to Google Calendar, right? If you use Google Calendar, subscribe, and it'll be right there in your email. Send yourself an email through it, and then you just click a button that says add it to Google Calendar, and there it is. It doesn't get any easier. Boom is right. Mary, thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too. Enjoy.
Nice to meet you, Mary.
All right,
Pleasure
bye.
meeting you.
Oh, Mary, can I use, just type a Y, Mary, if I can use this likeness of you as a soundbite for my marketing material and possibly a life class or master class. Just a Y or an N will do if you're still listening, and I think she is. Okay,
Yeah,
so
she's still here.
where's the ethics behind this, guys? Can you just take anybody's sound bites? Let's say there's a 1 hour show. Can you take like a 10-minute sound bite? Is that
She put a Y for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary. Yes,
I think you still have to ask.
They were
I think
all
you still
good
have to-
shots. As far as I saw, they were all good shots. So I don't have a problem.
I think you still have to ask the question. You know, are you allowing me to do that before you actually do it? You could do it without them knowing, but if they know and they didn't want it, you could probably get sued by them if they don't have
I
a
don't
good
think they'd
relationship.
win. I don't think they'd win in a lawsuit.
You don't think they would?
I think
win?
that's covered
No,
under the
because
fair-
I would think also that we would
Because it's
need
public.
to. It's as a public site. They know that when anybody comes in.
Oops. Robert, you kicked the wrong button.
He kicked himself out.
Hey, if anybody else wants to join, we have an open seat. So I don't know how much longer I can last, but if you like the conversation, and even if you don't, pretend like you do and come in and join us and introduce yourself if we don't yet know you, and answer the question. How long have you been on Blab, and do you see any value?
Yes, that was the whole point of this.
I want to know. I'm done derailing this.
Coming back. Yeah, right, Robert.
Well,
Right,
that was
right,
actually
Troy.
my own fault.
Robert, you pushed
I
the wrong
wanted to look, and I'm going to do it on the other computer so I don't screw it up again. It's nice having
You get some
multiple computers.
Yes, how many you got?
I want to go into. I have two. I have
I have one
Surface-
dedicated just to Blab, so I get
This
all
is-
the notifications I need.
This is the Surface tablet. This is my tablet that I use the camera for
Oh, cool.
Blab.
Nice. It's a lot clearer.
I wanted to go to the. Is it the settings? No. I want to go to Blab's home page. Where is? There it
Well,
is.
Evolve says you can replay it on this platform without permission. Off platform only with something. You can't illegally use it off site. He talked to Farquaad and Mitch Jackson about it. He said that it can sue you for defamation.
So we're only talking
Defamation
about
of
10 minutes out of an hour, right?
About what? This? Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is taking a 10-minute soundbite out of an hour show, or taking a 20-minute soundbite out of a 2-hour show, or as the math increases, you understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, so
I'm
we've been
giving
running
you-
for 7 hours, so you're saying
Yeah,
you can get a
all
whole
I'm-
bunch of
All I'm saying is that when I read the Fair Copyright Act of the United States, it tells me that I can do
Well,
what,
that would be a
what
question.
I'm saying here, unless there's other stipulation.
I'm reading
that
the terms of service as we speak. That's why.
Yeah, Mitch Jackson probably would have a better idea of what that would be, because he's obviously is he a streaming lawyer, or is he
No,
just
he's
more interested?
He's a lawyer.
No, he's
Yeah.
He's a lawyer that loves social media.
Social media,
but he's a litigation lawyer.
Yeah. So imagine that, a lawyer loving social media and actually being transparent with us. Imagine that.
Yeah.
And he actually has gotten business from it.
Absolutely. Of course he is. Absolutely. I mean, he is just absolutely being himself. Mitch is a good guy. Totally recommend Mitch.
Oh, yeah.
So Yvonne says you can take like 12 seconds.
So here's what I'm going to say.
preview.
Here's what I'm going to say. Guys, I need opinions on this because I'm pretty sure I can do this. So if this is my Blab, and I started it, and I'm recording it on the side, right? Then I can take anything, 10-minute, 20-minute,
the whole Blab,
and turn it into a soundbite, and use it for my marketing material, my class material, and I don't even have to ask anybody, because the mere fact that we're recording is saying to us, hey, look, the recording button is on, you know it's on, so we get to do with this, and if you don't want it, then don't be here. Robert, what do you say? Is that interpreted correctly for you?
My interpretation is, and it really doesn't state it either way in here, and that's the part that's missing, but if you are walking into a Blab or even a Periscope, because you type in Periscopes, and you are part of it and understand, because guess what? There's a little red button on the top right side that says recording, and you jump in and you see that this is recording, you are basically giving up those rights.
That's the way I see it.
Now,
okay,
I'm talking on a legal standpoint. Now, on a moral and ethical standpoint, that's a different situation. Like when I did my 9/11 Blab, and I had people coming on, and they were going to share their stories of where they were, who they lost, things like that. Every single person that came in the room, on a moral standpoint, I said, this is being recorded. If you do, before you tell us your story and everything, if you'd like me to turn the recording off for your part, I will. Now, I did that purposely under just being nice about it, because, maybe they don't want that recorded. They want to verbally talk about it, but they don't want it recorded. I didn't want to upset them, because it was one of those days we don't want to remember, which obviously Paris is going through right now. And I just did that because of me. Did I have to? No. But I just did it because I thought it was the right thing to do. I don't think if I'm on this Blab and Roy puts this out on his stuff, because you got to remember, one of the things it does say in terms of service, that they do claim rights to use and share your content in various ways. Blab has that right. So anybody who jumps in the box can be used on a Blab advertisement. And it even says, you automatically grant us a non-exclusive, royalty-free, transferable, sub-licensable worldwide license to use, display, reproduce, transmit, modify, reformat, or excerpt, rearrange, distribute, and archive your user content on Blab for the purposes of operating, organizing, promoting, and providing the site and app to you and to other current prospective users. So once a person jumps in that box, Blab has the right to use it for whatever they want to promote.
Right. And so does everybody else that isn't Blab necessarily, but they haven't stated it or written it anywhere, but it's more or less, and especially if you're the one that started it. So I wouldn't necessarily go into one of yours, Robert, and take any sound bites. I would ask the host.
Yeah, I think you have to be the host. It makes it your Blab. Like this is Preston's Blab, so Preston would have to give the right to that. But when you're doing your own, like Preston can use me as much as he wants.
And me.
Because it's his Blab. He owns it.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. And even if I did, I think you still have legal legs to stand on, because I allowed you to record my likeness. Or actually me. I don't know. Is that legal speak? I don't know.
Legalese.
Record your
I
likeness.
have no idea. You got to ask Jeremy that one.
But that is a good one to maybe we should get Mitch on one day.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not. No, but to come on and re-verify that, because it goes for Periscope, it goes for Meerkat, it goes for all of them.
Well, I even heard on Periscope, if you are on a public location, it's okay to do a scope. But if you're inside of a private location,
You need
i.e.
permission.
coffee, yeah, you need commit.
And you do know Starbucks put a memo out to every single one of its stores that Periscope's Meerkat's live streaming is not allowed to be done in their stores.
Yep. But they don't say anything about Blab.
They call it live streaming, and you just muted yourself.
Nope, nothing yet. So I'm sorry, Robert. I had my.
That's
there
okay.
you are. You're back.
It's this thing, this little thing that you press a button.
Yeah, me too. I got one of those too.
We got to crowdfund you a new mic.
Yeah,
So
I
anyway.
appreciate that.
Oh, thanks, Clarissa. Clarissa says I rock. Thank you, Clarissa.
Wow.
I love her.
Awesome.
Clarissa's the bomb.
It's not even your Blab and you rock, Roy.
Yes, she's the bomb. I think I met her in 2012.
That's funny.
I think. Anyway, what did you say? I was having one ear here and one ear on what you just said, Robert.
No, I was just saying, Blab has the right to do what they want, which I think boils over when they look at it, which I'll be honest with you. Let's say there's 100,000 people on here. How many do you think actually read the terms of service when they signed up?
Like less than 1/10 of 1%.
And it probably
No one
looks
does.
exactly like Periscopes, which looks exactly like Meerkats. They all have the same, which is exactly, by the way, that has catch. They all have the same terminology.
Sure.
No, Michael, we
Google had it too,
understand Blab controls all the copy, and it's just shared ownership. Blab can do what. But does anybody, Michael, have the right, because this is being recorded, Preston owns it, can he use it on his YouTube channel if I didn't want him to and I'm on the record?
I say it's a yes.
I think he can do what he wants.
Yes.
No.
Michael's saying no. But I think
but if
Preston has the right because he owns the Blab and I joined the hot seat with it being recorded. It's an interesting concept.
It is. Because I don't know if I put this on YouTube, especially since it's been so long. I don't think it's going to upload for a long time.
You should break it into like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Every hour on the hour, yeah. I have to edit
Michael's
it, though.
saying you have to have verbal or written permission. And now Clarissa's saying, I'm right. This is where we're getting into difference of opinions. It's interesting.
Oh,
Now we're going to have a good Blab coming up for the next 8 hours.
Mitch Jackson reporting Mitch Jackson.
So whose Blab is this? I know it's got Preston's name on it, but here's what happened. So Preston made this known to me in a Skype room that I'm in with him. And there were like 25 of us or 20 of us, how many, whatever. He said, hey, I'm having this. I don't know. You posted that maybe about 3 hours ahead of time, something like that, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And so I put it on my schedule by being in the room, and that way I can hear it. When you jump in and start talking, I can hear you and go right to the tab. That's how I do stuff. So I was here from the beginning. You eventually gave me co-hosting abilities, and then you said you had to leave, and I continued and gave 1 or 2 other people co-hosting as well, because I jumped off and back and forth. And then you came back. I don't know. How long had it been? Like an hour?
Not even that much. About a half hour.
Okay. So then when you came back, it was yours all along, and I just kept it running. But when you came back, we were already all over the place, right? I mean, the topic wasn't even on. And I dare not change anybody else's topic, much less, unless I've been given specific instructions that I could. So I didn't want to do any of that. But so technically, since I now also have access to your video, because you made me co-host, and even though I explained it the way I did, can I upload this to my YouTube video and do whatever the heck I want?
Right now, because I gave you the co-host ability, you have this recording as well.
Yeah,
so
but I don't
does
get an
everybody
email.
else that you get. No, it's actually on your profile though.
So okay, whoa,
Yeah,
that
it's on my
changes
profile.
something now.
Okay, go ahead, Robert.
So you gave co-hosting ability to Roy.
Yes.
Does
And a
that
couple other
mean
people.
does that mean you gave joint ownership to the Blab because he gets the download also?
Yes.
I think I did. Yeah.
I get the opportunity to upload it to YouTube, to my YouTube channel, just as well as you do, and you can't stop me, neener.
No, and
Right.
I don't care. I mean, I
No, and
like
I'm not
that.
saying that.
Yeah,
I'm just
but I understand what you're
being
saying,
dramatic
yeah.
for effect, because I know I'm going to use this as a soundbite.
That's
But think about that, because
same
are
rules
you
apply.
giving away part of those rights when you make a co-host?
So did Blab get it right in giving us the upload to YouTube feature when you're just a co-host? And when a co-host passes on to another co-host, to someone else that the original host didn't even know, and yeah, what could happen with said video?
All right, I gotta. Unfortunately, I do want to talk about this, but I do have to jump ship.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks for coming,
No worries.
Robert. Appreciate it.
All right. I'm sure I will talk to you. Yeah, I got. I'll be around a little bit over the weekend. I got my daughter's birthday tomorrow morning. Actually, tomorrow's her actual birthday, but Sunday is the fun party of 17 little girls.
Wow!
You got to periscope that one. No, I'm just kidding.
They're nice.
I'm taking them to Sky Zone. That's that trampolines where they can bounce all over the place.
Oh, nice.
We need to get a
What a
camera
great
there.
What a great dad.
Can't. Her mom's going to be there, so I can't periscope it.
No. I'm talking about our HD webcams.
No.
Oh, there you go. All right, guys. I'll
All
talk
right,
to you.
Robert. Thank you.
Take care, everybody. Bye.
Take care. Have a good day. Well, now we'll have 2 open seats.
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
that's
Two
a good-
open seats. We're just
that's a
talking
good
about
question.
if you give
Roy-
co-host abilities to someone else and they have the opportunity to upload it to their YouTube channel and basically do anything they want with it, just like they owned it. Did you know that? And does that bother you? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, I
For
mean,
me, I knew that, and I have no problem with that. If I give somebody co-host, you can do whatever you want with that. That's cool, because I got no problem with that.
Right.
I think that's even a law.
Well, I think too that, what you said to me, I didn't realize, because when I was gone, I just asked you, and of course Tony came in because he's a friend of mine, so I gave him the co-hosting capabilities in case you had, went out or whatever.
Sure.
Your internet went out, so I had 3 for sure. But then you said you gave somebody else co-hosting abilities that I wasn't aware of.
Jeremy and Ha.
Okay, so I know them, but you could have gave it to anybody, and I wouldn't
I
have
could
known
have given
about
it
it.
to anybody, and they could have been a total jerk or someone that you were at war with as an enemy.
But
And
here's the question though: if when this is done, whenever we finish, hopefully, is the fact that you may not even get the recording because you were not. Well, you might because you were the first one. It may not pass on to the second, third, or fourth one.
that's interesting. I like that. That's interesting. So I should ask Jeremy and Ha, because they were the last ones made, whether or not they have YouTube upload capabilities, and if they do, then it's everybody. Because
But
that
I
will
don't
be
think I don't think they'll see that until after we end.
yes. After we end, after it renders, it'll be on your profile. They're changing all of our profiles too. Did you see?
No,
Do you like it
everything
better?
looks different. I don't know. It looks interesting. I don't know if I like it better, but it's a lot different, obviously, than when we
I
came.
trust them. I trust them to make all the changes they need and want. When it's all said and done, then we can voice our opinions because it's still.
What I was talking about earlier, and we never really finished that conversation. The interesting thing is, if you notice, like right now, I'm on there again, and I'm on my profile. I can see myself. I can hear myself. Right. But when
you can hear yourself.
Yeah, I can hear myself. You can't hear me?
Are you saying I'm echoing?
Yeah, you're echoing now.
Okay,
Because
let me
I'm
refresh. I'll be right back.
No. It's not your fault. I went into my profile.
Oh.
So I'm hearing myself twice, obviously.
Oh, okay.
It's playing
Sorry.
on my profile.
Okay. Yes. I noticed that too. So for you who don't know, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. When you go to somebody's profile, if they're live, it'll be playing live. And I believe that if you're not live at the time, your last one that you hosted will be at the top, and then I'm sure that if it's not there now, the rest of them will be there. Okay, here's what they want to do with us. They want to give us all kinds of power as a podcaster, all kinds of power as a video caster, if you want to say that, or just a TV show. I call this, guys, TV 2.0. That's what Blab is, okay? They want to give us the tools to create a TV 2.0 show. This is the next iteration, if you will, or next version, if you will, of TV. You know, there's citizen journalism, right? That's a blog. Well, this is, what would you call this in light of that? Citizen journalism, citizen televisionism, I don't know. You can be the producer, the director, the star of your own TV 2.0 show. Push a button, let it go, let it rip, just talk, invite people, whatever, and it could be in YouTube and searchable in minutes.
It can be.
This is just amazing.
Right.
Just amazing. I mean, even a decade or two ago, maybe a little longer, 2 or 3 decades ago, this would have costed hundreds of thousands of dollars just for the equipment, just to do something in cable, just to add your little cable station, of which, of course, nobody watched. But the possibilities here are endless. Sorry to rant like that, but I just wanted to.
No, and we talked about it before. You know, the thing is that remember when I was talking about the broadcaster was working for Univision. You know, he said if I wanted to, I could invite, you know, Ricky Iglesias or whatever, and he would come here, but it would destroy Blab. Because what he said is that when he does a broadcast, even on Univision and a program, he'll get 50,000 views during that time period. There's no way that Blab could hold that.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. I think there's a really good chance. Hi, Ian.
Hi there.
Hey, Ian.
Hey,
yeah, they want something to break it right now. You know, if something can come up and an event can come up to break it, they want to know what its capacity is. At least that's what I heard a couple, 3 town halls ago, or one of these special things that Sean held. Ian, so we got the question going on, right? How many days you been here? Has it been 100 days? How long you been here?
I did that question about 5 hours ago, I think.
Oh, did you? Okay, so then if you already did it, then forget that, and let's go to the next question, which is, what the heck are you still doing here, Preston? When are you going to shut this thing down?
I have no idea.
Why are you making me stay here? I'm
not. You can leave. Go.
I can leave?
You can if you want.
When did
it's up to you, but see, I want to try this, you know, Blabathon, because it's different. You know,
what is it now? 8 hours, 10 hours? Let's see, what time is it there? It's 11 o'clock, 11 and 3, 8 hours. Okay. This is an 8-hour shift.
It's a whole work day.
It's a whole work day, and you only missed like less than an hour, right? What did you miss? Like 40 minutes?
Yeah, about a couple of times I had to go.
Okay, so that's the question. Why are you still here? Is this fun or what? What? Are you socializing? Is this business? Is this social business? What?
Well, for me,
yeah.
For me, it's to meet more people.
Yeah.
And obviously, a lot of people have come through. I'm hoping that majority of them will be following me on Twitter, and then I hope a few of them will be not necessarily clients, but people that I can work with on a one-to-one basis with what I do, which is high-definition webcams in beautiful locations all around the world. Hint, hint. If you didn't go to my profile, please do. It's my Blab. I can say that. And really, I'm looking for specifically people who are marketing bigger brands, because I have a great opportunity for them to sponsor some of the new cameras I need to get established in the U.S. So I said everything now after 8 hours. No one has heard about it beforehand, but if they go to the recording, they will. But everybody that's here has heard it now, and I'm okay with it, and I hope you're okay with it, because it's my Blab. I can do what I want, right?
Yeah, so what you should do is take that minute that you just explained all of this and take a minute at the very end and leave everybody with that thought. After you recap, you leave people with your little blurb about who you are and where you can be found. And yeah, I think if everybody did that, people would go right to the end. They wouldn't even just think about how long it is. It's like to go to the end, last 5 minutes, and I can hear the Blab host, or in some cases co-host, if they had to leave or whatever, sum things up and leave a call to action. I think that is not being done. I think it should be done. And no matter what the blab is, that way we all know that this person wants to get recognized for what they're saying they want to get recognized for, and we all get to meet this person right there at that level where we want to go, oh, I don't want to miss another one of this person's blabs live, because there's a huge difference between a live blab and a recorded blab. And we'll get into that in 1 second. I just had this come across my screen. Somebody that I follow just put a blab up. Here's the title. Rate it for me on a scale of 1 to 10. Random blab, some value, but not much.
I don't think there are many people will come in there, but you never know. Nowadays, with all the new people coming in, they just might be filled.
Just checking my Twitter, it's trending.
That was good, Ian.
Yeah,
That's
it's true.
funny.
They are being honest. There's no value. You know, and that's the thing is I always want to do value when I'm in one of these blabs, and you know, I do want to promote what I do, because what I do is very unique and different. And for those people who've seen my background, and I can't run my background in Blab and Skype and other things at the same time because I don't have enough processor speed, and it breaks it up. And some people said, I can't see it. You're so distracting. But what I've told Sean many more times than one is I said, we need to have a screen sharing capability, because if I'm going to do my own blab and I want to be public with it, and I want to bring people in that could possibly do business with me, I want to be able to show off what I do. And I told him, I said, I want, you know, and I said, we got 4 screens here, okay? One screen can be a screen sharing screen if I take another device and have another account, which I did set up, and then put that into that small square. But I'm telling you this, you can't see that stinking small square, right? It's too small, especially on mobile. So then I said, well, Sean, why don't we just take it that if you're the host, you could take all of the squares and be able to do an actual screen share. And he said, too self-serving. And I was like, what? You know, and he just kind of cut me off on that. But you know, it would make sense to, as a host, to be able to do that. And it shouldn't be that difficult. But it's like, you know, I said before, a friend of mine, and we're talking about the Tell a Little Bird, and we suggested, why can't you have a way to show actually what a blab is? They now have it. Now you can actually see a GIF on it when you tweet the little bird. So if you guys do this, if you want to, do the little bird, but don't actually send it until that video shows up, because it'll show all us up plus the open seat. Although unfortunately Roy's the open seat because he's audio only, so it's only going to show myself and Ian. But the fact is that it shows up in Twitter now, and it's a big stinking picture.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody had that already. Yeah.
What do you guys think of that? Is that good, bad, or indifferent for you, Ian?
We'll see how Twitter feels about it, because Periscope is actually owned by Twitter, you know. So we'll see if they stop it.
I think it's too big and obtrusive. I think it should be an optional feature. When you start the blab, perhaps you might want to do it. Through it, you might want to do it. But every time is just going to clog the feed and make the noise louder.
I think so too. They need to give us an option to do it and not do it, because it's spam. It turns into spam. It really does.
I think it shouldn't be as big, but it should have the option to see it, you know, because that's what I said. I said no one knows what this is until you come into it.
Get in here. So I'm going to ask Sandra to come in.
You can
X off.
Tell her to get in. You can X off the GIF. So when it's rendered, you can see it tiny. Hit X and it sorry for that thump. Hit X and it goes away. So you can delete it, but I think it should be a bit more obvious that that's a feature.
Right.
Can you exit out now? Billy says you can exit out now. Yeah?
Yeah, you can X on it and it will go away. The GIF will be dropped, but a lot of people won't think to do it.
Okay, well, I'm glad.
On my Twitter feed, I got a whole bunch of this now.
That we can.
Sandra
was here. I think Sandra was here 8 hours ago, Preston. She's back.
Probably.
She slept, she ate, she fed the kids, she fed the dog.
I'm not as big as you guys are.
And now she's back. It's like, are you guys cray-cray or what? I don't know. Well, you know what? As long as it's fun, funny, and fruitful, I'm in. You know, I didn't realize for 38 years of my life, until I was 38, that meeting people could be so much fun. I was very, very shy, guys. I was like the shyest person. My parents just kept telling me, you need to just start talking to people. It's like, no, don't force me. This is not who I am.
Yeah, I don't want to throw people off of our Blab, but if you guys want your own caricature, Sherry Leak is on Blab right now. And I just want to give her kudos because she did a phenomenal job with mine. I colored it. It was black and white though, but if you want to go over that, I told her I'd promote her as much as I possibly could. So
right on. That's nice.
But oh, she's going about to sleep, huh? Yep. Oh, right. She's 101 now. Woohoo. How did you find that out, Sandra? I thought you couldn't see it yet. Did they just change that while we're in this Blab 8 hours later?
You can see it on the mobile app apparently now.
Yeah, you can see it on the mobile app on iOS.
I'm on mobile right now. But yeah, so Ian, obviously you've been here. Have you been here over 100 days now?
No, I'm only up to about 60 odd. I think I met you in one of those first few days though with your backdrop.
Yep.
So
you liked it?
About 60, 62 or something. I'm not sure. I need to get my phone up and have a look.
Yeah. But you liked, the introduction of who I was and what I did?
I liked it, but I saw you originally with the backdrop. So I was in a Blab where we're actually talking about ways of marketing what you do. And so, yeah, I get it. I know what you're doing. I've actually found your site before because I was a bit of a cam junkie before I got onto Blab.
Right. Exactly. But since you've been here, even though you haven't been 100 days, what value have you seen? I mean, obviously you've been on Blabs. You've obviously been with Leanne, and it looks like Leanne's back too now.
Oh no, Leanne's back. Take a seat, Leanne. I gotta hear this.
Huge value, Preston. The relationships that we're building are huge. Great people. It's a great community at the moment. I'm sure there's going to be a mixing of that community with age, but also the logic that people are starting to apply to create new opportunities is fun. It's fascinating, and there's business to be done as well. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, and it's probably even still too. I mean, if you're going into this on a financial basis, it's probably too early now. Robert C. Stern is an exception, but he has a ton of followers. He's been, running 32-hour Blabs and all these other things, and he goes into Blabs all the time. I mean, that's his life. But, it's his business too. Not everybody can go on even an 8-hour, even a 1-hour type show every single day. But I do, know that if you invest the time in it, the financial rewards will be there because you're building your audience, and that audience is going to, be bigger than what you had originally, and hopefully down the road somebody's going to be able to connect to you. And I've seen that in Periscope. I was talking to one of my friends out of Arizona, and here comes Leanne. And what happened is he got a big deal by doing Periscopes for a while. Now where's Leanne?
Hello, sorry, I'm.
Is it raining?
No, it's not raining. I'm driving. I've finished I've finished cutting the hay in the truck. I've been back to the house. I've got changed, and now I'm just heading over to a girlfriend's to go out for the afternoon and evening. So
I'm wondering what we're doing still online.
Yeah. Well, and that was going to be my next comment, but
I stole it from you.
But so I thought when you said Leanne jump in, I thought, well, that's okay as long as. Well, and we know that Roy can be audio only, so I figured, well, I'd just turn my phone over so it's actually facing the, like it's upside down on the seat, so I can't see the screen, so I'm not even tempted to look at it.
No, that's good. So we don't want you to get in an accident.
No, absolutely not. So I'm more than capable of driving and talking at the same time, but I don't need to look at anything else. Look, you never know. When I get over to Karen's place, well, I'll be in the passenger seat. So, look, then I can blab and drive, and I can show you a different side as well. You never know what you're going to get when Leanne jumps on screen.
That's true. I had my finger on the X even, Leanne, just to be sure.
Oh, thanks very much, Ian.
We know each other. Don't worry, Preston.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and somehow you got hosting privileges, Ian. I must have gave it to you.
I've been here last time.
You mean I just jumped in without anyone having?
Wait a
to
minute.
accept me.
Now you're throwing something new in, Roy. Did you hear that? Are you
What's
saying
that?
the last time I had the Blab, I gave
No.
you hosting privileges? You still have
No.
it?
I was here earlier today. One of you would have given it to me then.
Yeah, Roy. Did you give Ian that?
He's gone for coffee. He's getting a cup. He'll
Oh.
be back soon.
Well, he has to go to the bathroom soon.
And that's actually one of the things that to be aware of, that if you give someone hosting permissions, no matter whether they disappear and come back, whenever they come back into the Blab, they've still got hosting. They've got hosting rights.
Right. So then, we had the question, who gets the YouTube video? I know I do. Roy does, because he probably was the first one I gave hosting privileges to. But do anybody else get it?
Well, I'm not sure does the YouTube link still exist? I didn't know that it's. I didn't
Even
know that
then-
the actual YouTube itself link existed. But as far as the so the replay sits on all of the co-hosts' profiles.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't get the email.
But it's only
No, you don't get the
that-
email. No.
Yeah,
But it
it's
does sit
only
on
you,
the profile,
Preston.
so because you're hosting it, and you're going to get this whole 8-hour Blab on your profile. And you could delete it, I'm assuming.
You can hide it.
You can hide it, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're breaking up, Leanne.
Yeah,
I was going to
sound
say
like
to
a
you,
robot,
Preston,
man.
can you, yeah, you can hide it.
Are you thinking or are you doing it, Leanne? It sounds like you're typing if you're thinking that way.
Yeah, you should be driving.
I think we'll actually end. We'll
I
talk
do
to you
not
later on.
want to be the first person that actually
I'm
has
not
somebody in an
typing,
accident because it's my Blab. I would be sued.
No. No, absolutely. No, I'm not
How did
typing.
you know about
I'm not touching
what's on
anything.
the profile then?
What's that?
How did you know what was on the profile?
How
if you're
did I
not
know
looking
what?
at it?
Sorry?
She's just been remembering.
Oh, no, I wasn't quite. No, as far as being on your profile, I knew that like the replay sits under your profile. I wasn't actually looking at my profile. No, I promise. I absolutely promise. You didn't see my phone move. If you'd seen, if I'd looked at my phone, you would have
Because
seen.
I know, I mean, obviously they changed the profile actually today. It looks a lot different than what it did yesterday.
You can't actually see.
Yeah, it does.
But,
Notice you can see followers, but you can't see the count of who you're
sorry,
following.
Oh, you're right.
No, well, you couldn't when I looked an hour or two ago.
Can't you? If you actually look, if you look at the and one thing I was going to say is because like I've noticed like everyone else that now on your profile when you're looking on the web you can't see how many days you've been on Blab, but if you actually look at your profile on your on the mobile on the app, it still shows how many days you've been on Blab, and it still shows you. I'm pretty sure it still
on
shows
the
who you're
web
following
version,
as well.
it's got the last Blab I was in on the header. It's got my profile picture. It's got my tagline, and it lists 685 followers. It does not say how many people I'm following or who they are.
Right. Which is interesting.
But
I think a lot of that stuff is coming back because I was talking to Jason earlier today, and he said that the thing about showing how many days is coming back. So I think they're obviously just working on some stuff. Obviously, it's beta, so they can do whatever they want.
Okay.
But and it's changing. I mean, you remember when we first got in, Leanne? You're the same age as me. You're 1 day older, I think. It was the fact that we had 3 categories. That was it.
Yeah.
Tech, business, and
actually
they had tech first in general, and then they added business because they realized a lot of business people were in, and then all of a sudden they added these tags. So what happened is more and more people came in because of the tags, because you could be more diversified, but it also broke up a lot of different Blabs that were used to having 100 to 200 people in there, because there's just so much variety and so much choices now. But
I must admit, during the day, I've been doing lots of thinking while I've been sitting in the truck, waiting for the hay to be put onto the back of it. And one of the things that you know, like I know Ian, we'd talked, you know, like talked about, you know, brands and, you know, having consistency on Blab and that sort of thing. But one of the things I've been thinking is that, you know, like for me, Blab is still, you know, like it's still about the Blab community, but it's still about the actual platform and how I can bring content and information to the other parts of, you know, like the other parts of my world. So, for example, you know, because I can embed a Blab on a, you know, like on a frame.
He come back.
Oh, is Ian gone? Did he get sick? Did he get sick of listening to me?
Here he comes back. Yeah.
I bet he says that when he comes back in.
That's funny. Usually it should be mine that's having the problem. But everybody else is having the problem. Maybe it's because I'm hosting it. That's why people are having the problem. Yeah,
everyone's disappearing and coming back. But, you know, one of the things I was thinking is, you know, like because you can embed your Blab on your website or, you know, like on a tab on your Facebook page, you actually really don't have to have people come to Blab. So if, you know, like, so from the perspective of thinking that, you know, like our audience, you know, we've only got the audience that's on Blab at the moment. That's really not the case, given the fact that we can actually put our Blabs live on any other, you know, on any other part of our real estate online.
It's going to carry further on a long run, you know, and, you know, like I said, you know, this is experimentation for me too. It's like, wait a minute, I'm doing this now for 8 hours. Are people actually going to go through this whole recording? Probably not. But if I have it on YouTube, will they? If I have it on my website, will they? If I have it on my Facebook, will they? Or will some of them? Or should I break it up into pieces? You know.
Yes, soundbite.
Oh, you're here.
You need 5. I just got back. Hi guys. You need 5 minutes worth of sound bites. I want to see a 5-minute trailer to your 8-hour Blab. Okay, because you guys know what Troy Humphrey is doing with the Blab channel.
Yep.
So
I
and I.
Get you out, Ian. I got to get you out in order to bring you back in because it looks like you're just.
Oh, I think Ian is stuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick you then, and then. Oh wow, he's here again.
Ian should be a host. He should be able to bring himself back in. He needs to just boot out.
Yeah, you would think he was co-host. He should be able to, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was stuck. He was stuck.
Oh, you're stuck. Okay.
Anyways.
Sound bites. 5 minutes worth of sound bites. Make it like a trailer, like a movie trailer. I don't care if you got 8 minutes or 8 hours or more on your Blab. That will allow people to go where they need to go. If you want to take it a step further and say, this particular, you know, do like in text. This one was at the 8-minute and 29-second mark. This one was at the 24-minute mark. You know, let them see that soundbite in text, in full context, I should say. And if you do something like that, I'm not saying to do it that deep and detailed, but if you do, you'll definitely be ahead of the game. And people like me and like Troy will want you on their websites, right? So I'm doing a people search engine. I also want people to know that Ian's got this great Blab and Preston's got this great 8-hour Blab, and go see the 5-minute trailer, or I don't care, 5 minutes or less. If you only have 2 minutes worth of information or sound bites, then that's good. You know, if that's all you want to do, that's good.
Well, I think, you know, like you're saying, there's a lot of content here, obviously in 8 hours.
Obviously, oh my goodness.
But there's things that I can utilize, and you know, here's the thing you don't know, Roy, and Ian doesn't know either, and probably no one in the audience knows. I have a good friend that I met actually on LinkedIn, and we're working together. He actually has developed software that it gets hosted on his servers, and I can actually do sound bites or actually do bookmarks on every single piece that we do, and actually have people go directly to that. He even has a way to go through video. You can actually show video. Now this is cool. He did this for a resort out in Bali, where he actually shows the actual video playing, and then up comes, you know, those pop-ups, and you can click on the pop-ups then to go to the website, or you can do it at the end as a bookmark type thing. which is awesome. And he could do that on a map too. So he did it on a map of the hotel resort area, and it showed, you know, where the place is, where the restaurant is, and, you know, all the different cabins. And you can press on it, and it either puts up a graphic or it puts up a video that plays directly on that video itself. It's amazing.
Nice.
Hey, brand ideas, come on in. Tim, my whole world, you know that.
Just going back. I kicked Leanne out with the video because of the noise, but she's still listening, I'm sure. But what's interesting is this new profile thing. You can't hide the videos off your profile.
Yeah, that's probably coming. You might not be able to do it yet, but maybe they might be putting pieces in on an assembly line basis. Hi, Tim.
See, now you're showing the background. I can't.
Envy.
He's been, but he's been experimenting, and he saw me do it, and then he says, "Oh wait, I got something better."
So, Preston, how did I revolutionize your business?
Well, because of the fact, and it hasn't worked yet, but it's getting there, you know, because I'm telling the story about my idea that I had, and then you agreed with it, and then you said, yes, go after brand managers. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Brand managers are very tough to find on LinkedIn because they're all different titles. So I'm going after the actual brands or the actual marketing or advertising or PR, but that's hard too because they don't get it, you know, and they feel that I'm competing with what they're doing, and I'm like, whoa, no, this is actually an advantage for you. But CMOs I've also looked at. But what had happened is I was working with Leanne. She told me how to do the searches. So I've been searching for a while, and now I have no searches available. But she said that should be reset at the end of the month.
Oh, that's
okay. So it's funny that how LinkedIn, I guess they want you to upgrade to their professional thing.
That's
why. Even that's limited too, Tim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Leanne always says you don't really need to unless you really want to do other things with it. But yeah, but CMOs, yeah, like you said, Ian. I mean, I've tried to hook up. The thing that I'm learning with LinkedIn, even if they hook up with you, because I have a pretty cool thing that I say, hey, we're doing some really exciting things in regards to live streaming, and I said, please look at my profile to get more information. Well, then they connect with me. So I think, okay, since they're connecting with me, I can say now, hey, I'm glad you connected with me. Let's get together and talk about this to see if this is a good fit for you or your clients.
Yeah.
I've had people who said no. And I was talking to another marketing person out of Australia, of course. You guys are like smart or something. And you guys are very
Australians rock. Australians rock. That's all.
And I can't remember her name now. She has a unique name too, but she's helping me with value propositions. And she said, do not tell them to go for the appointment right now, even if it's virtual. Make sure you just ask questions to them, and then they get into that conversation, and then you can ask for the appointment if there's a good fit.
Or offer them additional value that they wouldn't have expected. Not from you, but through you.
Okay.
Add something to their lives that's in business, right? Add something to their business that's not directly you, where it looks like, just thought you'd be interested in this great article. Pick a really strong article that may be a bit to the left of what you're on about, and then come through with what you do is a further question. You can lead them back.
So what I was thinking, yeah, because I mean, I have one product that just kind of resurfaced here after many, many years of us doing it. We've had it actually for a year. It has nothing to do with Skyline per se, but it has to do with another company that I work with, and it's talking about the 6 spheres of SEO. And if that would be a good thing to give, because then on the flip side of it, if they don't want to do anything with me on Skyline, that's okay. They can do with me on this other SEO product, which is still about advertising, because it's a way, you know, I'll give you a story. This is my blab. I can do this. I'll give you the story. You know, everybody talks about Google and how smart they are, and they are. They're phenomenally smart, because when they came out with their ad program, you know what they did? They contacted a whole bunch of websites saying, look, we would like to put our advertisers on your website. Are you okay with that? And of course they say, well, yeah, you're Google. Why not? How much do I get paid? Well, they get paid something for somebody that clicks on it when it's on their website, right? That's the whole point of it. So they created this network of 2 million plus websites that allow advertisers to put their advertisers on it. So now advertisers get more exposure. Here's what they did though, which is really creative. When people click onto that ad, where does that ad go to? Does it go to the brand that advertises it, or does it go to Google?
In terms of the revenue.
Well, not in terms of the revenue, just in terms of the traffic.
I thought it would go to the advertiser. It would take the link would take you to their site or their landing page.
Have you hung Preston?
I stunned him. I absolutely stunned him with my wisdom then.
We were stunned with any other
Maybe
answer.
you can help him out, and
Yeah.
he'll just reboot. I don't know what happens. I've never done one of those. On
I'm pretty
somebody
sure
else's site.
if I put a link in on my
It's the network
Google.
program of AdWords, is what he's talking about.
The network program. Not sure what that particular program is.
See, I wouldn't want my ad on someone else's website because those are like per thousand. You're paying per thousand, and they could be. They're not searching for your keyword. They're just on that page for whatever reason, and it's not as good. You're not going to get as targeted of people, but you're still paying, per thousand eyeballs, so to speak.
You're better off having an affiliate link, which is on a site.
I agree with that. Yes, you're better off with an affiliate link. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Unless it was just a directory and you were getting the real search, targeted search results.
You guys know who Pat Flynn is?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So he's all about that, right? That's how he got started but now he's starting to do his own products because he realizes, just in case, and he's making well over $100,000 a month with his blog and his affiliate programs and everything else. And he's very open with it. He just lets you know, right, Ian?
Yep.
And see, people love that. People love transparency.
Yeah.
Even the skeptics, it's like, nah, nobody can be making $100,000 from their blog and affiliate programs. Yeah, they can. And he's doing it, So yeah, that would be better than actually paying for advertising that may or may not work. That's kind of throwing spaghetti on the walls for me. And it's like the old adage where the business person says, I know half my advertising is working. I just don't know which half. Yeah.
Hey, Tim, have a look at that URL I just put in there. That's the URL for Pat.
Okay.
Top right-hand corner, he's got last month's earnings. He's that open about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, that could just be showing off.
Yeah.
It could, but he's not, and that's the beauty of it. So people who like that, that's who his target audience is, and people who don't like that and shy away from it, he's automatically repelling them.
I'd be interested to see how much of that income he's making from selling. It's the old adage that if I sell you a book about how to make money, I make money. And I tell you, sell a book about how to make money. That some of that is this. If you tap into enough people's greed to buy your formula for making money, then show how much money you've made from that formula.
You know the most successful coaches and who their clients are? Coaches.
I agree with that. That's just the nature of the beast, as they say. It just is. And so I don't know, guys, is that cannibalism? I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm not saying one way or the other. I want to hear your opinions.
It's a great word to describe it. I often say, if you're a decent coach, and by this I mean business coach of, for example, coaches, if you're a decent coach, you will have done it in the real world, not just with coaches.
I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
You coaches because they're investing in themselves, and you're basically cannibalizing. I like the.
They're the easiest to find and to identify and sell, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? Because
we aspire to see people doing things well, and if we see people doing things well, then you attract that. It's the expert attracts the audience in his field, and most of those people are in his field. So it's a natural gravitation.
Absolutely.
But I think it's the expert on how to make money who makes money from people trying to find out how to make money. And please don't hear me shooting
No,
this
and I know
man down.
Listen, I know you, Tim. So no, I wouldn't think that.
But certainly, if he's making good income from other venues rather than like clearly, I think is it Darren Rowe, the Australian blogger.
Yeah.
Darren Rouse.
Darren Rouse, rhymes with Rouse. Yeah.
Darren spends a lot of time on in his blogs showing how he ties in his affiliate networks, and I've got an enormous respect for his transparency in the way that he shows how social media and how he taps into that, how he taps into making his blogs viable concerns, and he allows that story to be a part of the story. But I'm not sure that he's selling the method on how to make money on the internet. He's just sharing the experiences that he has of how he has tapped into to income, which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's again, I have this. I don't know if I've shared this with you yet, Ian. But Tim, you and Ian, and anybody in the studio audience, I just lost my train of thought. You were talking about Darren Rouse and the
website. And
I had a one-liner. It's right here. Hold on, it's coming.
Soundbite coming up. Drum roll.
Record on.
It was so good. It had to do with what Darren was doing. Okay, so okay, Tim, let me see if I understand you correctly. It'll come to me, but I forget what it was. But let's talk about that because I've seen and heard Darren Rouse speak here. So one of my things, Tim and Ian, is some people, I would even say probably most people, are going to find it. Now, whether it's true or not for them, that is yet to be seen, but they're going to find it to be a bit difficult to go from blogging to blabbing, to make that transition from text to talk, so to speak. And it's almost like an all-in or all-out type of deal for a lot of people who are blogging, up-and-comer bloggers and bloggers who do well but don't want to make that transition to video like here. I wonder, first of all, Tim and Ian, do you guys agree with me that it's probably more of a problem than not of a problem, that the majority of people find it difficult to make that leap? Let's go there, and then I have a follow-up question. Tim, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, I think writers write, and often the power of their words comes from their fingertips, from their brain to their fingertips and onto the page. And so for writers to suddenly become presenters, which is often what this platform is about, is being able to present, to engage, to have conversation, is a different experience. But what writers often do have is that they've produced content that they can repurpose, and if they can string a sentence together and use the wisdom that they've already garnered from their writing, from building a body of work and a body of information, a body of expertise, then I think they can translate that to this platform. It's a bit like seeing the different personalities that come through, that if you see someone who was really strong on Periscope, they're often reluctant to give up the dialogue and to exchange that for a conversation. They're used to talking and being on camera and presenting in that way. Now my Blab just went crazy. Roy is now in every window.
That must be disconcerting, Tim.
It is.
That can't be happening. Hold it now. I don't need any help for.
Hang on. I'm just going to refresh.
Just refresh. Exactly, Tim.
And we thought we had a psychedelic background. Crikey.
Yeah, I'm having a trippy afternoon. So.
Yes, it is. Listen, it's. I have some unusual friends, Ian, and yes. What do you think about what he was saying? Agree, disagree?
Well, the first thing is I'll agree with him, because now I see two of me.
Uh-oh. I'll wait. Go ahead and refresh. I'm still sane.
I haven't started drinking yet.
Okay, I'm back in, which is kind of weird because is Preston still around? Oh yeah, he is still around.
Yeah, he's still in the house.
It's still tripping out. So there's two Roys beneath me now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I see everything just fine, so I'm leaving me just as is. We just hit 200, guys.
I'll show you what I'm seeing.
That's not bad. We hit 200.
Here we go.
So I know how long it's been. Let's see. It's 11:30 where Preston is. He started at 8.5 hours. It only took us 8.5 hours to get to 200.
Yeah. I was in a movie Blab the other day and I know you'll counter these numbers, but it was kind of huge. Had up to 100 people in the room and got up to about 2,000 viewers in about 2 hours, which was kind of cool.
Nice. For movie reviews. Yeah. See,
that
people like that. There's a lot of people that would rather do that type of a blab than just sit there by themselves in their house being entertained by the boob tube. Remember that? The boob tube.
Okay. So that's what I'm seeing at the moment.
That's weird.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
But the background's gone really trippy as well. Unless there's a graphic in the background that Blab's now doing.
They're doing a P.in background.
Are you guys, this is to both of you, are you guys satisfied with your reputation so far here on Blab? That question just came to me and I thought I'd ask you. Here comes Preston.
Well, Preston just said I changed his life, so I'm happy with reviews.
Nice. Your reputation is intact.
Well,
yeah.
And I apologize. My internet went down, and well, after 8 hours, I guess they looked at it and go, "You're using too much bandwidth." Click.
Yeah.
But sorry for interrupting.
That's okay.
No, the question is, and for you too, Preston, are you satisfied with your reputation here on Blab so far? Just a quick yes or no.
Yes, and I need to do a little bit more creativity, I think. But
Okay.
I need special equipment to do so. So crowdfunding would be a good idea. No, because my mic is not good, my camera is not good. I don't have a backdrop. I have those type of things that if I wanted to do a show here, and I'm talking to a friend of mine, Tony, I don't think I could produce a good quality show based upon my equipment. That's the unfortunate thing is now if I have like Tony in here or maybe Tim in here and he could share, the screen of my website, it is possible that we could do something as a co-host type thing. And we might want to consider that, Tim. But I don't know what benefit I can bring to you, on that. But, I think, like right now, it's middle of the night here, almost 12. I'm going to be almost, great. I'm only going to be 101 days here pretty soon, if it goes from 12 to 12. But I think the value that I've seen and the repetition I've had, it's not bad. I don't think people have not followed me. I think I have gotten more followers. Do I want more followers? Yeah, sort of. I look at like, what's his name? Robert C. Stern. He has 1,300 followers and stuff, and I have 500.
I think he's got more than that.
I don't know what he has, but it's like, but he also has spent more
But
time.
Robert did some fairly unusual things to begin with. He did those big marathon blabs to establish his presence on the platform. And those marathon blabs, obviously, he was giving of himself. He was giving insightful content. He was engaging. And so all of those things, I think, have helped establish him as a leader on the platform. Right. So I think if we're talking reputation, you've got to establish whether you have an agenda for being on here. If you do have an agenda, then are you managing that agenda or not? And so I think there's that, and then there's also the fact that Blab tends to fall into my professional blab, and then the fact that I've now got friends in here and that I like to chill with people. And so that becomes a different kind of experience. So I think there'll be people who only come on and do their blab. They live a little scheduled life. They come in, they do their show, and then the week later they come back again. And that's not the community. That's different that's engaging with whatever platform or whatever show you're doing, but that's not particularly engaging with the blab community. So I think there's different ways of managing reputation in that regard.
I like that, Tim. I like the way you unpack that. Before we go to Ian and find out if Ian's happy with his reputation so far here, and then I'll speak on it too. That's interesting that you point that out, though, Tim, as far as the people who just come here and do their shows and don't necessarily even have a following or an audience, and that's not really why they're here. They're here to use it as a tool. I know people like that, and they're friends, and they're good friends. So I say the only rule on any social media platform really is there are no rules. That's the rule. You know, whatever you want to use it for. Use it for. And if somebody wants to complain about it, then I think it's more of their issue than it is the other person's issue for using it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way you can tell people don't use it like this. You need to engage. You need to let me in and engage with you and sit down. And what do you think about that? That's okay, right? That's
Well, certainly, Roy, I've defined you now as like the Phantom of the Opera. In that you come
nice.
on
I like that.
and you whisper seductive songs of reason, but we never get to see your face. So.
I love that.
But can he sing?
That's an affirmative no. Absolutely not. My parents do. I don't. I think even my sisters do, but no, I don't. This is my only claim to fame is I got a loud mouth. That way I don't have to use a phone. My wife says, you know, I don't even need a phone, so the neighbors can hear me. So.
Well, I think too, Roy, what you said before is that you're very animated.
I am. Preston, you
And
disappeared.
I disappeared again. Wow.
You became a ghost.
Did I see him?
No, he's ghosted.
No, he's ghosting.
I'm ghosting. Woohoo.
That's okay. Finish your thought, and then you can finish.
What I was saying, I can finish that. He wants to kick me out of my own blab. I can tell that.
I can't. No, nobody can touch your seat.
Well, that's true. They can't.
But you've still got the power, Press.
Now I can't remember what I was going to say. Thank you very much.
We're talking about Roy's anonymity, I think.
You never get to see my face. What's wrong with that?
No, it's to me you've become the radio voice of Blab in that it's like that when I listen to radio I don't get to see the DJ's face. I'm assuming you've got a great face for radio, Roy.
Absolutely. I'll be the first to admit that. No, if that's my reputation, a Phantom of the Opera, Charlie's Angels.
You're Bosley. You're Bosley.
Bosley, yeah. So I'm good with that. You know, I'm good. I just want to be known as the voice.
You become the Blab puppet master.
Just a voice, just a voice. All I want is the reputation of the voice. Just the sound of my voice is going to allow us to have a deep, intimate relationship that will lead to co-blaboration, since we're here, and or co-creation, and share the work, share the wealth. It's really that simple, except I don't think this is work at all. I think this is play. This is fun. It's funny. And as long as it remains fruitful, I'm in. And it's really that simple. So I like my reputation so far. So what about you, Ian? Do you like your reputation here?
Oh, it was interesting. When you first asked the question, I had to pause because I had to separate brand and reputation.
Yes. Thank you. Good. I like.
Yeah, very discrete entities, but could be considered reputation as a whole. So I think reputation-wise, I'm doing well. I think people are getting to see what I'm like, and that's perfect. Brand is one that I'm 60 days old, so I've got a bit of work to do to build the brand that some others have. So working on it.
Certainly, brand is what people say when you're not in the room, Ian. I think that's
yeah. I would agree.
You've
with
got
that.
to hang on to is that and that's what your reputation then becomes.
Right.
It's that what people perceive you as when you're not in the room. You certainly can establish credibility and establish influence, but I think reputation is what other people hold about you. So I don't think you ever really get to own your own reputation.
That's true. Well, I think, in regards to the brand too, I've noticed that when, again, Robert C. Stern said this, and a podcaster said this to me because of my equipment, to not do the background. But when I started not doing the background, I got less followers.
Yeah.
And I'm
well,
like,
I think
how is
for
that
you,
possible?
though, Preston, that I liked that you were doing your video background because it directly tied with your business. And
Right.
so for me, it was always a billboard for your product. It created a conversation point and a conversation starter. Whether you talk about that every single time,
Right.
I think that's where Blab often becomes a little repetitive. Is if all we talk about is our thing, and all we sell is our thing, it's still a small enough village that most people have heard our thing. And so you've kind of got to mix it up with a bit of variety. Be yourself. Allow conversations to be conversations and not just be on all the time.
Right. Well, and you notice what I did because of somebody that actually came in here called Dynamic Drawing. I basically got a caricature of myself. And
Yeah,
that's
which is
different.
cool.
It's something that no one else is using except she is. And she did it in a black and white, and I posted it on all my social media. I just wanted to see the reaction of it, and some people liked it. Some people were like, "What the heck is this? This isn't you," And then I colored it, which I wasn't really planning to do, but I took it into my tablet, and I was figured out, wait, I can color it. I got this galaxy thing. I can color all this, and then I put it back out there again, and then some people say, no, I like the original. So no one's always going to be happy with what you do, and you just got to do it and just experiment.
I think social media, I learned because I'm a logo designer, so I basically started off as a logo, which was that little light bulb. That's what you would have seen as my profile face. At least it was smiling and looking at you, but it wasn't me. And so it didn't take me long, at least in the Twitterverse, for when people really wanted to know the person behind the icon. And so I still think in social media terms, a face tells a story. People get to recognize you. Then hopefully when you bump into them in social occasions, they recognize you as a person. They already kind of know what you're about and who you're about. So I still recommend to my clients, if they can, have a branded page, have a branded social media thing. But if you're going to live on social media and be a voice, be a person. Don't be a logo. Don't be an institution, but be a person.
So am I a person when I have a caricature?
Well, you're a quirky person. I don't know. I've had this I had this discussion with somebody else who had a caricature of themselves, and they had huge presence on social media already.
Sure.
They do video podcasting, so people kind of knew who they were. So I think that's a different thing. People are now getting to see who we really are. Whereas in Twitter, all I was a post. All I was text, and at least the face associated that text with a person rather than an entity or an abstract.
Well, I agree.
And so
Yeah.
the more we can kind of connect with the person at the heart of those words, then perhaps the more we kind of connect with the person themselves.
Well, the real reason I did this, because I've been thinking about this for a long time of personal branding myself, and I'm redoing my whole entire website. So unfortunately, if you go to my name, you can't even see anything anymore, which is probably not a good idea because I'm losing probably a lot of traffic that I built up over the years, but my developer hasn't finished what he needs to finish, and I don't want to put it up there until it's done. But the fact is that I feel that I'm funny, and I feel that the caricature really comes into play with who I am as a person. But, like you say, is it a good idea to put on social media? even though it can be a brand that can be fun. And obviously, I probably shouldn't be in the suit. I should be in a Hawaiian shirt, right? And I should really brand it more for the travel area than what I have done. But I also wanted to look professional, because what I did, which was funny, is I actually put it on LinkedIn. And immediately I had a guy who was a LinkedIn professional that I've linked in a while back with, and he said, no, take that off. That's against term of service for LinkedIn. And I didn't know. But when he said it, because he has authority in LinkedIn, I was like, oh, okay, I'll delete it and go back to my regular picture, which was interesting.
Yeah, and it's worth noting the different kind of rules the social media have. Like, I know Facebook has for their profile kind of thing 80, I think it's 40 to 50% text based.
Right.
Like, you can't just put up an essay or put up an ad for yourself. You've kind of got to balance that with some imagery and still make it about you, rather than perhaps a full-blown ad for services, product, or something like that. So they do have rules, and you kind of find that sweet spot within those rules if you're trying to put your brand out there.
Yeah, I want to just say, let's see, no thank you, I'm in bed, just catching up on some learning. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I want to just shout out to Kristen. She's been typing and adding some to the side chat here. Builds authenticity and
reliability.
Is that relationability or
relatability?
Yeah.
Relatability.
Be a person.
Relatability.
Relatability.
Makes you relatable. Makes you a person you can relate to.
Relate. I like that. And so yeah, I was going to give up my seat so she can come in and introduce herself. At least to me, I'm not familiar with her, and give her take on, do you see value here on Blab? So if you want to text that, and don't strain yourself, because I wouldn't want to text it, but I'm asking anyway, what value you're finding here on Blab, and maybe how long you've been here, because we can't readily see that anymore. I don't know why they took that away from us. We'd just be able to just click on them, and I see you're relatively new by the followers and following. I see that you follow me, so I shall follow you. And yeah, this is
it's the second Blab that just said she's obsessed. Possessed?
Oh, Blab.
Obsessed?
Kristen, word of warning, it is slightly addictive medium.
Wait, we've got addictive, we got obsessed. What about just awesomely passionate? Can't we just be awesomely passionate about Blab instead of having to be addicted and obsessed? I think those are, I don't know, not so powerful words, and at least not in my vocabulary. I'd never say I was addicted or obsessed per se, but yeah, I love this place. I'm passionate for it, right?
Yeah, I think when we're talking value, Roy, I think the two things that are the hidden value is, one, the learning process.
Oh my goodness,
the value I get is from speaking to other people, seeing other people's insights, seeing other people's experience, or hearing other people's experiences, and just having the value of that learning, whether I'm in the room or just sitting on the sidebar. The other value that I get is just from relationships, from the fact that I am meeting these amazing people across the globe that I never have that opportunity to have met personally, never had that opportunity to get to know and to say, I like that person, and that person seems to like me. And there is that sort of natural kind of energy that comes from that. And then from that comes collaboration. And so I've had the great opportunity to collaborate on a few different projects and a few different Blab kind of projects, and just to kind of fall into working experiences with amazing people. So to me, they're the kind of hidden things, that it's not just a broadcast mechanism, and it's not just an infotainment mechanism. It's not just about me selling what I do or who I am, but it's this connection that we get from just working with people, of getting to know people. And that's,
you can't spam here, Tim. You can't spam here, because
you can troll,
public,
but you can't.
Yeah, you can troll, but you can't spam here. The public won't allow you. We're so self-policing here. We're, at least in the Blabs that I frequent. I can't speak for all Blabs, because there's a lot of blabs I wouldn't.
I can spare.
Yeah.
Just
hey, Roy,
yep.
just quickly, I'm going to have interrupt soon anyway. And I noticed we've got, we do have an empty seat, but we'll free up my seat so that I can get ready to do other stuff, and you can get some new fresh faces in here.
Yeah, Ian, thanks a lot. I appreciate you always.
No worries at all. See you later, Tim. Probably.
See you. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Ian.
And Preston, wherever you've gone.
Yeah, Preston, are you here?
I think he's gone.
I don't see him at the top. I think he's rebooting or something. So I use the term, Tim, passion-driven instead of obsessed or addicted. I'm addicted to Blab. I'm obsessed with Blab. How about I'm passion-driven with Blab? It's a lot more positive. And yes, if you're investing or spending, whichever you're doing, too much time here on Blab, then come on, that's personal control. That's take some personal responsibility, because you need to do it in moderation, just like everything else.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can get carried away over here, and some of us have the luxury of being able to do that, and some of us don't. So we just need to do accordingly. So comparing yourself to Robert Stern might not be good unless you have the type of hours he does to be able to be here. He says you should be on Blab every day. Some people say I can only be here once a week. Right. And I get that. And neither are right or wrong, and he gets that, and he's not saying one's right or wrong. But for him, he just gets more traction. I'm sure it would be the same for anybody if it was daily. We got Leon coming in. I don't know Leon. You guys know Leon?
I don't know
Leon.
but he looks interesting.
I know Leon.
Beekeeper.
Hey, Leon.
Yeah. I'm just showing Tim that I can do the backgrounds too. He and I have had some technical back and forth.
Nice.
I'd love to say that I could see them at the moment, Leon, but my Blab is basically the window's gone crazy.
Yeah, I see that.
I think
You're all blacked
got
out
way too many
on
things
our
open.
side.
Yeah,
Just
so I
FYI.
might jump out and see if I can't reboot my computer and get things back to normal.
It does take a lot of bandwidth to do multiple things, that's for sure.
So let's get to know Leon. Leon, who are you, sir? I haven't met with you before. I don't know if you've seen me before, but I'd love to know about you. Start with, where are you?
In Islamabad.
Where's that?
What time is it there? And I'll be able to tell by the time. What time is it there? It's 10 o'clock p.m. here for me.
It's 11 a.m. here.
11 a.m. So you're 13 hours.
Like Turkey area?
Turkey's about 5 time zones away.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, Preston. So I'm not coming to you for any more geography questions. That's for sure.
Anyways, I've actually got to go. I'm a teacher here at the American School, and
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm trying to figure out Blab on a technical
you'll
side
love
for
it.
the kids
You'll love it.
and stuff. And so Tim has been very, very useful in just sort of setting up some of the tools to do something a little bit more elaborate.
Absolutely.
And so, but pleasure sort of dropping in on you guys as we're dropping
Leon.
in.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome anytime.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're talking, Roy, about being obsessed, and we've been doing this for 8-9 hours already.
Well, yeah, I haven't hit the point of obsession or addiction. It's like, I think there was a day I missed in the last 5 months. I wasn't on Blab for one day.
Oh, wow. You're a little bit, because I haven't been on Blab for more than 5 days here in the last week because I've been so busy. I haven't been able to go. But, like I said, the problem was, and we talked about this earlier, is, and anybody who's listening to this, if you have Blab notifications on and you have it in their inbox, at least on Gmail, it'll show up that there's other Blabs going on. But if you move that to another folder inside of Gmail, you won't get any notifications whatsoever. And that's exactly what happened. So if you want Blab notifications, keep it in your inbox. If you don't want it, put it into another folder, or just go to your Blab profile and turn it off.
That's good to know.
Yeah. It's
That's
interesting
really
to know
good to
because
know.
I had no idea that it did that,
Yeah.
because I just got inundated with too much in my inbox. So I thought, wait a minute, why don't I just make a folder that says Blab, and then when I go to it, I can see what's going on, and if I have time, I'll go in. And it does save time because you don't go to all the Blabs like you used to. But then, like we also discussed, you have this issue about FOMO, the fear of missing out. Because there's a lot of things I missed out on because I was working and doing more productive things. But, this is productive too. Even though we've ran this for 9 hours, I think it's been productive. I've learned a lot. I've learned more about you. I've learned more about the other people that have come in. I've built strong relationships who we've actually had inside the seat, people who we haven't met before, but you have met outside, like, the lady who was in broadcasting or podcasting. And
oh,
it looks
yeah,
like she did other stuff, Obviously Robert Stern, I've seen and I've been on a couple of them, but he's never gone on mine, so it was kind of nice to have him in. So it's one of those things that you look at and go, this wasn't planned, right? This was just saying 100 days on Blab, I was going to be here for an hour and I'm done because my wife asked me to do something, but tonight she didn't really ask me anything, so I'm like, well, I might as well take advantage of this because I don't get it too often, and it's better than watching TV, in my opinion.
I totally agree. Investing time with friends and would-be friends and would-be blank, we can still fill in the, because there's a lot of opportunity here. It's still the early days. It's almost like we're striking gold again back in California. So if you know what happened, then the people who set up shop to provide picks and shovels for those people who are coming here because they heard that there's gold in them, there Blab hills, right? So then, like Tim was saying, we tell people how to get rich by telling people how to get rich, just like what we're doing and telling them to do the research as well. It's the old how to make X amount of dollars with $5 in a self-addressed stamped envelope or whatever. That was the scam before the internet, and now there's so many more scams on the internet. Simply because people don't know what they don't know. And there's so many people who are willing to take advantage of that, not knowing. I mean, if you take advantage of somebody's lack of knowledge about something and you make it seem better than what it is, you over promise and under deliver rather than the other way around. Do you think that that's a sin? Do you think that that's wrong? Do you think that that's evil? I mean, definitively, or do you see that as some gray area?
Well, obviously, you don't want to ever mislead somebody into something thinking of what you do or what, you have available to you. It's just wrong. It is wrong. Putting it on the evil side, I don't think it's evil unless you're continually doing it. I mean, if you accidentally say, like you mislead somebody and it's not something that, to you, I guess, is not a big deal, but to them, they could be. It's the same thing, like the Bible says about being a stumbling block. If a friend of yours is having problems of, smoking or whatever, don't smoke around them. It's a simple thing, because they're struggling with it. Don't do it yourself. Because it's just not a good thing to do. You're becoming that stumbling block, and you need to be honest. You need to be fair with everybody that you deal with. But I know there's some situations where I've been in where I have told people, I actually worked for a company that I told people that everything was fine because that's what I was told, and everything was fine. Well, then all of a sudden, after many months of continually saying that and realizing that something was happening to the company, I was like, well, I can't honestly tell you everything's fine because I don't know. And then people keep on coming back to me and say, well, I think the company's going to close. I'm going to think, you guys are going to go, you're going to be out. And I went, no, we can't be. We're sustainable and we're going to be on here for a long time. Well, guess what? They let us go. So it was something that you don't expect. And because your superiors at that time when I was working for somebody else, I had to do what they said. And in thinking that I was right in being, I don't want to say brainwashed, but it really was because they knew, the upper echelons knew that something was going on and it was going to disappear, but they didn't want to tell us, So, is that right or wrong? Yeah, I was wrong in it, but did I know any better? No, until it ended,
Exactly.
So anyway, anybody else want to jump in, or should we end this because it's midnight here?
Yeah, I'm ready to end it whenever you are, unless somebody else wants to jump in real quick and let us know what the value is that you've received so far here on Blab. And whether you know us or not, it's a good time to just quickly meet with us before we go.
Yeah.
Because I'm about ready to. It's 10 o'clock over here, 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need to relax.
my wife actually, she says, "Hey, by the way, make sure you set the alarm." I'm going, "Okay, no problem." And she says, "Remember, I gotta leave." And I go, "I know you gotta leave. Set it for 3:30 a.m." I'm like, "Oh, that's right, you're leaving at 4."
Oh wow.
So I'm gonna have about 3 hours of sleep, but that's okay. I can survive on that.
Well, see, this is obviously more valuable than sleep right now, at least for today.
It's 1 a.m. there. Where the heck are you? In
East Coast.
No, yeah, you're East Coast. Yeah.
East Coast.
Well, you're good at the time zone. That thing is so confusing to me sometimes, especially because I'm here in Honduras. There is no time zone shift. So when everybody
Right, it's all the same. Then you have to try to remember. Did you guys swift this way or that way? Exactly.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Well, it's really weird because everybody is basically fall back an hour, and I go ahead an hour.
I know, right?
So I'm totally screwed up here, and everybody's saying, "Well, you're Central Standard Time zone," and I'm like, "Yes, I am." But what happens is, in the spring, I go backwards. I don't go forward. I go backwards. And same thing in the fall. Instead of going backwards, I go forward. and it's just
confusing.
It is very confusing, and I was late for many appointments the first year I got here. Because and what's worse on it, if you go to like the worldtimebuddy.com, I'm giving them a plug, but it's a really cool way to actually see time zones all over the world. You can get 4 different time zones. It says CST on my actual thing, which is Honduras, which is Central Standard Time Zone, but it's not really Central Standard Time Zone. But somehow the time is correct on there when I look at it. Which is,
okay.
I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyways, okay. Well, we can end it. I appreciate you guys. No one else wants to come in. This was my 100th day on Blab, and actually now it's midnight. I can call myself I'm 101 days. So if I have another,
So that was what, 9 hours, Preston?
9 hours. That's the most I've ever done, Roy. Man,
you just go until there's no more people left, and when there's no more people left, you close up. The first time I did that myself, I said that I didn't know what I was in for. I thought, a couple, 3, 4 hours, maybe 10 hours, 50 minutes later, I'm going like, okay. But then again, that was on a Sunday.
Right.
So a lot of people are home on Sunday, like all day. So I'm gonna have
Right.
to test that on another, like a weekday or something. But
Well,
I've appreciated the whole entire 9 hours that I've been here with you. So thank you for entertaining me today and educating me as a friend. So friend-educating me as well. It's been great hanging out with you. I mean, I think we should do like holidays like this too. We'll spend the 4th of July for a little bit of, Blab time. I think we need a network where somebody is always running it. So now we're ready to go out of here and we're pass the baton to someone else and they keep it going and we just call it net friending. Hashtag.
Yeah.
That's all we need to do, and we just keep it going, and people will learn, and we'll set them up with a Facebook account, a group, or a LinkedIn group if that's what they prefer. Are there even people here from LinkedIn? I mean, I know Leanne is, I know Vivica von Rosen is. Those are the experts there. But are you in play over there? I know you got an account, but are you in play over there?
Oh yeah, I use it all the time now. I mean, like
good.
I said, I mean, Leanne gave me some really good pointers once. We had a one-on-one.
I'm going to have to listen to her.
Mm-hmm. She has some really good pointers, but
I don't use it at all.
No, it's a great platform. It's just my approach, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear Ian when he was explaining to me. And I don't know, because since you were here, my internet went down, of course. But he was saying the fact that I can give a free gift, and because what has happened is I've been meeting with a lot of cool people on LinkedIn. Some really not necessarily CMOs. I've tried CMOs, and it just hasn't worked really well. Because they don't know me, even though I might be connected to them in some way, shape, or form, even on the first level. CMOs are different because they're very, I guess, protective of their time, which, I understand. They're a CMO, which is the chief marketing officer of a major corporation or brand. But the thing is that I went to a lower level, like a brand manager or somebody who actually owned like a marketing agency, a PR firm, or a what is it, PR firm, marketing agency, or an advertising firm. And I even went to some social media specialists, and I told them about my story, and a lot of them don't get it. And I looked at it and I go, well, why aren't they getting it? Is it because they think I'm competition? Is it think that they can do it on their own? I don't know. And there's a lot of factors in there that I wasn't even aware of. But going back to the LinkedIn profile, I connect with them because one of the things that I say is we have some really exciting things when it comes to live streaming, and I'd love to talk to you more about it. Well, then they connect with me. So I'm thinking, okay, if they connected with me, they're interested, right? And then I automatically go for the juggler, which I don't mean in an offensive way. I just say, look, it's great that we connected. Thank you so much. And I should leave it at that. But then I go right away and I said, look, you indicated, or I indicated to you we're doing some things on live streaming. Go ahead and take a look at my profile. If you're interested, I'd love to, get together with you and talk to you and discuss it. Well, I had a couple people this week that blatantly, when I said it and I sent it out, they said no. And I was like, why are you connecting with me? And then I questioned that, and they never got back to me. But like Ian said, maybe I should just kind of go to question and say, hey, I really appreciate your connection. Here's something you might want to look at as a free gift for you. And then I was talking about, our SEO program that we have, which I haven't even told you about yet, Roy, which would be interesting having a conversation on. But I could give them the 6 spheres of influence on SEO. And it's a document that we wrote, and it's very good information. It's true. It's honest. And I don't know if that would be enough value to give to somebody, but maybe that would open up conversation on that side, which I eventually can move over into my Skyline website business, So you got to be. It works differently on LinkedIn than it does in any other platform, And like Leon said, she's connected to 28,000 people or something like that.
Yeah.
And by doing so, though, she opens herself up to a lot more possibilities of connections because it's not the second level connections, but the third level connections that you can hook up with. And
that's true.
She's found ways that you can hook up with even the third level people in such a way that is not threatening. And if they like what they see, then they can do it. So if I have like a specific, let's say a CMO, and I'm doing searches on CMOs, well, she has a good connection maybe with CMOs that I don't.
Right.
And then I can feed her that. She can do the search on her profile, and then she can give me a list of the people, and I can go search them, and hopefully they connect with me. So it's interesting. I mean, a lot of people discredit LinkedIn, but for B2B, I think it's a brilliant solution. But it's different. And they even have, if you're good at blogging, which I'm not, and I haven't done for a while, is that you have a platform called The Pulse, and The Pulse is a great way to get your name out there as long as you have good content, because people who are interested in a certain subject, they can follow that particular subject, and if you are part of that subject, they'll get that feed. So you're kind of going directly to the people that are interested in it, but I don't do it enough, And then the other question that people say, well, if you're doing it on LinkedIn, you can't do it anywhere else because it's not original content. So you can't actually take the LinkedIn profile stuff and put it on your website because it's called duplicate content, and when Google sees that, they're going to go, and they're going to derank you on certain things. At least that's what I've heard. Unless you change it up a little bit, or maybe a lot of bit, I don't know, then you can do both. But you can't copy and duplicate what you blog. So
when you look for your name,
in
Google search,
it's
your
all over
LinkedIn profile is the one that carries the most weight so far of all the other platforms.
It does.
So if you have a good profile there, you're going to be found for your name quickly over there. Now, if you're also optimizing your website correctly, then your website, whether it's your namesake or not, for example, I have roymontero.com, but I also have tweeplepeople.com, and I'm eventually going to just redirect my namesake to Tweeple People because I just don't want to manage 2 different websites, and I don't need to, because they can just go to one website. I don't like managing more than one website. I found that out the hard way. So now that I am where I am, I can be very, very selective in what I want to manage. So,
Right.
no, I totally get what you're saying. I need to learn LinkedIn. I really do. So, I'm going to open up 3 groups: a LinkedIn group, a Facebook group, and a G Plus community. Now they call them, I know they call them Facebook groups. Do they call them LinkedIn groups, or is it
Yeah.
LinkedIn communities?
No, it's LinkedIn groups.
Okay.
The challenge with the LinkedIn group too, though, you have to understand is that you're going to get people who join your LinkedIn group that unfortunately will just spam to death. And so what you have to do if you're doing a LinkedIn group is make sure you put the rules and regulations on that profile, and hopefully people will follow that. But there's, anytime you do a group thing, you're going to have to manage it, and that managing does take time, especially if your business or your group really starts growing, and moderate them exactly. So it's something that you can look at, and a lot of people do it. I mean, they have LinkedIn groups, they have Facebook groups, they have the G Plus groups, and somehow they keep it all going. But I think it's not just themselves; they have a whole team of people working on it, moderating it, and making sure. Because if you have a group going and it's decent and it's good content, you're going to have good quality people come in. And if other people come in there that spam it and you don't moderate it, your group's going to dead. Because people aren't going to stand it,
Well, here's my thing. I don't want other people to be able to post. I just want people to. I want these 3 groups, and it's called a community on Google Plus. So I have Ian and Jeremy, and maybe other people will want to jump in on one or more of them and be an admin, so that they can get known, liked, and trusted. Because I'm going to select maybe 2 or 3 dozen people who are admins, and those are the only people that can post.
Sure.
But everybody else can make comments, ask questions, do comments on what these admins post. Okay.
Well, that's
so
good. Yeah, if you can
see what
keep.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
I lost you. I can't see your face.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So go ahead and finish your thought, and then just refresh.
Yeah, what I was saying is that I think that's good if you can get admins to be able to do that and post, because posting obviously is a big deal if you can create content that people like and follow. I think on LinkedIn, though, I don't think you can have it just for people. I think anybody can post to that if they belong to the group.
Yeah, that's what a friend of mine was saying. She was saying how Facebook, there's a setting for just admins to post, or moderators, whatever they're called. Ian, do you know if that's true? I know Google Plus, anybody can post. Ian says a lot of this will be guidelines and administration. Yeah, so if people are there just to, there's not controls. If people are there just to peddle their own stuff, I'll just get rid of them, because I'm here to help them transition from blogging to blabbing, or from texting to talking. That's why I want them to come on and only ask or comment in accordance to what the admins are posting. And all the admins are going to post is how to go from blogging to blabbing, or from texting to talking. That is our only focus. That's our primary focus. And once we're seeing significant results, because I don't want to moderate and have groups or communities where all they're doing is texting. If you're not there to learn how to talk and get into a blab, I don't want you there. I only want people who want to get in a seat. Now, whether you show your face or not, that's up to you. I could care less. I just want to hear the sound of your voice. So, do you think that that is a good plan, a blueprint, focus, however you want to put it? And once a person is blabbing or doing this, streaming video, TV 2.0, having your own show or co-hosting with someone. Hey, Tom. Dr. Tom is here. So come on in. I'm ready to talk some more. We were getting ready to shut down, but if you're here, I'm ready to talk some more. Preston, why don't you just refresh or go away? Because it's really late where you are. Yeah, no. So yeah, Tom, if you want to talk, I mean, come on, take a seat. Ian says, I just heard Roy perk up about 15%. Nice. Certain people do that to me. Tom does that to me. So, Tom, if you can,
It's going to keep me up
jump
again
on
for another
in.
2 hours.
See how you are?
I'm
See,
here.
people get to be rock stars here, right, Preston? It's like, oh my goodness, Tom's here. It's like
Tom Curran. Did I meet him?
You met him?
I think so. I can't remember. I can't click on anything. Oh,
Well-
no. Is that... Does he have a wife that also works with him on stuff?
I don't know if I got that far with Tom on that. There's Tom. Hey, Tom. and there's wifey poo. Love it. And there are the kids. Awesome.
one of them.
Or the kid.
Can't see anything right now. I'm looking at the profile.
Friday Night Live.
Do you know Preston, Tom?
I've seen Preston around. Hey, Preston, how are you?
Good. Yeah, you helped me remember with that 30-second introduction about the balconies.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah, I remember now. You sounded familiar. Well, now everybody's coming
Oh,
alive.
Ian's back. All right, good. Now we got a real blab.
Now this is real glad. I get to take a break here. So let's see.
Now watch the numbers go up. Here we go.
I need to get me some tea. You guys entertain yourselves until I get some tea. I don't have my intercom with me, so I won't be able to hear what you guys are saying.
We were talking about Roy being the Phantom of the Opera, Tom.
Yeah.
Hey, Karen. Hi there.
Where are you from again, Tom?
I'm from Seattle. We just finished watching Shark Tank as a family. It was really very interesting. During every commercial, we mute it, and then I have my kids dissect what was the offer like, why do they like them, and all of that. So my daughter here. So it's really interesting. It's like a free education for my kids. It's very interesting.
Absolutely. No, that's great because a lot of kids don't even care about that type of stuff. So that's great.
Yeah.
Force feeding works.
It's the only show we watch all week. Yeah, we don't watch a lot of TV. That's our only show. So.
And you're doing more blabs now, right?
I'm coming back. My wife and I have been working on a webinar that the course starts next week, and we had a webinar tonight. We had one last week as well. So we're been pretty focused on getting everything tied up for that. So.
Yeah. That's great. Another daughter. Wow,
Another daughter. I got 9 kids.
Holy mackerel. 9 kids. They're all living with you?
They are. You saw my oldest. She's just 16.
Oh, wow. 9 kids. That's amazing. I have a friend of mine that has 10, but it's not their own. They're all adopted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hey, families come together in different ways, and adoption's a beautiful way for a family to come together.
Absolutely. So you're even more than 8. 8 is enough then.
That's right. 8 is not enough. 9. Yeah.
That's awesome though. That you must have some pretty awesome Thanksgivings and Christmases and all the holidays and traditions, and that's pretty cool. Because my mother actually, she's originally from Germany, obviously with my last name, and my father was also from Germany, and my mother actually had the biggest family. They had 13 kids.
Wow, that's amazing.
So I got a lot of cousins.
Yeah, that's cool. That's not my house. That's not my house. That noise is not. That must be Ian.
Yeah, that must be. Where did he go? He just disappeared.
Yeah, I think he put up that he's cut to another shot in order to protect himself from all those kids running around in the background. So.
Yeah,
Wise man.
My internet has been going on and off, but I have had doing this for what is it now? 9 hours.
Holy cow!
You know, when you're in, you're all in, right?
We are
So
all in.
you're all in. I
I'm
mean,
gonna be
this is
dead tomorrow, though. I'm telling you.
yeah. I'm gonna feel it too, and that's just the way it's been. But I think this is just a crash course in whatever this is a crash course in. So Tom and I spoke the other day, and so Tom, I've been talking about some of my unusual friends here on Blab. And you would definitely be one of my unusual friends in the top 10 on Blab. And when I say unusual, that's a positive, because I don't like cookie cutter me's. And when you show up and you have this forward thinking mentality, and you can kind of envision the future, and you want to position yourself to be there, I'm all ears. And I think that's definitely what I heard, Tom. So what I'd like to do right now, since we didn't get a chance to finish that call, wherever we ended, and I think you remember as well as I do, and I don't remember very well at all, but get it going and we can keep going. And I'd love to invite Ian and Preston in on this conversation, because I like everything to scale. And I'm sure that they would also see the value that maybe you and I don't see, and or just confirm the value we already see. So where did we leave off, Tom, as far as you remember?
So you had started to unfold an image of a minor league baseball team as an analogy for something that you were seeing that could happen on Blab through this invitation and this evaluation process of sort of aggregating folks. But then we both ran out of time. So.
Okay, I remember that. Preston, Mike, above your nose. We're hearing you breathe. No, okay, that might be good. All right. So, yes. So I want to provide an environment so that people who aren't prepared to collaborate or co-create with the A-listers in their niche to come through what I want to put out there. This is the environment I want to build. I want to let them know that we are a minor league team, so to speak, preparing you for the majors. And if you're that type of talent, then you can collaborate with these A-listers that I and others in the tribe have come to know. And all we have to do is basically say, so-and-so, I want you to meet so-and-so and see if you're a fit or not. Because we're the training ground, so to speak. So does that make sense? Can you see that happening? There's a lot of people that would love to do business with A-listers, but they're not prepared. And they don't think that they're prepared, so they think they have to start at the bottom. But if somebody were to just show them their gifting, because some of these folks are very, very gifted, very, very talented, very, very brilliant, and don't even know it, because they've been around the wrong people, the people that weren't necessarily bringing this to their attention and or giving them the gift of awareness. I hope this makes sense. I'm just going to stop right there and say, what is your response to what I'm saying? Are you there? Are you not there? Does it make sense? Doesn't it make sense? And then I'm going to get Ian and Preston on the conversation. Go ahead, Tom.
Sure. So it makes sense to me. If I had to try to identify what is like sort of what's the root cause for folks who have, let's say, developed a mature set of content and insight, but maybe haven't risen to that level of A-lister, is that either they haven't made it a focus of their attention, or maybe their gift isn't marketing. Those are maybe simplistic ways of describing it, but maybe again they've put their focus on I'm serving over here versus maybe serving in that way. So I think what you're talking about potentially is a way of serving or using a person's gifts or the content that they've developed in a way that is maybe dawning on them, or maybe they're seeing it as a new opportunity. And for those folks, the folks who don't appreciate the gold they have, or who haven't tried to take that gold to market in the way you're proposing, it could be a great opportunity.
Wow, he sees it. Okay. I'm going to go to Preston first and then Ian.
Okay. Can you hear me?
You see, yes.
Okay. Obviously, yeah, we've talked about this before, one-on-one. And I remember what you were saying. The concept is very good. the implementation of that concept, like you said before, is that you are not there to promote. You're there to help build a tribe, if you will, of certain types of individuals in a certain industry and niche, right? And then those individuals would be kind of your key individuals that would be able to work with people in their industry and be able to help produce those things. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, so I need to find tribe leaders for their niche. If you want
Right.
to hobnob, if you will, rub virtual elbows, if you will, with the top people in your industry, call them A-listers, call them top people in your industry. I don't care what you call them. Those are the most influential people. And not necessarily the ones with the biggest lists, email-wise, but those who have a possible, and you don't know this yet until they meet with you in person, so to speak, or via Blab or Skype, and that is, will there be synergy and chemistry between you? So if you see who they are and you go, wow, these people here, they're serving the same audience as me.
Mm-hmm.
And theirs is already ready-made. So if I provide a product, it's got to be a product. It's got to scale. Can't provide only a service unless your service scales, and your service could be like a group coaching type of situation, because that scales and you can teach other people to coach just like you, but it won't be you. But anyway, so if you provide for them this product that can utilize their audience, they will gladly take a commission that you're prepared to pay them. And that's really where I want to take this whole thing, because it's the easiest. That's easy peasy land there.
Yeah, Preston, the way I describe it is that if you've got a pot of gold, Roy will build you a rainbow.
Okay, which is good. Which is good.
Actually, that is a great soundbite. So I will be using that in my marketing material. So Tom, watch out. It's coming to a website near you.
If I have the gold, so the question is, in my industry, I believe I have a gold, but I have a product. But you know, when we talked about it originally, Roy, you told me that I had to be more specific than the general category, because of the fact that my industry is huge. It's the largest industry in the world, right? So if I niche it down, you know, what point do I niche down? And then, you know, my product offering is a little bit unreachable for the normal individual, but for like a hotel, resort, or whatever, it's a good fit, you know.
Right.
So I guess to me, I love the idea and concept, but then the question is if I have to niche it down like we talked about the SIC codes, I don't think I can do that, because you know, and I understand in marketing you want to niche yourself, but it's too far of a niche that I want to go down if I'm going to be, you know, part of that tribe leadership, if you will.
That's interesting. Ian, are you tracking with this? Are you following? Do you have an answer or a response to what you're hearing Preston say about his inability to nicheify? I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I do have a response. I'm not sure it's the one that everyone's expecting, because I've heard half the conversation as I've been dealing with the noises and the other stuff going on. But the thing I hear, Tom's analogy about the rainbow to the pot of gold, I think that rainbow is partly giving people the tools to build the relationships that count. And that doesn't necessarily mean, where Preston's coming from, customer to supplier. It can also be mentor for certain capabilities. And people like Preston provide a lot of value, well, in the 40-odd days, I think, since we probably first met, Preston. That's the sort of thing that we are probably able to do, that's the unsung service that we deliver that will lead to our pots of gold in the long run. Right? So mentoring is one of the things that we would provide as that rainbow to connect people to where they should be connected to. And we aren't necessarily the only people they need to connect to, but certainly we can be conduits to enable that through mentoring, through masterminding, through products that Roy alludes to that might provide that advantage that they would not get any other way. Because there's a lot of lone cowboys here. Meant in the positive term of cowboy, a lot of lone rangers. And doesn't suit everybody.
Well, I think what you're saying, mentorship is a big deal, and if you can put that together, that would make not more sense, but it would add more value to the whole tribe idea. So are you saying that the tribe leaders are the mentors in a particular niche?
From my perspective, I think they are at least facilitators, possibly and probably mentors. For example, the fact that we can reach you right now from this conversation, like I've known you, Roy obviously has known you before, I would know where to seek you out for the right sort of people. But if whoever is in that position can reach even further, I can reach you, you can reach other people who could be great mentors for your peers. And that's just a thought. Like Roy and I haven't used the word mentor in this conversation, I don't think yet. But that's something I see as your niching problem is not a niching problem. It's which service is this? What is the value you're offering? And I would see mentoring as one of the big things that you do, which will achieve more for you in the long run than you may have expected.
Yeah, Preston, if I had to translate just what I've heard, and I know almost nothing about what it is you actually do, I would say in order to help you become clear about what where your goal is, like you might think you know what your goal is, but you don't know what your goal is. It's your customers who are going to tell you what your goal is. And so you can use Blab to sort that out for you. And here's a way to do that. On a piece of paper, identify the top 10 topics that you believe are core to what it is you do well, what it is you do best, what it is your product or your service actually makes a difference. The top 10 ways of identifying the themes of that. And then do 10 blabs. Do 10 blabs where you are able to, as profoundly and cleanly as you can, bring to expression what that point is and what difference you make in addressing that point. Like if it's a pain point, what is that pain point? You name their pain, and then you name how what you do or what you offer is a way of solving that pain. You do those 10 blabs, and then you watch what that attracts. You don't have to figure out where your niche is. You become found by the people who actually need what you have. And the doorway through which, or the doorways through which they actually reach you will be your answer. You've actually been found by the funnel that is actually the one that will bring you the customers.
So let me ask you this question then. If I do the blabs, and I understand what you're saying, because I've had my producer Tony ask me about this and to write content, and I'm like, I don't even know what to write. I know the value of it for this particular industry niche, with resorts and hotels and bed and breakfasts and stuff. And obviously I'm getting my head wrapped around how brands, especially travel brands, can utilize it. But what I'm noticing is that the people that are here on Blab are not necessarily the people that would have an interest in it. Now, granted, they might know somebody who knows somebody. But if I do a Blab, and let's say I have a good title with obviously, hopefully a hashtag with it, and my first, 40 characters is what really is going to carry the most weight. If people don't show up to the Blab and I just record it, that's good enough to get that attraction, you think?
Go ahead, Ian.
How do you know? That's what these guys do. They point at someone else to come up with it. Yeah, Preston, you could do the 10, and yes, you could use attraction to get them here on Blab. But like you, I suspect a lot of those customers aren't here yet. However, if you ran the Blab and got the recording, there is a URL and a blog entry where a Google search will work. Similarly, you can go and find those people via a LinkedIn post. Go back to LinkedIn discussion. Remember that extra value you share that I told you about an hour ago? Here's a blab I did earlier. Here's the text version. I get it transcribed. Here's the text version of that blab. I know it's not quite, the perfect fit for them perhaps, but you're adding value to them. So there's content you can push out that will attract them in return if it works. And as Tom says, you do 10, 1, 2, 3 may resonate. And whatever works, works, right? And you'll be able to pick this customer, that tangent might work, let's try that. So yeah, it's just a step in the journey. There's a few other steps to do, and just thinking it through with your client base, I'm sure we can get it in front of them. After all, labs are not just, and this was something that I saw blatantly last night, it is not just a platform that you have to get into, that you have to get found on. It's a platform where that happens, but that doesn't need to be the end of the story. We can push it out very smartly to an audience that we know independently of Blab, almost seamlessly.
Sure. No, that makes sense, and I appreciate that. I didn't necessarily want to go that way on that, but I was more looking at, what Roy is talking about on how if I become the leader of the tribe of the certain niche of travel, let's say, and to niche it down to like tourism instead of travel as a whole. I guess that's what I was thinking. But what you're talking about, Tom and Ian, that was not even thought of. So I appreciate that free information, because it's it's something I've been thinking about, and I appreciate you telling me that. And obviously it's my Blab, Roy, so hopefully you didn't have a problem with it.
That's cool. Just remember and write those things down, because that was almost like there's a direct, I'll call it a business coaching recommendation around how you could get in front of your customers using Blab as a tool, not necessarily the end solution. But look at me as a business coach in my time, being a facilitator of mastermind groups.
Right.
One of the things that happens there is that I manage the room as a service. It's a paid service. And as you know with speaking, if it's a paid gig, you don't always expect to be able to sell anything. If you go free, they're quite willing to expect you to sell something, and they may say no, but there's an interesting dynamic there. And I've found that by facilitating groups of people around me, being that tribe leader, without necessarily looking to sell, the fact that I serve the room so well, the fact that the room gets their objectives met, they actually almost fall over themselves to try and spend real money with me. Because they say, you're doing so much for us, how can I do something to pay you for that?
Couldn't agree more.
It moves into that, you may be leading the tribe as a facilitator, but soon enough, they start working for you, and it all comes around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, guys, if I were to tell you that I've been thinking about this for a very long time, and this is nothing more than a people search engine and all that's involved in a people search engine. And the way I want to seed it is from the top down and not from the bottom up or just anybody. I don't want this to be a free-for-all for people. The people who are going to be in my search engine are going to be people that I have said yes to, because I'm looking for heart-centered entrepreneurs who are go-givers. That's it. If you're not a heart-centered entrepreneur who's a go-giver, this tribe that I'm assembling will be able to sniff you out in a heartbeat. Mm-hmm. And you will not get anywhere, because you will not be entertaining any one-to-ones, because as soon as somebody hears what an awful go-taker you are, if Preston has a one-to-one with you, he's going to let me know right away. And then I'm going to let everybody know right away. And there's no way within my tribe of Tweeple people, the Tweeple people who blab right now, that you're even going to get a one-to-one anywhere. You're going to be out of that people search engine, and that's exactly what I want people to know, that only the good stay. Only the good get in, and only the good stay, because there's no room for spam. Verbal spam, there's no such thing. At this level, at this height of playing with the big boys and girls and using this particular tool, oh my goodness, I see so much here, and I just want to assemble myself around people who already see that or are on the verge of seeing that. Mm-hmm. And I think Tom is really good about it. I think Ian is really good about it. And between the two of you guys, I have not found anybody else that really knows what they're doing over here and how they see this hockey business puck of which I speak of when I say that in order to be a great entrepreneur, you have to play where the Business Hockey Puck is going to be. Where's it going to be? It's going to be on Blab or platforms like it. I don't know what to call this yet other than TV 2.0. I don't know what else to call it. I don't know. Ian, is Periscope TV 2.0?
It is, but it's a poor version. It's like free to air.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to that, to unpack that for the person who says, what are you talking about?
Well, free to air, the content's not always high. It's pushed at you at a fairly low cost point. The viewing experience is not picture-in-picture mode. It's usually just, what's streamed at is what you get. And you may throw your tinny at it if you're losing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're excused. Yeah, so Tom, what do you think?
So my just based on my current level of experience with Periscope, it's personality based, and so therefore it's one to many. That's not new, but it's personality based, and insight flows within that context of the personality showing up. This is dialogical, so it's insight flowing from the many, not just from the one. In fact, people who often shine best in dialogical situations aren't necessarily the personality-based people. In fact, you see that, and you really pay attention to some labs.
Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
See you. Thanks for stopping.
Yeah, I mean, if you pay attention to some blabs, you'll notice that the ones that have the strongest personalities, the ones who are maybe strongest on Periscope, stumble a bit when they're on Blab because they're sort of stumbling over each other to get their chance to hold center stage. So it's not really a dialogue, but it's a series of monologues. That's a little too strong, but I think it approaches the reality that I've seen.
Wow. What a way to unpack that. Preston, agree, disagree? What have you seen?
Well, I agree. The thing, and I've said this before, is that those that, is Periscope the TV 2.0? No, because it's not organized enough to be so. And it is a different platform. It's for those who are good at public speaking or who like to talk, and do a good job of it. I've tried it and I failed at it, I think. I didn't do it that long, only 2 to 3 days, but it was enough because you have to have content prepared beforehand, which I have had. And I did have people follow me at the time, but it was a different environment. And I think, Tom's right, is that when you bring in that environment that people are used to, let's say you're a periscoper and you're a meerkatter, you understand that you're always talking in front of yourself, so to speak. Even though there is an audience, there's not interaction with that audience except for what is scrolling up and down. You can't hardly read all of that. This is a different dynamic, and this is like everybody has talked about, is like a coffee shop where we're sitting together at a table, we're discussing things, and then people are coming in the coffee shop and listening because we allow them to listen to our conversations. So I think this, as we've talked about before, Roy, is this is a better platform for the concept of a TV 2.0, because once it gets organized in such a way, because we noticed that the search engine on Blab changed a little bit because they were doing it letter by letter. I don't know if you noticed that, but when you actually put in a search, it would go letter by letter, and it would take forever just to put into a word to find things. And it's not organized enough. Now, if they get to a point where it's organizational, kind of like what you were talking about a TV station has, where they have a schedule and everything is going on, well, then you're going to have a little bit different dynamic. Now, you're still going to have people here on Blab that are going to do shows that are prepared, that will do a good job and that look very professional. You're going to also still have people who are maybe like me that are learning it and getting better at it, but I'm not you know, I'm not the best. I don't have a lot of followers, so I'm not going to have a quality show. And then you're going to have people who are just experimenting, getting new, and they just want to know more about it and just want to hang out, you know. And that's kind of the same thing that happened, I believe, to Google, because when Google came out with their Hangouts, everybody kind of flocked to it, right? Because it was new, it was different, it was fun. It was scary because when you first came on camera, you're like, oh wow, somebody else can see me. You know, it was a new experience. And then you could see yourself too. I mean, like you and I and Tom are used to this, that we can see ourselves, but some people don't want to see themselves when they're on camera. You know? So there's that element of, okay, what's going to happen with Blab? Is it going to be similar to do with Google? Because Google had a great following at first. I mean, they had 24-hour Blabs. They had, you know, major players coming in like Dell Computer, the owner of Dell Computer, Michael Dell, I think, came in and did a whole, you know, hangout about his business and all the things about that. But then it's separated because certain people got it, and you know, like you know Ronnie Bincer, right?
Yeah.
He took a hold of it because he had that production, you know, 30 years of history behind him, and he said, geez, I can make this into a business because now I can teach people how to do hangout correctly. And he went and got involved with it, and then of course Google, I guess, assigned him as a brand, so to speak, where he could talk about it and give classes, and then he broke it out to a monthly service fee to learn it, you know. But is that all going to be disappearing if Google goes away? Yeah. You know, and are a lot of people coming into Google or from Google and Periscope and Meerkat and other places to come into Blab? They are. You know, so your idea of the TV 2.0, as long as it's organized in such a way that people can find what they're looking for when they're looking for it, that's the main key of it, I think.
I totally agree with that. And, you know, that's what you said earlier, Tom, about being found. That's a concept that a lot of people don't necessarily have. And one of my one-liners, my selfie quote one-liners, is position yourself to be found by the people that are already searching for you. But you don't know that yet. You don't know that type of person that's searching for you yet, because that's sort of kind of new territory. Right now, Google's main mission is to organize the world's information and not to organize the world's people. They're horrible at a people search engine only because there's no such thing in my eyes as a people search engine out there yet for me personally. How do I want to connect with someone? How do I want them showing up? Here's what I need. I need you to answer 3 questions for me. Who are you? What do you do? And who do you want to meet? And what I mean by who do you want to meet, tell me this is the person you want to meet for a possible client or customer, or for a possible joint venture partner, because you're looking for joint venture people, or people to be affiliates for you. And what does that mean? And what does that entail? And what courses do you have available? What info products at what price point? Because as was mentioned earlier, I see the playing field or playing area or masterclass or life class, that environment that I'm attempting to build is a place where people can learn, here comes Stacy, how to prepare for the major league while being in the minor league. This will be the minor league, and I hope to have the only minor league who teaches people to be prepared for the major leagues and introduce them to the A-listers, because the A-listers are looking for people who are trained for what they want to do. And so if somebody can say to them, yes, I know how to do a joint venture, I have a joint venture. Stacy, I think you're going to have to refresh. Just just refresh on and come on back in, and you should be okay. So if you're prepared to meet with these people, and I say to somebody like Mari Smith, hey Mari, this person would be a perfect fit for the people that you have, and here's their product, and it's got my it's got my endorsement, and they're playing in the right field because their product is worth either $1,997 or $997. If you have a product and or coaching situation at that price range, then you can play with the big boys and girls, because they will gladly give you access to their list for a commission of that product, because they know that product will sell well, and they just need to see the product in action and or to show them, yes, this is something I want to pass along. And once you have the endorsement of one big A-lister, how easy is it, do you think, to get the second and third A-lister, especially when we show them the, oh, yeah, this person did this, and for that they earned $30,000 in the course of X amount of time. I know that's possible. That's the world that I have been watching for the last 19 years. And I think I'm ready to do this. And I think that Blab provides the platform and the people for me to share this story with, to see how they fit in. If you do not fit, you will not commit. And the thing is, if you are ready to be a tribe leader amongst your niche and virtual hobnob and rub virtual elbows with the top people in your niche, and you get to choose them, 11 of them, and you say, Roy, these are the 11 that I would choose to be whatever in my niche, and you go after them and say, look, tell your tribe, if they meet these qualifications, they can be in this new people search engine that Roy's putting together, blah, blah, blah. And that's as far as I've gone. So if someone sees more detail or a different route or a different way to the same end, to have the best and finest people search engine on the planet with the best people, heart-centered entrepreneurs, and we're self-policing, and the spam is almost zero. And not only that, but there's so much benefit that comes along with it, because if you want to learn about underwater basket weaving, or if it's even possible to do that, I'm sure somebody will come up with a class or course. Guys? Agree? Disagree? What do you see? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you not understand? Do I need to?
It's a lot to wrap your head around.
That's sort of kind of 19 years condensed, just kind of saying.
Yeah, Tom's mind is working overtime right now. It's
no,
really
why don't you go first, Preston?
Oh my, thank you. There's a lot to that, because when you're talking about the A-listers, you got to define what that means. I mean, you mentioned Mari Smith, right? Obviously, for many, especially those that are social media specialists and they're following her because of her knowledge of Facebook, obviously that's somebody that everybody wants to reach out to. So I guess the question is if you got the A-listers out there that are very much have lots of followers, have very good content, how do you as a leader reach out to them in such a way that's going to give them value? I mean, I understand your concept of the value of, bringing that to them and showing them if they, joint venture with you, that they get a percentage of that. But I think that's already going on. So there's got to be something else that they're going to grab their attention to, where they're going to be saying, yeah, I want to partner with you, so to speak.
So what I see is this. If I know you're a good fit for one of the top players in your niche, then I will continue to help you in whatever capacity, along with other people who might want to pour into you and be part of this project, if you will, to where you put together one of these 997 or 1997 products and then take it to as many top A-listers in your niche as possible with my help, our help, and our endorsements, because these folks know that this is coming. So what if they, the top A-listers within any categories, could learn who the new upcoming talent is that would be in their niche? And what if they could get a hold of this talent before anybody else does and introduce their new course, their new way of learning something, teaching something, being something, where they just go, wow. There's a wow factor here of, yes, the it factor, this person has it, or this person has unlocked it and shown it to be easier or better, or here's a different way, and yes, I want to promote this person. What if they could see such talent on a weekly, monthly, or even daily basis, and up to their discretion? I think there's a huge market for this, and even not at that top playing field. If you're not picked up with somebody at the very top simply because they don't have any more bandwidth, because there's so many of you now that fit the bill. Because I know they're turning away offers left and right via email, but are they actually turning down offers via video? And if they have a wonderful minute trailer, maybe 90 seconds at most, we'll try to figure that one out. Because I think people don't know what they don't know. And not to say that I know everything there is to know to get somebody in front of Mari Smith, but if I could say to Mari, I have some new talent that you might be interested in, because it's a win-win for everyone. Your audience is perfect for this person, and I think they have a really wonderful product, and it's definitely worth $997, and not just for the sake of it, or $1,997, but because of what you get in return. And that's where I come in, because I'm going to help people network like they've never networked before. As a matter of fact, we're going to change the name. It's not going to become net friending. Stop networking and net friend and see what kind of results you get. I guarantee you that if you're doing it the right way, that you're going to get better results than you're getting now. So if you're getting zero return on your networking efforts right now and you don't like it, because it's like, oh, no, I got to network again. No, I don't want to go. Then you're the exact person for me. I'm sorry?
Tom is muted for some reason.
Tom,
Sorry,
did you say
no,
something?
just listening to what you were saying. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So do you guys get what I'm trying to say here? Is that I'm going to do all that I can with as many people's help as I possibly can to turn the networking, the virtual networking mindset on its ear, and say stop networking and start net friending, and start on Blab. And I just think that there's going to be result after result after result after result, and I'm going to get a lot of before and after pictures, and that's going to be great for marketing and for advertising and for promotion and whatever else you want to say and call it. And I'm going to get tribes of people at a time. If I can get Mari Smith to say, well, here's something that I know, and if you guys steal this, I'm going to kick your butt. Okay.
You want me to stop it?
No, it's fine. If you do it before me, I'll just show Chris and tell him, look, this was my idea, Chris, and they're stealing it. So, what do you say,
steal
brother?
anything.
So, do you guys know Chris Brogan or know of him?
Yep.
I think he's a genius when it comes to social media.
He knows his stuff.
He knows his stuff, and branding, and all that is in all of that. So I just watched one of his videos with an interview. Somebody interviewed him, Michael Hyatt. You guys know Michael Hyatt?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very high on both of them. They both are in my top 10 list of men, social media, so-called A-listers. And in the half-hour interview, Chris said, if you can get your community, your tribe, your people that are following you on your email list to connect with each other, then you're going to score brownie points. He didn't say it that way, but that's the way I interpreted it. Yeah, Tom, if you got to jump off, do so. Please, let me turn it over to you right now. What do you see going on here? How would you like to utilize these last minutes that you have here on Blab tonight?
Let me see. I'm actually kind of tired. I did that webinar a couple of hours ago, and so I'm not sure all my brain is connecting, plus the glass of wine my wife gave me.
Well, that ought to do it.
So,
Not your wife. I'm just kidding.
yeah. So I this is a fascinating conversation, and it has some connecting points to things that I've been pondering myself. So I'm definitely interested in hearing more about it. Is probably the best I can say at this point. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I know that I need to unpack a lot. And Stacy, by the way, you got to go? Okay, so no worries about not getting your headset to work right. And yeah, if you got to go, enjoy, and or good night if you're going to bed.
Yeah, I got about 6 different games tomorrow for my kids.
I suppose. I never thought. So they're all in sports too, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
Soccer games and
Super
blah,
Dad.
blah, blah.
You could write the book, Super Dad.
Yeah, I'll put it on my list of books to write. So.
Wow. That's amazing.
Okay, great.
It was great to be with you, man. Tom.
Thanks,
it's great to
Preston. Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward to seeing your 10 blabs. And Roy, I'm sure we'll connect very soon.
Absolutely, Brett. Thanks, Tom. Well, it's back to me and you again. Is this the end? Tell me it's the end.
I hope so.
Tell me it's the end. Nobody left.
Yeah, because we keep on going on and on about certain things, and then you asked me the question, so don't ask me the question. We're gonna end. It's 1 o'clock here. I gotta get up in 2 hours.
That's sad.
2.5 hours. Okay, I get a half hour more sleep.
That is totally passion driven.
Well, and here's the stupid thing is I got to do all this work with my son tomorrow because he's learning. Well, he's falling behind in school with some subjects, and they have their test this Monday, and my wife is going to be going away, and there's 2 assignments that are all in Spanish. So I got to somehow translate that for him so he understands it. And then I got to do math with him. And then I actually told Tony, my friend, Tony.
Yeah.
He's going to have his blab tomorrow about him being 100 days on Blab.
Oh, wow.
Because I gave him that idea. And then he said, but mine's not going to last forever. He says, I said, no, mine's not going to last either. It's going to be an hour, maybe 2 at the most.
Maybe I shouldn't show up.
So when he sees it tomorrow, he's going to be like, because remember, he should get a copy of it. He's going to go, what the heck did you do? You said you were really going to keep it. Because he's very adamant, about shows. He really, and he might say this tomorrow, maybe shouldn't take his thunder. So I don't even know what time he's going to do it at. He hasn't told me yet. But he said,
put it in the Skype room.
Oh, but he said a half hour.
He's only going to do it for a half hour?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see him pull that.
You think you will?
Well, he has this whole broadcasting idea of saying, we'll look at TV shows. TV shows are only a half hour. He says it takes a lot of time to prepare for a half-hour show.
It does.
A lot of content, a lot of, and he's going to have the special effects. He's going to have the screen.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been preparing for this for a long time.
He's
so
going all out. Yeah.
I want to go and see what he does because I want to do the same thing, and he's going to help people do the same thing if that's what they want.
Nice.
That is
he's very good. He can have a package to help people to learn how to do that. Yes.
Yeah, and he's going to have multiple packages. So, I've been the guinea pig for him because I am so not good at this stuff, but I'm learning from him, and I'm taking time to learn it. But because of my equipment, again, it's not as robust as it could be, and it should be. And so I would love to do what he's talking about, but I need to have him as a co-host. So if I'm doing these blabs like Tom suggested, and I really need to define that, he's going to need to be my co-host, not showing himself, but have that extra screen there. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he pulls off.
Nice.
I've been working on it for a while. So, all right. So we're going to
post a link in Skype when you learn when it is tomorrow, because I'd like to be there too.
Well, I thought he was going to send it over to me, but I don't think he's scheduled it yet. So I'm like, are you going to do it on the fly? Because sometimes he does, and he gets people coming in because he's helpful. I mean, we had that, like, I don't know if you were 3 weeks Saturday, we had about screen switching devices, and we talked about all the ones that we know of. And of course, he's using VidBlaster, I'm using XSplit, and some other people were using Manicam. And we had a great conversation with so many people, and it did go more, obviously, than 1 hour. But it was very good education, and because of that, a lot of people now trust him as a expert, so to speak, on this technology, because it's going to be here, and he's taking advantage of that. Not advantage of the people, because he's going to give those packages depending upon what a customer needs.
Exactly. I love it.
It's going to be a big thing. So
I love it.
All right.
Very ingenious. All right then. Good night.
Let's quit. Good night. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity, Preston.
You bet. All right. Night. Thanks.